mai, hara mai ki te noho mai ki o koutou tēpu, ki te timata tō tātou kaupapa. Kia ora tātou. Kia ora tātou. If you're part of our hui today, we're all going to get started. So everybody who's here, come in and take your seats. I'll give you a couple of minutes. I'm going to ask our tohunga, Tohe Ashby, to do our karakia timatanga. Then tuku kia rātou tiwi kāinga, nā te rāhiri nā te kawa, haka tauana, and mea tō tātou taumata pita mā. Me ngā tuahine nei, nā waihine, Maria Menoma, he kōrero tautoko. Hoi nā no tērā, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora tātou. Hoi no, ke tūtū ke tātou katoa ki te wai, te himene whakārianga. Hoi tātou. Tori peka ki au, ti aho mai, Tiarara te tupua, tiarara te tawhito, tiarara te kāhui o ngātua, tiarara ka tāpiri atu kia tāne, tāne whakapiripiri, tāne te Wānanga, tāne te Waiora, tāne nui araki. He taonga ki te whaiao, he taonga ki te ao marama, haumi e, hui e, tāeki e. E te atu kahara wako mātu ene mo pononga e koropiko atu ni ki raro tō aroro i tēnei wā. E ino e tu tēnei ki a koe, ke manaki te mai tēnei hui tanga o tātou mo tēnei rā. Ke puta e tātou ki te whaiao ki te ao marama. Tō rare manaki te mai koe tātou katoa ko huine, i runga te ingoa i o matukore, ake no, āmeni.
Ati awa mauriora ki te whaiau ki te amarama. E te whare tuatahi māku, mihi kawana ki tō tātou tohunga i tāta nei, a tohe, tuku rā ngā inoi, ngā whakamoemuti, ngā taku. Kia tau mai nei, ki runga i a tātou, a pāinga katoa. Whanau rā e tohe mihi ana ki a koe. Mihi ana hoki ki te taumata homa i tēnei hōnore ki au, ko Ngāti kaua tēnei, mihi kau ana ki a koutou katoa, e ngā whanaunga, ngā hapū, ngā manuhiri. Ko eke mai ki runga ki Waitangi, nei rā te mihi o te haukainga, o Ngāti kaua Ngāti Rāhiri, te matarahurahu, a hapū o te kāinga. Rere, tēnei te mihi. Koutou kua tai mai mo tēnei kaupapa rangatira. Kaupapa oranga mo te wai. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā pukenga. Koutou e pupuri nei, ngā kōrero tuku iho, mai ngā mātua tūpuna. Rere tēnei te mihi kia koutou. Huri rā ki a koe e Ruben, tō mahi, te haka kotai nei i a tātou katoa, e raro tēnei tuanui. Rere mihi ana ki a koe, tō mahi. E te katoa, tātou e noho nei ki tēnei taumata. Hoa no kura tōroa ngā mihi. Ngari, moha nau he nui ngā kōrero he mui a tātou. Ari, tuku atu rā tēnei mihi mai a mātou te kāinga. Mā te hoki ngā Kaitiaki o te whakaputanga, me te tiriti o Waitangi. Nā ko tātou tēnei, e kawe tonu nei ngā wawata, ngā hihia, a ngā mātua tupuna. Reira, he roa te huarahi, kia tutuki pai, wena o ngā kaupapa, ngā mātua tupuna, ngari ki konei tātou, te huitahi, te kōrero tahi, te pakarite nei, te huarahi, ki mua i a tātou. Hoa no rā, i ngā whanaunga, tātou mā ngā reo ngā mana, ngā kārangaranga tangamaha, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa. Me mihi kawake ki ngā hunga mate, te tini te mano, rātou ko wheturangi tia. Haere atu rā koutou ki Puanga, ki Mātauranga, moi mai rā koutou i tērā te taha wairua. Re hoki mai ki a tātou te hongaora, ngā kanohi o rātou mā, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora tātou. Mea te tikanga o tātou, o te kāinga nei, me mihi whakahutu ki a koe nā te kawa. Mea ki a koe hoki toe, te kaha pai o tātou o ngā puhi nui tōnu, mea ki te mau te tikanga o tātou tūpuna, nā reira mihi tikana tēnā koutou, e whakatau ana tātou te iwi kāinga o tēnei Hapū o Waitangi, me tātou katoa. O reira mea huri au ki tēnei kaupapa, ki a tātou whakatimata tō tātou kaupapa. Hoi nano tērā ki ngā koutou, mea ngā whanaunga, me koutou mā, e haere mai ngā manuhiri tūwarangi, kei wainga nui o tātou whare nei, waitaha, kōrero ana mo te wai, waiti, waita, wai Māori, waiata. Anō reira kia kaha, kia mana nui tātou. Engari tēnā, i mua o tātou timatanga, hia au ki te mea tuku ki tēnei kaupapa, ki te timata tō tātou kaupapa, ki mea tuku tēnei taonga, kia rātou nā kai kōrero, mō tātou whakapuaretanga o te hui nei. A mua tēnā, ka timata ko nā tini o nā kōrero, o koutou o ia rōpū o ia rōpū. Nō reira, good morning. Tōku inga, my name is Ruben. Taipari is my tupuna. Nō muri whenua, me whangaro ki ngā puhi. So hoi nano tērā, I just wanted to come and tautoko this kaupapa. It's a big kaupapa for us today. It's a privilege for me to be asked to facilitate this week. There's some pretty impressive people in this room today who in their own rights are awesome facilitators and organisers of all of your organisations, and for everybody to attend this hui today for te Waiora, mihi kawana ki a koutou. Nō reira, nā te whakatau o te iwi kāinga nei, everybody can relax now, everybody can just take it easy. Auntie Whaia Nora over there, she's not as scary as she looks, she's very nice, she's going to behave and she's going to look after us. Same with Hini Whare's over here down on this corner. And I know everybody, Manny and everybody that's here today, it's just wonderful. This is more like a hui whanaungatanga than it is these conferences. O reira to my tuakana as well, Nikki Conrad from Opori, my whanaungas from Waiora who do that mahi. It's just a privilege to be a part of this hui today and try and generate some kōrero, try and stimulate some unity in this most important of our kaupapa that we have in front of us today. So without any further ado, start our kaupapa. I'd like to ask Pita to share some of the words of wisdom. His name's on this pānui. He's an important man. He's just returned from international travels. And, so hopefully, Pita, you can share us some of your journey, but also to get us on the right track around our kaupapa today. Nō reira tērā. Tēnā koe. Hoi nā no tērā, tēnā koutou, kia kaha, kia manawa nui, mauri ora kia tātou.
Tēnā koe, Ruben, e tohe e mihi atuana kia koe moto karakia, e tika anano a Ruben, me mautonu tātou i ngā tikanga o ngā mātua o ngā tupuna i te tuatahi. Nā reira, ngāti rāhiri, ngāti kawa, e mihi atuana kia koe, e hama, koutou, te hunga kāinga. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, ki te atu ana hau i ngā tini kanohi, tēnā koutou ko tai mai nei tēnei ata. Welcome everyone. It's a privilege to follow on from Ruben. It's a privilege to stand here and offer a few words to start off what is a very auspicious hui. For all of you who have come from wherever you have come from, the valleys and the corners of the Taitokerau and even further afield, to build some unity in regard to Wānanga, Waiora. So I just wanted to acknowledge Ruben and Nais and Oriel and the team first up for organising this important hui and bringing us all together i roto i te puanga matariki he wā ki te ata whakaaro, te ata kōrero, me te kokiri tahi. I really want to emphasize the kōkiri because we can talk a lot, but we really got to do the work. And when it comes down to it, I'm not one of those. So here are a few words that I wanted to offer. Wano ki te tīmata kei tēnei hui. We're here at Waitaha in Waitangi. I'm not going to explain to you what's so important about those two names, but they become the bedrock of the kaupapa that we're here for. The confluence of the rivers out here is called Te Moana I Piko Piko I Whiti. So that's the Taumarere River, the Waikare, Waitangi, of course, and I'll leave the people from Waitangi to talk about Waitangi. Is the catchment on this side, east coast of certainly this rohe. How I know it is because I hop on my waka and I go up the river. Sometimes I start from just out here on the beach. Sometimes I get a bit lazy and I start from Hapū, but I go all the way up to Kawakawa. It takes about 2.5 hours from here, depending on what sort of a mood I am or what the tide is doing. And you can even get a bit further. You go under the middle of the 3 bumpy bridges. Tangata. Tangata, I've already mentioned his name, Wiramu Keretene, Kaitiaki. And the other Kaitiaki from the Hapū who belong to Taumarere Awa. So I wanted to tell that story because sometimes our names and even our rivers have their names changed. you get a little bit further up, most people know this kōrero, and the path that I took when you go under the middle bridge, head up the valley past Waiora, and you get to Otiria. There's a waterfall there, Te Rere Itiria. And we all know that type of tuna, known as tuna whakaheke, or silver belly, I think they're called, leave the valleys, go down the Taumarere River after the first rains of the summer. But tohunga like Tohe and others can smell those tuna whakaheke when they're on the run. And everybody goes out to do their best to catch enough for their whānau. They go to somewhere in Tonga, apparently, they spawn, and the eggs get brought back on the current, and they eventually find their way back into these estuaries, and little, what we call tangariki, make their way up en masse up the river, and when they get to the waterfall at Otiria, in the old days, and even now, with people like Wiremu, would go there with their kete to scoop up the tangariki, help them on their way because they found great difficulty in getting up the current and the waterfall. They knew how to get up. They would all clamber over each other and exude some para so that they could get up the waterfall. But Ngāti Kōpaki in particular, who are people of that area, would go with their kete and scoop them up, take them up the waterfall. Hence the saying, Taumarere here here, te riri, te rere I tiria, te puna I kete riki, kete tangariki, o Ngāti hine puke puke rau. And that saying describes how some people had the big kits with the wide raranga, but others had to follow with the smaller kits with the finer weaving because the tuna would fall through and others would catch them. And that is a metaphor for everybody has a role. Everybody has a role in the kaupapa that we're trying to achieve today. I might not do much myself and get wheeled out for saying things like this from time to time, but I do have some sort of a role. So in my role as in the Taitokerau and Māori Council Working Group, and I'm here as a co-chair with Marty Robinson, wherever Marty is. Oh yeah, there he is. And our Hapū iwi who sit around the table, and our management and staff, we are here to tautoko the Kaitiaki. So the Kaitiaki on this river and all the places that have wai, whether they be Waitaruke, Waipapakauri, Waimamaku, Waima, o Hawai, Ruawai, Wairoa, Waipu, Waimate, Waiharara, Waimanoni, Waitiki and Wainui. There are so many. We come from all of those communities and all of those valleys. We all have our part to play. Whatever that part is, we still got a lot of work. I wanted to finish off by saying that Taumarere goes as far as a place called Ngā, well, we call it Ngā Pipito now, but its real name is Ngā Pito Pito Erua. So the very extremity of the Taumarere River meets Punaki Tere, which then drains into Hokianga. And while I know some of the kōrero from this side, Taitamawahine, or the female side of the coast, as opposed to what is described as the Taitamatane, the male coast, the kōrero goes, ko te toka I akiha he toka whitinga rā, engari a mapuna hono he ripo kautau e kite ai, which refers to some very well-known rocks in the Hokianga Harbour. One can be seen above the surface, the sun shines on it, and its sparkles. Everybody can see it. But there is another rock, mapuna, underneath the surface that can't be seen. And the only reason you know it's there is because of the ripples on the surface. And that, as the people in Hokianga well know, is a metaphor for sometimes you get the people standing up the front and doing a lot of talking, which isn't a bad thing, but there are a whole lot of people who can't be seen. It's often referred to at the marae, where the people in the back is the engine room and doing all the heavy lifting. We are all here today, whether we are akiha or mapuna. But I really want to emphasize all the mapuna who are here. And if we had an environmental awards right now, everybody would get an award. I wanted to finish off completely, Ruben, I know I'm going over my time, is that Kawiti on the 5th of February, over at the Tau Rangatira, said to everybody that he refused to sign Te Tiriti o Waitangi because, and his actual words were, ina hoi au I taku waka I tēnei awa, o taku kitenga, ka puhi au e ngā hoia o te Pākehā. He was saying that should I sign this treaty, the authority and the rangatiratanga, the mana motu hake of me and my people will be subsumed by the governor and his soldiers. A little bit later on in 1988, Sir James Henare put in a claim for te awa tapu o Taumarere, because at the time a marina was being built at Hapū. Now his opposition wasn't necessarily to the marina, it was to the fact that Kawiti, what Kawiti had said on the 5th of February 1940 had really come to pass, in that the council, and it was the Northern Regional Council, by the way, that gave the consent to build the marina. So look, there's a lot of elephants in the room today, and we got to talk about them. Because that nowhere is still very much there, and when it comes down to it, 5 years after signing Te Tiriti o Waitangi, Kawiti also said this: I haere taua ki te hi, I te ika o te kōpua. Hoi, o pātihitihi anō te wai, ko mea koe kāti. In other words, we're going fishing for the big fish in the deep sea. And when the water only gets up to your ankles, don't start saying, I've had enough. So I'm saying today, we're Kaitiaki in our various valleys, but we need to go for the big fish. And the big fish is authority. So TT Mac, our committee, has a kaupapa, kāwanatanga and rangatiratanga, working in the best interests of the environment. Aotearoa is changing, and we need to push and make sure our tupuna's legacies are seen and upheld for the benefit of our mokopuna. Next Monday, the Three Waters Waipunārangi Roadshow starts. I can't tell you. Oh, yeah. So they go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I can't tell you when the hui are or where they are, but there is a pānui. Keep your eye out for it. We need to keep our eye on that kaupapa too. Kia ora tātou.
Tēnā koe puta. A kia ora tohe, nā mihi ki a koe tō wehinga. A kia paita haeringa ke rungi te huarahi ki tāmaki makaurau. E mara. Kia ora tātou anō. Thank you, Puta, for starting our kaupapa. Hohonu tērā kōrero. E tūno Wānanga. Tēnei te wā matariki puanga. A whakanui tō tātou Wānanga. Nō reira tērā, he pānui puto tēnei. Nice says, Rubes, can you make sure everybody is aware where the wharepaku are? I don't know where the wharepakus are. I don't know this building very good. I'm usually on that side of the bridge. I don't really come over here. So over there and over there down that end there. Yeah, hapai. Try to help yourself. What else do I have to do? Yeah, kopthorn, blah, blah. Something about steps are slippery. And yeah, just kia tūpato ata haere. Okay, ka pai tērā. Just to see that I'm getting a sighting of our whare today, and I can see I've got plenty of whanaungas in here, and I've got a lot of aunties. And there's no special favours for my aunties, so don't come in mea hoha mi auntie. I'm just got to do what Nai says. Now the whakapapa that I got on this over here, I was wondering why Nai's asked me to facilitate. Now I can see, I kind of understanding what she's talking about. I've been to a lot of conferences, especially on this side of the room. And I find it very seldom that I know anybody in these conferences. I go there and it's full of people from Wellington, people from all over the place except from here. So it's very, very warm-hearted for me to see that I know a lot of people in this room. And I know these people that they are tūturu Kaitiaki. They're doing the mahi on the rivers. They're doing the mahi in there. They're fighting for the rights of our harbours. So it's a great start to have Pita, who I know he actually does know the taumarere personally. He's been down on there and he's done the hiring and he knows every little piko and every little taniwha. So ka pai tērā, but if I don't know you, I'm going to get to know you. So there's some names on here I don't know. There's some people here from the Ministry of the Environment. Jovan Harris, and the Director of Partnerships, Lorena Stevenson. Can you please stand up? Who are you? Where are you? Okay, are you Lorena? Hello, Lorena, from the Ministry of Environment. Okay, there she is over there, everybody. Okay, we go. There we go, we got one. All right, wonderful, wonderful. And Jovan Harris. Jovan, why don't I know you here? Harris, tai mai, haere mai? Okay, ka pai. Noko nei no rahiri o hea? Oh, okay, then ka pai. Oh, no worries, we'll get him. Okay, ka pai. Okay, so now on to our next speaker of the morning. And this is only the intros. We've got a half an hour before we actually start our conference. So ka pai tērā, haere tonu. I'd just like to introduce, this is my sister-in-law, depending on the weather, when I'm still married. So she's my sister-in-law. So, kata e Pita, yeah. Tō whanaunga. Yeah, she's not here yet, so we can play up. So Tui Hoterine, not only is she my sister-in-law, but I've known her for a very long time. Yes, I do know her for a very long time. Her whakapapa, Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga o Otaki. So we know that those whānau down there in Otaki, Ngāti Raukawa, they're very astute, very intelligent people. So we're very blessed and we're very grateful to have that whakapapa, to combine that with the Ngāti Hinetanga ki Motatau. And she's got a lot of environmental knowledge, background, both academic and hands-on. And recently she's been given the responsibility to be our regional chairperson for the Taitokerau for Northland. Aye. So for those of you who aren't from the north, who are a bit unaware of the geography, we've got a very, very big rohe. And our tui covers all the way from down Dāgavo, from the Kaipara, across to those whānaungas over in Mangawhai, might even be a bit of the Tahanatanga in there, and they come all the way right up through us over here, Waitangi, up to Te Hapū. So she's like the Queen of the North, per se. So if we play Games of Thrones, and the game is to look after our wai moana and our wai tai, our waiiti, wai katoa, this is the person here that we need to have in the room for us to talk to collaborate with, and to create a conversation with. because she's here and she's willing to listen and to talk to everybody. So hoi nano tērā, puto tēnei mihi, ho mai te paki ko kia tui. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Ruben. Well, I never really know how he's going to introduce me, but that's fine, that's cool, yes. We've been around for a while, and as Ruben said, we've spent a lot of time that side of the bridge over Waitangi and helping out with the youth forum and the hikoi and things like that. But I spent quite a bit of time with Ngāti Hine and Ngāti Wai, and my kaumātua and kuia taught me how to use the pen, and I'm very fortunate to have developed, a lot of experience and policy and the like. But I'm not going to speak for long because we're really here to celebrate you and to hear from you all. This has been a vision to bring together Kaitiaki into the room and developing Te Mano o Te Wai policy through the Northland Regional Council, which is one of our most important jobs this term. So make the most of us while we're in now. We have willing council, willing to build meaningful relationships with iwi and hapū. We're willing to transfer powers. What we need now is all hands on deck. And tangata whenua have been in the north ringing the alarm for 30 years plus. Ringing the alarm on biodiversity loss, ringing the alarm on the climate crisis, ringing the alarm on the pollution and degradation of our freshwater. So today we're here to celebrate you, to recognise the divine relationship between Rangi Nui and Papa Tuanuku Te Hurihanga Wai, to look into and delve into that special Mātauranga that you know, that you can share with one another. This is kind of similar to, some of you may remember the Māori National Network under the old URMA, which has become the EPA, and we used to get together all the time as tangata whenua from all around the north over different kaupapa. And so the vision is, and it's up to you, that we will do this yearly with you. And Kaitiaki, kia ora, do you like that? Awesome. Yes, because what we want is to support you to come together, to share on the ground what you're doing, so we can also understand how, as an institution, we can partner with you and support you. We can promote you, help to build your capacity. We're starting in some areas already, but what we're encouraging is that if you as iwi and hapū and collective whānau have distinct waterways, distinct ngahere, distinct reefs or takutai, come and talk to us about the transfer of powers, because we're into it, we are in unprecedented times. We're the most rural region in the country. We're very proud of our unique and special history, and I think our dynamic, passionate people is going to take us far. So I salute you. I can't stay all day, unfortunately. I have to go to Wellington tonight, and then I have to be back at Otangaroa Marae in the morning for the TMAC meeting. But you're just giving me so much joy, and even though these are challenging times, I have more confidence in knowing that we're not doing this alone, that we're doing this all together, and we're here to tautoko one another. Nā reira, hure no te whare, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai no tātou.
Thank you, Tui. Ka pai, tēnā koutou, kia ora, te tuahine. Moving on very quickly through our time frame, is I'm going to hand over to another whanaunga of mine, Whangaroa Māua. Nō reira, e mea te au pauri hoki. Maria Meno, she's here for the Taitokerau, te Kāhui o Tānui, and also for Waipuna Arangi. But she's a tino whanaunga of ours, and she's standing for the Māori Party too. Ho mai te paki. So she's a wonderful speaker. Looking forward to her kōrero. Tēnā koe te tuahine mika.
Kia ora tātou. It would be false modesty if I didn't obviously refer to the 14th of October, where I have a job interview and I expect you to get me in. Obviously under Pāti Māori, so mihi atu ana kia koe te whananga kia tātou. Te taumata e te haukanga kaunui te mihi kia koutou. Kaunui te mihi kia te Māori i tēnei wā. When I was obviously up at 4 o'clock this morning, torturing myself about useful things to say, and then I thought of Nora. And then Nora there in her red coat, and I'm thinking, what would be useful and what would Nora and others here expect me to say? I think this is a new time. I think he wā no tēnei. And I think that because of that, having a room this full to be able to talk about fresh water, or in fact any water, all the water, every piece of water, I think this is a perfect start. Mihi atu ana kia koe nais Oriol Ma, just for bringing everyone together today. I think because this is a new and different time, Māori Wards, I think, kicked off some really exciting things. And those points of change in our society, we cannot ignore. And I think we take it by the throat and make everything happen because of it. So that's why you have the likes of Tui here. You have the likes of Moko Tepania. So yesterday, I was in the FNDC office and under Te Kaho Taonui, which of course you'll know what that group is about. And if you don't, I'm happy to discuss it later. But so we were there under this kaupapa Te Kuaka. And in that discussion, Hilda is sitting across, you know, and so she's doing what she's always done marvelously well and without compromise. And she looks across and she goes, I don't want this hui to run like standing orders and all of that bloody hoha moko. I want it to feel like a wānanga. I want it to feel like a hui, so we can either speak Māori, think Māori, and be fully unapologetic about the way we think. Even if we're screaming at each other, or even if we're loving one another, we are being our Māori selves. So I think those points I want to raise before the proper hui starts, where you've got some awesome people like Nikki Conrad, who of course, and others great speakers. And by the way, Opodi, you missed the song. Just as you fellas were coming in, we were singing Toro Mai. We were missing you, so you missed that song, so you better make up for it in the kōrero. So I want to refer to some of the things that I think are relevant in this discussion and every other discussion before us. Is the whole, it's about perseverance, I think. It's about demanding more, every single one of us, but in groups that we're demanding more. It's about perseverance. It's about literally just whawhai tonu tātou, so I don't think we have to give up on those things. There's this phrase that I heard yesterday, and I don't like it. And I don't know, people might have feelings when I say it now, but you know, when they go, well, you know, what's good for Māori is good for everybody. I don't give a hoot if it's good for everybody. That's a bonus. And I'm a generally cool and kind person. But if it's good for us, then it's just good. And whatever we're fighting for, in my view, we just got to hold our own line, because the rest of the country is holding it for everyone else. So we've just got to hold our line, bust through, demand more, be our full-blown Māori selves, and land back in every piece of water that comes with it. So anyway, those are my loving and precious thoughts to you all. So have a brilliant wānanga. I will be here for most of it, hopefully. But tōku whanaunga, thank you. I don't know whether any of you read some of Ruben's precious writings, and he described recently how one of our lovely aunties from Ngai Takoto pulled him inside and had a little bit of a kōrero. There'll be a bit of that today. There'll be quite a bit of that today, so give yourselves over to that process. This hui is all about that. Nō reira, i rungi tēnā tātou.
Homai te Pākehā. Delaraine, just while Delaraine's coming up here, our whanaungas, kia ora Milan, koutou mā, our whanaungas up here, hara mai konei. Delaraine, we're going to ask Delaraine to give the last kōrero. She's the co-chair for our Tangata Whenua Water Advisory Group. So, tūno hono re tēnei, tai mai koe te tuahine, tuku kia koe te kōrero mo te ngā mō tātou. Mihi nui. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora koutou, ka wai tēnei, e uri no Ngāti Hine, no Te Ore Wai, Pipi Waitera, ko Delaraine Armstrong ahau. And I come here this morning representing a number of people with the unfortunate acronym of TTWAG, which is in fact the Tangata Whenua Water Advisory Group. And there's a lot of people behind that group. Those who have come before and left us, including Tui, in fact, who started with us and had a key role in the mahi that we continue to do, and many others here. So I just want to acknowledge them. And our task has been to work on te mana me te mauri o te wai for the freshwater plan change for our region. And some might think, well, that's quite a disengaging task. But in fact, it is probably the most important task ahead of us right now. And when we talk about, the whakatauki, he aha te mea nui. He tangata, ka hore today, it needs to be he wai. He wai. Thank you. Sorry, what I should have said from my notes is that while the Tangata Whenua Water Advisory Group is doing mahi to integrate and bring forward the Te Ao Māori perspective to be integrated with the Western science kaupapa that prevails across everything in policy, in both central and local government policy, we are bringing the Te Ao Māori perspective to that. What I also need to say is that we have no mandate to speak on behalf of whānau, hapū, or iwi. So our advice is from a generic tangata whenua perspective and is designed as a founding platform for other tangata whenua to add to when they are ready to do so at location. Now, fundamental to the mahi that we are putting forward is Te Hurihanga Wai. You heard Tui mention it earlier. She is the author of this paper, which of course is the accumulation of whakapapa that is well known to all of us. And it puts front and centre where wai comes from and how it prevails across all of our lives. Kia ora. Just try and move along here. So these are some of the highlights. What we're trying to achieve is implementing Te Mana me Te Mauri o Te Wai. You might be familiar with the documentation and the policy journey that is described as Te Mana o Te Wai. For us, we choose to describe it more correctly for us as Te Mana me Te Mauri o Te Wai. And our vision, as you can see here, is to ensure that tangata whenua values are clear and at the head of any mahi that Regional Council is doing in wai throughout our region. You heard Tui, Meno, all speak about these things, how we have the opportunity and must take that responsibility seriously to push forward. Make sure that sometimes we go to unwelcome places. Sometimes we get a lot of pushback. And I don't have to tell you that, I'm sure. I'm sure you all experience that every day. So we really have to be strong. We have to be courageous in just the ways that Meno and others have described. Be unapologetic in pushing our kaupapa Māori. And there's some cascading policies and things as you would expect in preparing for the freshwater plan change. Kia ora. Some of the key aspects that we're talking about here, it's a mix of both regulatory and non-regulatory actions. We are looking at Te Mana me Te Mauri o Te Wai, creating our Te Mana me Te Mauri o Te Wai statement. And of course, as Pita reminded us, it is founded on the recognition of he whakaputanga, te tiriti, and the stage 1 reports from, and stage 2 reports from Te Paparahi o Te Raki inquiry. It also talks about things called freshwater management units, and some at the Kāinga might say, what on earth is that? And so we talk about that in more common terms as being wherever your waterway is, whatever your awa is. Go down to the bottom by the creek, by the stream, whatever it might be. These are your freshwater management units. They have relationships to other water bodies, but for us at the Kāinga, those are those freshwater management units. We call them hapū wai, perhaps. Kia ora. And these, of course, will be unsurprising to you as well, but these are some of the list of things that we have turned our minds to as members on TTWAG. And we heard earlier how it's critical that we must push forward, but I have to say one of the key obstacles to that is the capacity of our own in both our kaupapa Māori, our taha Māori, Mātauranga, and Western science. We as Kaitiaki, and I speak for myself as an urban Māori, that we do not have enough to push forward in the way that we are encouraging each other to. We really need to build our capacity to be able to take up the space that we're talking about taking up. One of the key parts of that, there's a number of things there. Climate change is central to the work that we are doing as the TTWAG Tepu. It has never been more compelling than it has after Gabriel. And I guess I could sit here and I could tell you about our own experience in Pipiwai, where 2 slips have been so impactful that here we are 5 months later, and still huge, heavy sediment load is making our hikurangi awa paru, too paru for anything. Paru enough to suffocate all living things in that awa. In previously pristine waterways, we have now 1.5 feet of sediment that is suffocating everything that was there previously. So for us, all of us here today, and you may have the same situation in your rohe, in your kāinga. These are the challenges. If not today, perhaps tomorrow it will arrive, unfortunately. So these are the things we have to think about and consider in our mahi with the wai, is to also include climate change considerations in that. Kia ora. These are some of the things, again, that we've talked about. So attributes. What's interesting with our mahi is that rather than putting a top line, we've gone for a bottom line. We've gone for a nothing less than this approach, rather than you've got to get to this. So that's the agreement that we've come to, and working hard to do that. So cultural health, mana whakahaere, all very important things, mahinga kai, all the things are critical. And I suppose a lot of us, or even the people at the Kāinga, if not all of us in the room here today, our first experiences and most time-consuming experiences are often around consents. So we need to make sure that the work is done beforehand, so we don't have to do all of this hard shoulder work by the time it gets to a consent to fight an application or to fight the monitoring and enforcement of those consents. We're also looking at making suggestions like 30-year consents are just not going to work for us. Too much changes, too often, over a period of time like that. We have to reduce that period of time. We're currently suggesting 15 years. If we look back in the last 15 years, the things that have happened, and then we project our minds 15 years ahead with an accelerating condition. I leave it to you to consider that. Yep. Okay, and so these are our key messages. We want to reinforce the thinking of where the key challenges lie, the impact of colonialism on our rangatiratanga, the consents we've just talked about, the importance of resourcing tangata whenua Kaitiaki, that it's fine, it's awesome to be here this morning, to have a group like this. If we cast our minds back, I don't know, 10 years, maybe there would have been half a dozen here. The rest of them would have been at their proper job. Or if they were here, they probably had to take time off from their job to be here. So this is the first government for some long time that we've had investment in Kaitiaki mahi, in Taiao mahi. So, as has already been said, we strongly advocate that very soon the draft freshwater plan will come out to our communities in Taitokerau. We strongly encourage you to go for that walk down to your awa, like Pita describes, taumarere. Go down there, listen to it, smell it. What are its needs? What is it telling you it needs you to do? So that when we have this, when we bring the plan change out, you are able to be clear in what you need to see to protect your waterway, your awa, your tupuna, because the personification of water is key and fundamental to what we are proposing under our freshwater plan change. I think that's about us. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Tēnā koe Taurain. No muck around today. We're into that kaupapa. Hoi nāno tērā. We've got our iwi kāinga going to be starting our presentations. But before we do that, just to get us have a little break and whakatauana, all of that kōrero. We've just done all of the mihi-mihis and whakamāramatanga. Just for everybody to stand up and have a look under your seat. Apparently, there's some spot prizes going on around in the whare. So everybody just stand up and have a look around and have a look under your seat. Ariel, can you come here, please? Ariel, just have a look. Come up here, Ariel. Ariel's going to explain how this goes. All right? Anyone win anything? No, there's nothing under there. I just wanted you to stand up and have a stretch. Okay, there's nothing. No, sit down. All right, ka pai. Let's have a little bit of a stretch, everybody. Ka pai. I'm just going to give Ariel a bit of a kōrero. She's going to explain how it actually goes. Ko Ariel ruka tēnei, tino wahine tō tēnei, mā tātou tino tā Waiora.
Oh, kia ora na koutou katoa. We have got Gina, who's Ngāti Manu Tūturu. She's got her Māori business here over in the corner. But she's given us 10 giveaways for spot prizes during the day. And we've got some bottles here from Taumata Arawai. So we'll be picking them randomly from those of you that registered. And for those of you that just turned up today, well, never mind. But the first spot prize, we want to just say to Whaia Tipa Mahuta, all the way from Waikato. Woo-woo! Oh, all right, I'm just going to give her the prize. While they're setting up, she can just quickly introduce herself, eh? Kia ora.
Ei, tēnā tātai te piringa whare nei anō te mihi kia koutou, tāpiri atu ki tā te taumata nei, kia koutou anō, nā mihi kia koutou. Kua hau te tiamana e haere mai me taumata arawai, ara anō tā tātou mahi, we're the freshwater regulator. Yeah, that's the day job that paid us to get here. My staff will talk to that later on, but we're here. Taranga whakarongo mai ana kia koutou, ngā mana o ngā wai o te Taitokerau. So we came to hear what you need to say, kia whakaoki kōrero ai tātou. So tērā, anō nei, kia mihi anō ki a koe tui, mō tō taumata ki konei. Anō nei, taku tuahine kaunihira tērā. I bring the Waikato Regional Council into the room. Not that we're any good at this either. So tēnā tātou, kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Okay, last pānui is, a cup of teas is over in the Copthorne. Walk that way, and, see, I don't know this place, sorry. All right then, okay. All right, kapai, kapai. Kapai, so that's for cup of teas. We're going to have cup of teas over on that side, because me haere tōne te kaupapa, haere tōne te kaupapa. If we've got any phones on, please just turn them down. You can still got to do your mahi, but just turn the sound down, please, on them. And our lunch is at 1 o'clock. So, yeah, keep that energy levels going. We'll try and keep the wairu and the mauri high so that you can be interactive. Move around and get to know each other and do that whanaungatanga. Just trying to respect for our speakers as they're doing their presentations. Nō reira tērā, me haere tūne te kaupapa. Just want to hand over to koutou. Ready, koutou? Ready? Okay, ka pai. Ana oku whanaungas anō. Albi Apiata and I, we share wokapuna. His daughter married my nephew, my son, my sister's son, so very close, and I got a lot of respect for Albi and for the mahi that they do, not only to uphold Waitangi, the marae, and the kaupapa, he Kaitiaki, rātou o tō tātou tiriti o Waitangi, but just for the humility that they have in representing us throughout the motu, throughout the te ao whānui. Nō reira, I'll hand over to you, Ngāti Kawa, the wānei for your kaupapa. Hore no, anei ko nā iwi kāinga nei homai te paki. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora whānau. Gee, it's a bit daunting sitting on the stage with all these eyeballs looking at me. Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out why am I getting in the stairs, and I just have to say that, you know, some people do mistake me for Cliff Curtis. You know, I get that all the time. So I'm just letting you know my name's Ngāti Kawa, okay? But yeah, and I just want to take the opportunity just to invite all our team up. We've got quite a few. We're just going to speak on behalf of our catchment here, Te Awa, and our team here from Ko Waitangi Te Awa Trust. So I'm the chairman of that, and Ria is one of our trustees. He's also the catchment, chairman of the catchment here. Arnold's a trustee, and Hirini's over here, Hirini Tane, ora māhui. So we've got a few to have a kōrero. I'd also want to just quickly support what the kōrero from Pita, just a little bit about our home here. So we've got Te Ano Maikuku, which is up on the treaty grounds, which is a big connection to Whangaroa. So we just want to acknowledge that whakapapa connection. Just out here, this motu, this is Motu Maere, just right out here in the bay. Motu Maere was whare Wānanga for ngā tohunga ahurewa. So that's a very significant site for not only us here at home, but also Ola Ngāpuhi. And then Taurangatira, over there where they discussed he whakaputanga and te tiriti o Waitangi. All the discussions happen over there where the popo are. And also our whare te tiriti o Waitangi, that's 100 years old. Big kaupapa going on there. But I'm the chairman of the Waitangi Marae as well. And I just want to acknowledge our whaia here, and Hine Whare, Wairiti, and Rangi, who's also here as well. We've got a lot of mahi going on with all this. A lot of this kōrero coming about Ngāpuhi Stage 1, Stage 2, and treaty redress. So we've got some of our team here for that kaupapa as well, which is really important. But yeah, just want to give a little bit of background about this awa here, Waitangi, and how it all happened with all the catchment, because it's actually been going on for a little while. So I just want to hand it over to Hama, who was one of the early ones who started up the kōrero. So yeah, just pass the time on to him. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora tātou. How did I get involved? One day I was down at the marae. I turned the tap on and I didn't like what was coming out of that tap. Because what was coming out of that tap, we were giving it to our manuhiri. Around Waitangi Day. And I was disgusted what's coming out of that tap. So I went out and said, Parker, hey, what are you doing? So we gather a whole lot of people, farmers, anybody up the river, have a kōrero. I told them how embarrassed I was being the host of the nation. And I don't want our guests to drink this type of water. And that's how it started. Waitangi catchment was developed. The kōrero went in there. The farmers up the river got behind the kōrero to make sure our people in Waitangi and our guests to have better water quality. So here we are. How we do that? Have a look at the conditions of our waterways. What is missing? And put it back. And to help our people. Better water. Clean pippies. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm ever so proud to have each and one of us been here today to share our experiences. Make our world a better place. Healthy people. Healthy whenua. Spare you and I for the betterment of our people for tomorrow. No reira. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, everybody. My name's Arnold Monsole, a descendant of our tupuna Manihira Kaufata. I'm representing our trust from the headwaters up at Te Auau, Te Auau, Te Maunga, Waitangi Te Awa, Parawhenua Te Marae. And back in 2014, the Waitangi catchment decided to come, and thanks to our whae Nora gave me a call, told me to jump on. There was only going to be 4 year reps on the catchment, which was we saw as a bit of under-representation as Māori, because the Waitangi River's got a whole lot more hapū than 4. So we took our place on that catchment group, and good to see here, Māori. That was back in 2014, and as you know, in 2014, stage 2 hearings were going around in Ngāpui, so we filed a claim. Went to the catchment and told them that we got a claim and ownership of the water based on our lake of Mapere, and that the Hapū owned the water based on our customary and historical rights. And after they got over that shock, well, we told them that's on another table and not on this table, and let's carry on with the mahi we're supposed to be doing with Waitangi water catchment in the NRC freshwater policy. And that's how we So we started on that work back in 2014, and now it's progressed to today, still going. And we started off with a chairman from the council, but he got bounced by the farmers, and Federated Farmers, he took over the chairmanship of that group, but things have moved on, progress since then. So I'll hand over to
Thanks, Arnold. Good morning, everyone. My name's Rio Greening. I'm from Te Auau, Parawhenua. And as Arnold was talking about our national water claim, that happened in Wellington for 2 days. And the best thing that came out of it was a professor of Indigenous rights, came from Canada, from the First Nations, to help the Crown decide who has rights of ownership. And he said to the tribunal and the Crown law that it's up to us to decide, not up to them. So just remember that. And as we talked earlier, the other speakers, just acknowledging what Tui was talking about, those transfer of powers is up to us. So out of this catchment group, took 5 years to get a policy. and I'm not going to take all day on that one, but they're sitting around trying to do a catchment policy around the stakeholders of land use, land abuse, and how they do farming, stakeholders, which was Top Energy, the forest, and everybody else that contributes to this awa here. Like Hama said, someone was picking the pippies and they weren't supposed to. That's the cultural indicator of how you monitor the water. But our job is up the top of the Waitangi River, up by lake or Mapere. Yeah, they took a while. They had 4 chairmen, and most of them were farmers, federated farmers, the council. And unfortunately, I got the job at the end of it to clean up the mess, which I didn't want that job. Only reason why I wanted to ask my whanaungas if they support me, I'll do it. If I don't get the support, I'm not going to be up here doing this job. But I am now. And out of it, we've got a couple other speakers that were created from this mahi. And MFE, thank you for the funding, contribution fund. That's how these guys will talk about that. But their contribution fund was also supported by Taitokerau Water Trust, that's doing water dams around water security and horticulture, which I like and don't like. And out of that, we did a national science project, and Hidini will share that with Core Institute from Nelson. I had to go around and find out what other catchments are doing in this country in regards to what's the relationship with water, farmers, and our cultural indicators. That was my role. But I think I was supposed to talk about Crown relationships. Just shortly, yeah, you heard a little bit of it. It's a retrospective relationship. And what does that mean? It's not a very good one. But we're working on it. Not because they give us money, it's because we're going to clean up the mess that everyone else created. And hopefully those powers will come back to us when we frame our laws for ourselves to do the job we're supposed to do, or we are doing. So we've got some of the plants here. These guys grew all these. I got a prize for someone can tell me this is a tonga I do. I got a few of them. But this one here today is where does the gorilla sleep in the jungle? And if you get that one right, that's yours. So this is about, I was talking to Pita and I said, check this out, Pita. This is a pou whenua. It's not just a tree. So I'll just wrap it up. Thank you for the lollipop. It's a kumara one. Awesome. Better than a cup of tea. So I'll just wrap it up. That relationship's still building. And what does it look like? Pita and I had a meeting with Pene Henare, and he says it's a reset relationship. I said, well, that's not good enough. So I'd rather look at the cultural value assessment on what that looks like. And these guys will share what they're doing on the ground. Kia ora. Next. Sam. Hapū.
Kia ora whānau, ko Sam toko ingoa. He hua tau pui pui o te nāhere me nā awa me te moana ahau. Hari kua taku nākau ki te haere mai, ki te tautoko o te kaupapa o te rā. He whakamihi atu ki nā tipuna nei, me nā mana whenua nei, Ngāti Rahiri, Ngāti Kawa, nā mihi ki a koe. Ko Sam toko ingoa. I came here, I work in capacity development. I've been asked to talk a little bit about that and how that role has been played out with the Waitangi Te Awa Trust. So I work around the country helping create jobs, planting trees, growing kai, and improving well-being. So physical and mental health well-being, which we know is improved when jobs are created, planting trees, growing kai, and learning citizen science skills to collect data on it. So quick bit of background on that. I came up here to do a talk at the Paihia Business Association, and I checked what the water quality was doing right here, right by this river, on the Lawa website, and it was the worst rating on the scale for water quality. That really pissed me off, to be honest, given how important and beautiful this amazing place is right here. So we started having kōrero about what could be done about it, and a bunch of these crew from the marae, they were all keen to do something. So we knew a few models and a few partnerships that had worked really well, like Mountains to Sea Conservation Trust, who are over here. We then went as volunteers, got seeds from up the awa with a bunch of these crew guiding us as to where to get them from. Took them to the prison, 2 different prisons. They grew us 55,000 native seedlings. We planted those with community corrections and community planting days and schools with no funding at all. But we were able to then create a track record that enabled us to build on that with the results and the partners that joined us to then get to a space now, which is really quite an awesome space. You know, we've got shiny logos, but we're going to be planting over 500,000 native seedlings up this catchment up here. A big focus, as I mentioned, you know, it's about well-being as well as, you know, for the environment, but also socially and culturally. So it's looking at all of those things together. So we're making significant investments in a strategy towards creating consultant-level staff, because there's a huge gap in that space. When you start talking about water policy and you start talking about monitoring and evaluating what's going on with the water, well, we need to build the skills from the school level right up through the whole community. So we've made investments in a whole bunch of technology. I'm going to pass over to Tana Apiata in just a second. But we're doing that right from up in the forest, down the awa, and then out into the Moana, where we're doing community-based shellfish monitoring as well. So linking the whole ecosystem, mountains to sea, right? And so the goal is there that it's not just jobs planting trees, it's jobs going and assessing resource consents, doing environmental impact assessments, and being able to do that as a one-stop shop with the tree planting as well for offsets. So it's early for the journey, but it's a really exciting one that's going to continue. So this is Shorty over here, who's looking after our comms, but more and more will be coming out as the journey progresses, and yeah, keep an eye on it. And if anyone wants to come see us when it's kai time over here, during lunch, we've got a wee display over there with some of the technology and stories and some of the monitoring gear that we can show you how it all sort of works. And now I will pass on to our technology lead, Mr. Tana Apiata.
Kia ora everyone. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Tohi, for opening up our hui for karakia. Ngāti, Dad, and everyone. And, I'm fanning out of here. There's a few people that have inspired me to carry this sort of mahi on. And yeah, so as we're going to be at that table over there, so you can come and ask questions. I'm not going to get everything. But I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I'm grateful for the platform that our marae holds, so we can actually make some changes here. Sam, as he said, he gave us the turbo boosters, and we've got young Charlie and others that are coming through on some of the platforms that we've created. We'll talk about some of those in the future. So we've got, yeah, that tech stuff. So that to me is just a bridge. For me, I'd really like to go to a place where our minds go back and put back in tohanga, back as a thing that happens, so we can turn this technology off. But it is a bridge that they will hold large, vast oceans of data. And it's going to be over there in that marae over there. But that's all I've got. I've got nothing else to say at the moment. But I'm grateful to be here. And yeah, so we are looking for investors, some opportunities out there for anyone who wants to join in with what we're doing. Oh yeah, so Sam just alluded to, yeah, we're looking at creating a centre of technology excellence. And we've got some partners here. So just like a bit of a staging where we're at. We've got the technology, we're going through the field deployment reporting on the collection of the data. And between now and Christmas, we're looking at the library build. And after Christmas, we'll be stacking our data stacks together based off the library. Ngāti Kawa will wrap up what that, how that library is going to look. And I'm just going to pass it over to the guys who are helping us create the ability to move from just having toys into how the data is going to be used. So these are the Vic Uni guys. Again, they took a punt. There's been no money for them to come and help us. But hopefully, someone will like what we're doing and support it and fund us to take us to the next level, which would be storing large data stacks from Aotearoa and further abroad. Kia ora.
Mihi ana ki o koutou e koutou mai, nā rangatira mā, kuia mā koro mā, Pakeke mā. Ko Kevin Shedlock tōku ingoa, no Ngāti Hau te kapotai, Ngāti Wai, ahau. Mihi ana, tēnā rā tātou katoa. I work with a lot of whānau up here in the north. Our role here, or my role, is with Victoria University as a computer science. Our role is part of the computer sciences at Victoria University. And we've been working with the Marae and Waitangi River Trust for a couple of years now. There are some problems. There's a lot of challenges coming our way, and I'm that guy. I'm that guy that's trying to create these problems for us. We have some serious times around things. We hear about AI. We hear about cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, AI. And I'm the guy kind of like creating digital humans. On the premise, if we get it wrong, I'm our backup plan. I'm plan B. And if we're going to build some digital humans or digital humanoids, then my thinking is, let's make them more Māori. That's the first thing. The other thing is, importantly, a lot of my colleagues, there's about 100, pretty close to 100 of us, half of those staff, they need the world to break so that their research so the premises of their research can come true. And there's been millions of dollars that's been invested into their research. These are the guys that I walk side by side with every day. And it's a travesty. Of course it is. My research is about a couple of things. It's about making sure that when we get data, why are we sending it to the Crown Research Institutes for? All they're doing is they're telling us parts and packages of what the data is supposed to be saying back to us. How do we create our own data sets and make sense of that data? How do we use that data to actually say to the Crown, your practice is wrong. And the only way these guys are going to listen, the only way the Crown is going to listen, is if we actually shove this down their throats on a regular basis. But if we're relying on them to give us that data so that we can give it back to them, they're only giving it back to us in a certain way, the way that they want to give it to us back. We have to try and figure out a way to process our own information. And unfortunately, that means starting from a ground zero, a platform of zero. Starting from a platform where we have our own data, we have our own little data centers, our own little infrastructure, and we can make sense with that data. And so our work with the river, with the Waitangi River Trust, is about trying to make sense of that data. The information that Ngāti Kawa, Sam, and the other bros are picking up, we're trying to create some understanding of how to communicate back to the Crown, to actually say to the Crown, this is wrong. Okay, so I'll better hand over. Cybersecurity.
Hey, you have 2 minutes. Kia ora tātou, ko ingoa hau. I'm from Victoria. My connection is, my ancestry is all English, basically. My older brother, he's got connections Waikare, so I'm kind of here for him and for my nieces. That's also for the water, I suppose. But my background is cybersecurity. So my thing is about protecting the data, because all this data has to go somewhere, and there's a lot of thought about it just going up into the cloud, which is under somebody else's control. And, some data should go up there, but there's a lot of data that should be retained here so that people have control over it and make the decisions about how it's used. And also to
If you don't know that, it's the Pākehā name for the Great Barrier. The best place in New Zealand, eh? So I'm Ngāti Rehua. Hello? Yeah, sweet. And my name is Charles Klink. Yep, so I just got invited here to talk about how I got here and what I'm doing. So the reason why I moved up north is to be studying like marine biology and marine science and all that fun stuff. So currently I'm at Tri-Oceans, and I'm grateful for that course because I'm learning the basics of marine biology and marine conservation, and yeah. And then, but came up here looking for some mahi. I expected to just be holding a shovel for all my work, but turns out I'm speaking, but it's all good. Yeah, I'm grateful for all the work that I'm doing, but I guess I just wanted to talk about back home, because as I said, I'm from Aotea. And the problem that we have over there is the new problem that Rafiti has at the moment, called kolopa. And then, as you guys know, our island has been fighting it for almost 2 years, and we've been kind of shunned out from from everyone else. But good thing, well, not good thing, but good thing kolopa's been spread out around New Zealand. Sad thing, Rafiti and Ahu has got it now too. Yeah, so it literally takes over everything. It literally takes over our rocky reefs, our sand. It just spreads like wildfire. It's like the bloody gorse. No good. It's the invasive species, so it's all the colonials, taking over the natives' land. And yeah, I guess I just wanted to bring that up. That's working through Waitangi, that we can work between Waitangi and Aotea and other Māori entities and other iwis and hapūs around New Zealand, and we can try work together and fight this kolopa problem. Yeah, I guess that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, cheers.
Kia ora whānau. I think that's us. Hirini doesn't want to speak right now, but he's got a lot to offer as well with his PhD and stuff like that. But anyway, I think that just covers what's going on in the catchment and mahi going on the ground. That's all we wanted to share. So yeah, kia ora tātou.
Awesome kōrero. Kia ora whangaroa. Nice, nice. We get our whangaroa group next. Okay, kia ora tātou. Next kaupapa, just have a little bit of a whakatā while we're waiting for our next rōpū to come up. Haere mai, oku whanaunga no taratara te maunga, a whangaroa te wahapū, te moana. Haere mai, noho mai koutou. One pānui we got. The kitchen is closing for coffees at 11 o'clock. It's 10:30. Pai ana tēnā, we're not going to fade away if we miss coffee. And the kōrero is so interesting. The kōrero is so interesting that I don't want to cut anybody off, but it's just about respecting everybody else's presentations. So, ka pai tērā, tautoko marika, nei reanga hau, nā wahine, mana wahine o te kaupapa, e whakahaeretia tēnei kaupapa. Tuku kia koe. We got, Ariel's got another spot prize kōrero.
Oh, kia ora koutou katoa. So I will be the bossy wahine today, and I will give you the 2-minute signal so we can have our whānau flow through the day. So just keep an eye out for me when I give you the 2-minute signal for our presentations. Ka aroha. Now, also, just want to say the Electoral Commission is here. Whānau, if we really want to make a difference, our vote has to count. We've got so many people that aren't voting, and yet they're living with the impacts of central government decisions. So they're here in the corner. And the other thing I want to say is we're getting a cup of tea to come here on the trolley for our Kuia Kaumātua. So just know that that's coming for the rest. We've got kai at 1 o'clock. So the next spot prize winner goes to Haina Tamihana. Haina Tamihana. Is she here? Kia ora, Haina. Haere mai au.
Kia ora te whanaunga, mea te whānau Tamihana. Okay, kia ora tātou whānau, just having our little rest. Just me hatu, I can get my eye on our whare. Been around and I've done some little whanaungatanga out there. Kia ora reata, morena ki a koe, mea koutou ngā tohunga o Shakil Ma. Just while everybody's getting their set, giving you a couple of seconds to get settled, and then we're going to start our kōrero for our next presentation for Whangaroa. Nō reira, just going to introduce Robin Tauro, he tino whanaunga ki a hau, no taratara te maunga, homai te pakipaki, mo ana kōrero rangatira.
Tēnā tātou te whānau. Ai no taratara ahau, nā reira, he uri ahau huatākoro, he mihi ana ki ngā uri o mai kuku, I roto I te whare nei. He uri hoki ahau o tangitu, I te tāo papa, o taku papa. Nā tangitu I rere atu ngā wai ki ngā whanga e whā. Nā reira kona te hononga ki wainganui a tātou kato te whānau, nā reira tēnā koutou. He wā roa, it's been a while since I've been in this whare, and I'm wishing that my mum was on this side and my son was on that side. Nā reira ko rāwa nā tangata e tū I te nuinga o ngā wā. Engari ka tū au ahua wiriwiri, ka mihi atu ki ngā kaumātua kuia, kei roto I te whare, ki ngā haukainga, ngā mana whenua, ngā mana moana hoki, ka tautoko ahau ngā mihi kua mihi atu. It's my honour and my privilege to speak about the Kaitiaki rōpū that has recently been established in Whangaroa. And just as an introduction, if you can do the clicky thing. There's three of us speaking today. I'm just going to do a little bit of a kōrero about who we are and why we were established. And then Thomas, who's sitting beside me, is going to do some kōrero on what we're doing at the moment and how we're doing, how we're doing the things we're doing. And then the last speaker is Nias, who's going to talk a little bit about what we're going to do next and what we need to make those things happen. So, ko wai mātou, how we were established. I think tuatahi, I just wanted to acknowledge that the mahi that I've done up until now, that most of my familiar faces know me through, is through the Whangaroa Papa Hapū. Ko tēnā tētahi o ngā rōpū mō ngā kaikireme o me ngā hapū kireme o Whangaroa. I roto I tēnā kaupapa, or one of our missions, I guess one of our mahi is to help build hapū capability and capacity, which is something that one of the previous speakers talked about. And I roto I tēnei kaupapa, ko nā tētahi arahina kia mahi tēnā, kia mahi ai tēnā. So, I think we formed initially, or talked about forming in 2017, when there were a lot of tangata whenua and wider community concerns about the environment. And what we learned from doing a bit of a scoping of the existing entities within Whangaroa is that there were none at the time that were focused solely on the environment on Te Taiao. as we all know, we all have our rūnanga and our trust boards and our hapū committees and I rā atu o ngā rōpū. Engari, I te nuinga o te wā the primary focus is on our people and the well-being of our people. Nā reira I tīmata mātou tētahi rōpū kia aro atu ana ki te taia o anake. And I'm just going to add a little bit in there. Oh, no. I remember the unapologetic bit. And, and I did want to say that there were some things going on that we won't mention, but there were some things going on in all those entities that were tying them all up in circles. And it happens, probably in every rohe. Which is why when we went to them, it's like, hey, we need to worry about our rivers, we need to worry about our ngahere. They were tied up in circles, for whatever those circles were. Nā reira, I did also want to add that the entity, the rōpū that we established had to have whakaputanga, whakamenenga and hapuranga tiratanga as a fundamental basis for ngā mahi that was happening. What we found was to create something, we had to have a bank account to get resourcing because all of those other entities were not directing any of their resources to the taiao. So to get some resourcing to help our taiao, we had to create a incorporated society. So it was probably a 3-year journey of doing a lot of mahi in the community without resourcing. The resourcing that we have had is actually towards materials and not kaimahi, and that is one of our principles. So I just want to add that we had a blessing. Actually, I do need to apologise for our kaumātua and kuia, which is Mum and Kiwi Hirawini, who aren't here today, and they do send their blessing. So we have had our Kaitiaki whangaroa ingoa discussed in the whare o Ngāti Rua Mahue, and I'm pleased to hear that others use that ingoa as well because it was quite a robust discussion. Nā te mea I roto I tā mātou au he Kaitiaki ngā maunga, ngā kararehe me rā atu o ngā mea. In our discussion it was, well, mawai e tiaki I a rātou whare. Nā reira ko tēnā te ingoa o tātou, ko tai Kaitiaki whangaroa. He kōrero anō e panaki tā mātou logo, he mihi anō aroho mai ki tā mātou logo, nā tētahi o ngā tauira o te wharekura o whangaroa tērā, no Ngāti Rehia, Ngāti Kura, nā reira, tēnā koutou ki a rātou hoki. He whakatauki tēnā nā te whai o Ngāti Rua, e pānaki te timatanga o tā mātou huarahi I tēnei mahi, ka pūpū te ao, ka tōtōtia e ngā taurahiri a Māui, ka whitihia te āniwaniwa, ka hikitia ko whangaroa ia. So this kōrero is very much about our journey and about whangaroa becoming a lot more active and assertive within this space. So I've just got one more slide, I think. So when we began in this, we began our first event was to have an event similar to this today. Similar to this today in Whangaroa, which we held in 2019. And we invited, there were about 12 groups who were working in the Kaitiaki Taiao space. Roger Kingi and them from Kōwhairoa and Waitangi from Ngāti Rua were the only hapū rōpū that came. And are still active. Ko Ngāti Rehia, okay. But out of those 12 groups, 10 of them were land care groups, coast care groups, all those other sort of groups which have been, I guess in a way, looking after those places for us. And very much our journey has been very much a learning one, where we know that we need to collaborate with others who are of the same mindset. And I think kia au he kōrero kia whakangāwari a mātou huarahi e mui a tātou. So we had the Kaitiaki Rōpū Environmental Day at the rugby club. We began setting our vision, and then COVID hit, and we had to finish that vision setting Wānanga online. Kōnei tā mātou toi, ka mātou vision, kua puta mai tēnā. Since then, we've been doing a lot of activities in the general taiao and supporting a lot of activities, as you can see, rubbish cleanups, all the things that I'm pretty sure most of the other hapū and the other rōpū have been doing. I guess what came from the 3 or 4 years of working in the wider taiao space was the realisation and the back to basics that tō mātou wai ngā mea e ora ana i a tātou katoa. Nā reira, I'm going to hand the mic over to Takutau, ko ia tētahi o ngā pau kua tīmata hoki tēnei kaupapa i roto i a mātou rohe. Ai, tēnā koutou i te whānau.
Kia ora tātou, ko Thomas Taku Ingoa, ko whakarara te maunga, ko matauri te awa, ko whangaroa te moana, me te rohe. So I'm here to speak a little bit about what we do as Kaitiaki Whangaroa and how we're going about it. And as Robin mentioned, that we started back in a few years back, and when we started, we had a kind of a broad view of the environment, and we had concerns about our ngāhere, but pretty soon we had the thought that in terms of the taiao, that if we don't address our water issues, there's no sense in doing anything. So we've got a major focus on our waterways, and so one of the things that we have done, one of the strategies that we have used is at one point we formed a vision for the future, for our future, and in that there's a number of different aspects. This is the image that we came to. Could you just go back to that just quickly? And so in that there's aspects about our respect, having respect and that sort of thing for the environment. There's aspects of how we as people interact, and not only with each other but with the environment. And there's an awful lot about water, whether that's water that is that we drink, that we swim in, that passes through our body into the streams, down into the harbour, which is the largest indicator that we have about what's sort of going on in the taiao. So just go to the next slide. So what are we doing? So what predominantly kind of the strategy, the kaupapa that we uphold is to protect, restore and enhance our environment. And in order to do that, we support each other and others in that kaupapa. We collaborate. This is quite a big one. We all talk about working together, but and with that, I'd just like to mention some of the inspiration that we have received from some of the other groups, Dalrain and the Kaitiaki or Wai Māori group over in the Kaipara. we came over and did some work with you a couple of years ago, and that was really a big inspiration and motivation for us, so ka pai. And also the Waitangi catchment group, the work that you've been doing, the heavy weights that you've been lifting and pushing, it's really inspiring. So collaborating is a big part of what we need to do. Also, as Robin mentioned, we have the capacity with having to have a bank account to be able to administer the kaupapa. But largely, the kind of strategy that we have employed throughout is about raising awareness, and so that's where monitoring comes in. Now, raising awareness is, it's all good, we gather data and we do all these different things. However, I guess one of the reasons why I'm here today is because of the involvement that I've had and we've had in the paparahi inquiry process, and realising that this kaupapa is, this is something that we haven't started, it's something that we're part of. It comes from koroma me koima. It comes from the past, it's something we're part of. And wherever we look in the past, it was always better. So we can sit around and, we can monitor and have a look and watch this thing happen, but it's really quite grieving. So the thing that we need, that we also do, is planning. And so here we are planning some solutions to the problems that we're highlighting. So if you could just go to the next slide. So the two kind of, part of one of the things, some of the things that we've been doing in terms of monitoring, we were fortunate to get support from Reconnecting Northland and also the Whitebait Connection. So we have a SHMAT kit, a Stream Health Monitoring Assessment Kit, with the assessment tools in there, and we got training and support through Whitebait Connection to help us with that. And we also conducted a freshwater fish survey. It was a couple of years ago now. The idea with those strategies was to gain some baseline measures, kind of check out what's going on, and ultimately to raise awareness. If we don't know what's going on, then we don't know how to think about it or even what to do about it. So that's the planning. So what did we find? What have we found? So we could just go to the next slide there. So I've chosen this image here to show a number of things that we've come to realise. Obviously, we've got flooding issues, anything to do with water, flooding, and in sort of previous years we've had a lot of droughts and then it turned to rain. So with flooding, and the reason I wanted to show this is, so one of the issues is sedimentation, and we know these aren't surprises to anyone, but in Whangaroa we've got a long history of land abuse that has caused the marine environment to become what it is today. And so the sedimentation, we know that there's a problem there. One of the problems we have with the monitoring that we're doing is we're not able to really nut out where the sediment is coming from and what condition it is in. So we can't really, through the tools in the kit, we can't really get that information. Also, what it illustrates here is the E. coli. So we're finding that we have very high levels of E. coli in all our waterways. And where I think that a big part of the problem that we have is with the septic systems. So currently, with all the weather that we're having, septic systems are just not coping, and especially in Whangaroa where our infrastructure is quite old and obsolete, and those old systems are just not coping. So the E. coli is causing a lot of problems in our environment. The E. coli, the levels is it's not really swimmable in a lot of cases, and also the effects of not only the E. coli but the sediment in the harbour that is affecting the kaimoana. Nairi will talk a bit more about the issue with the scallops and also, in Whangaroa, I think the largest oyster farm in Australasia is in Whangaroa, and they can only harvest the oysters 20% of the time, and that's because of the E. coli and sediment. Also, just quickly with in terms of drinking water, with the SMAC kit testing that we did, there was one day we were doing the testing and we happened to have, you're supposed to have a control with distilled water, control, and this day we didn't have any. Instead we had a little bottle of pure drinking water that, you buy your drinking water down at the shop, pure water. We tested that and it went off our scale for nitrates. And so, the water that we drink is very important to us, the water that flows through our body, and it's known that nitrates are a cause of many different cancers. So just that we need to be transparent with the things that we're discovering. So just thought I'd mention that. Another thing that we have sort of that's been highlighted for us is some of the taonga species that are under threat, and one of them is the inanga. The inanga, and so again with support with Whitebait Connection, we are endeavouring to do something about the inanga. The inanga, and also one of the other taonga species, the kaio, or the freshwater mussel, which is particularly kind of significant for us in Whangaroa and kaio. It's the name of the main tributary into Whangaroa Harbour, and it's also the name of our main township there. And just interestingly, in that township, in the township of Kaio, the Waikari stream that flows through there is undrinkable. We can't drink that water. So anyway, the inanga and the kaio have a special kind of relationship, and we're learning about that. But the problem with the inanga is essentially their spawning habitat, and because that happens at the Tairikiriki, the place where the waters of Tāne and the waters of Tangaroa meet, what we call the saltwater wedge, and that's the only place that the inanga can spawn. And in those places, in those lowland places, as you can see in the pictures here, are usually on farmland. Usually those places aren't fenced off, so the cattle can get in there. And as you can see, there's really no habitat for the inanga to spawn. And because they are such a fundamental part of the whole ecosystem, that's one of the things we're looking at. I've mentioned the kaio. So the kaio, as I was mentioning, it's a significant to us as a cultural indicator, but we're also finding that, so in the freshwater fish survey that we conducted, we surveyed 25 different sites. We found one live kaio. But we find a lot of shells. You can see in the picture there some kaio shells, and often they've been predated by rats. And there's a number of issues going on for the kaio, including sedimentation. So just mention that. Okay. Also, so we've been doing this monitoring, and one of the alarming things, and we're all aware of it, that the data is showing here, is climate change. So what we've got here is 6 years of our monthly rainfall at, locally in Kaya, Whangaroa. And also the other chart up here is showing the water temperatures over the last couple of years. So obviously our rainfall is increasing and we have peak events going on, we're all aware of that, but also what is really alarming is that in the last couple of years that we've been testing, the water temperature has increased dramatically. So what we can see in the graph here is the change. This is over like 2 years. It drops down in the winter times it should to low temperatures. However, it's been shooting up right up to 20 degrees up there. This year at the coldest, last year at the coldest time in July, it was down to about 12 degrees there. You can see at the same time this year it's shot right up with 4 or 5, 6 degrees warmer this year in our water than it was last year. So that's consistent with what we're hearing about the water temperatures rising, particularly in the sea, and the effects that that's having, the rainfall, the climate change. So what, as I said, when we do this monitoring, it's quite depressing. So what are we going to do? We can't just sit around doing nothing. And so one of the projects that we have kind of picked on, we're wanting to do some stream restoration, obviously. We have decided that we want to do some restoration on the Waikari stream. This is a picture of, this is in Kaya. You're probably all kind of aware of that area. This is Waikari stream that flows through the township. This is a shot here just beside the town hall. And as I said before, the Waikari stream is the source of the town's water supply, which for could be 10 years now has been undrinkable. And you can kind of see the state of it there. So, and we've chosen to do this particular stream because it's really in one of the, a hard basket. We have one of the big problems, I guess, we have is because we get flooding quite a lot on the Kaya River. So there's been a lot of kind of talk nationally and everything about our flooding in Kaya. The flood mitigation work that the council have been doing is primarily concerned with the flow of water, getting that out, and that causes problems just in the terms of the quality of the waterways and that sort of thing. And now we also have the new bridge that's being built downstream from the town. So it seems now that with the mitigation work that's been happening, that it's not really flooding in Kaya Township anymore, but it's flooding down by the bridge where State Highway 1 is. So more problems for the future. But anyway, that's some of the problems that we have, and we've decided that we're going to do something on Waikari Stream. So we are we're looking at, on Friday, we're having a planting day. You can see some of the work that's started to happen there. So that's just about that, and I'm just going to pass that on to Nari.
Kia ora tātou. Oh, holy hell, that's loud. This is pretty much a network that we've got for our catchment plan. Have you got the slides? Yeah. Aroha mai. Rob wants to sing us a song. Ai. Ko te taiao ko te taiao. So I think there's a couple of things in here in our vision in Whangaroa. Mana atua, mana whenua, mana tangata that we align ourselves with, and there's our Waiora, our Waiora, whanaungatanga, and ngā kaiarahi. I love this. This was brought together by our people, and at a time of COVID, might I add, and it was Wānanga on Zoom.
which we don't actually like doing. But hey, aha. I'm coming from the, so what we've done is we've had our wonderful rōpū here who have been working alongside multiple other people working in our freshwater space. At the time when we came together, my job was to do the moana space. So, te pākanga o Tangaroa me tāne mahuta. That's what we sort of looked at. And our strategy was to come our rōpū here from the maunga, and mine was from out at the sea because I live basically right in the middle of Whangaroa Harbour in a beautiful place known as Matangirau. Next one. Cool. These are our Kaitiaki o Whangaroa. So we have one of my beautiful nephew here, and we were up at Radar Hill, and we're listening to the call of our kiwi. And then we have our whānau after our rubbish pickup day out in Tauranga Bay. And then we have our Kaitiaki actually walking the roads, pulling the rapahi out of the drains that then wash down into our awa, then into our moana. So these are very critical throughout our whole entire space to have our Kaitiaki valued and to have them enjoying the whanaungatanga. And it's a very beautiful time for our people to actually come together for something other than politics, just to pick up a piece of rubbish. It all helps. Yep, as I've stated, it's ka tū mai ngā maunga o Whangaroa, e rere ana ngā awa ki te Hapū o Whangaroa. So we have our beautiful maunga, taratara, or tētahi maunga ki roto i a Whangaroa. Then we have our beautiful awa with our tamariki, trying to do bombs off rocks, trees, and whatever they can find to swing off. And in that water, now we know is whole very, very high levels of E. coli. So it's very concerning that our tamariki are actually swimming in there now that we know. And then te Hapū o Whangaroa, that's our beautiful harbour that we all protect and love to pieces and is a wonderful place to be from. Our reality in Whangaroa is this: it's paru, we get flooded all the time, and we pretty much need rubber duckies during winter, but our whānau are still happy that that's our home. That's our home. So we all do our bit. My whanaunga hini, just over here, Nikki, Jess, Bree, we all are watching what's happening in our awa. And I think it's very important to say, just because you don't see us doesn't mean we're not doing it. The most important thing to say is we all need support, and I love what's happening here today because it brings all of our Kaitiaki together to connect. Our awa run into our neighbours, our other whanaunga, Ngāti Kahu, and our other whanaunga, Ngāti Rehia. So without wai, you know, there's no us. Ngā tohu. So these are the tohu that have passed us through this last year, actually. The conditions of our tio, and it's supposed to be the largest oyster farm in the Southern Hemisphere. It's not very good, eh? I wouldn't eat that. When I saw that, I was like, wow. And then we had a hector dolphin come up, which doesn't happen in Whangaroa. And that was right up next to a barge by the oyster farms. So another alarming tohu, and the conditions of our scallops. So this was before the rahui actually went on, our tipa rahui in Whangaroa. So we had to measure and see what the conditions were. They weren't very healthy for that time of the year and what we're used to. So these are sort of the tohu we use to gain our mātauranga and understand what's happening in our taiao, in our moana, and in our awa. Working? Not working? Is that the last one? Oh, kapai. I don't know what happened to the rest, but aroha mai. So, yes, our kaupapa of meeting the salt into the fresh into the salt. Us as Kaitiaki, we don't have the option to separate fresh water from salt water. It's all one water to us. And our goal is to, oh, there should be one about biosecurity there. Aroha mai. because we're getting faced with more and more threats, I'll just carry on. Because we're getting faced with more and more threats, we have the likes of Kaulepa, as our young tamaiti and our whānau from Ngāti Kawa did say. Kaulepa is a big issue, but we also have other issues like fanworm. We also have the forlami worm as well. And I just wanted to highlight this. Rāhui is a tool that has been around and has been gifted to us for many, many and many of years. And it's used for us to conserve. So that's exactly what we did for our rāhui, was we put our rāhui in place. We didn't worry about what happened with the 186A customary thing that they try and put on us. Anyway, we went ahead and did that. And I think what we need to remember is when we talk about tino rangatiratanga and we talk about mana motuhake, we need to behave in that manner too when there's such species like our taonga species that are being depleted. So I would like for rāhui to be the law when it comes to anything happening with the extinction of our native taonga species. So yeah, that's our vision, is to carry on doing that and keep being kaitiaki. Nō reira, kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora koutou, o ku tino whanaunga o Whangaroa. Just going to have a little breaking, bit of a waiata session on, just to get ourselves tuned in into that ohunu kōrero. Whanaunga's over here, the brother Boo, with a mean-ass guitar. I'm going to hand them over the mic. While we're doing that, I'm just going to, and I'll introduce our next guest speaker as soon as that's finished. Have a little bit of a break. We're on time, we're good schedule. It's a ngāpuhi time. Don't worry about it.
I'll just let everyone know who we are. Tēnā tātou e te whare. Just wanted to mihi to our kai kōrero that have come this morning, but also acknowledge those that are still to come. Typical Māori kaupapa. So we're going to chuck some waiata in here to get our energies back up. So you may stand up, you may sing, you can walk around, but it's about our energy levels back up. Eh? Kia ora mai tātou.
To my awesome flash-looking whanaungas from Te Raroa. Māori ka hui, ku mua koe. O ta muri a tahi. Kia ora tātou whānau. Okay, ka pai. And I know it's a bit hard for our whānau on the peripherals to see the slides. So we're going to make sure that you guys get that information, and we'll give you the slides. Just give us your emails, and we'll give you those slides over to you to take home with you. So ka pai tērā. Okay, homai, homai. All right, ka pai tērā. Whakapiripiri mai tātou. Whakapiripiri mai, whakaronga mai kia hau. Hara mai, Kio. Hara mai ki mua nei. Kei asha nei. Hara mai ki mua. Now. Yeah. What te aha? Oh, yeah, okay. Ka pai. Ka pai. Now, if you want to get the slideshow information, mea tuku kia Naish to Imera, or to Oriel, or to one of the awesome team members at the front desk, they'll give it to you. Hoina no koutou mā, anei te tahi o tātou tōhunga, anei whakaronga mai, kia ora mai, ara mai, kia ora tātou. Waireti, morena, to all of our next kai kōrero. The next kai kōrero has dedicated his life to Wānanga and to our taha Māori, ngā karakia. And it's a privilege for me. Wow, kusha kia hoterene, kaku whanaunga anō. No Ngāti hene, engari mea no tū puhi nui tōnu ea, o reira tērā, mea taku honore, e kei konei, o Shakio mā, a rere ata, o tohe mā, nā tūno tohunga mo tātou o ngā puhi nui tōnu, e tino honore tēnei, kai mai rātou, ki te whakamana tēnei kaupapa. O reire, koutou mā, me piri mai, ara mai whakaronga mai, tuku tēnei wā, ki ai tēnei wā, hurino, omai te piki aroha, ki ai tēnei wā, e te kia piri.
Kia ora. Manahua, te tarawaha, mōria, nukua, mōria, rangi. Heke te awe, kahurangi o te tāta e tuarangi. Whano mai te hitiori. Whano mai te māpurapura. Whano mai te hina tore kia hora kia tina. Haumi e hui e, taiki e. Kia ora mai anō tātou. Ai te taho tōku pāpā, heuri no roto i Ngāti Hene, te ore wai, e mihi kau atu ana kia koutou. Ki te taho tōku māma no Ngāti Māhia, Ngāti Tirino ki Pakotai, tēnei e tūnei, e mihi atu ana ki te haukainga, ki te ahi kā, Ngāti Kawa, Ngāti Rāhiri, koutou mā ngāhi kā o konei, tēnā koutou, tēnā hoki anō, kia tātou katoa e hui tahi ai, arā ko tō tātou wai Māori te take. Ko Shakeo Shortland tōku ingoa, here to speak about the mauri of our wai and the taha wairua that we've been working with since mai rāno. I'd start with our tupuna waho neho. Waho neho is a mokopuna of William Colenso. Ahakoa he Pākea, koe ara taku hononga ki konei ki Waitangi, Reverend William Colenso. Ka moe ia tihi awarua, ka puta ko era miha paki neho, ka moe ia he ni kui apo, ka puta ko kapua tere, ka puta ko Mary Reihana, taku tino krani māma, ka puta ko Patariki Reihana, ka puta ko Shirley, ka moe ia he nare Shortland, ka puta ko tēnei koroke e tūnei. So starting with waho neho, he tōhunga rata tinana, he tōhunga rata wairua ia. And so Waho Neho was a tohunga of his time that was based in the surrounding areas of Awarua, where we look at Te Huruhi now. That marae in that area was a whare Wānanga in which he was brought up in, learning the modalities of healing, but not just healing the tinana, healing the puna take or the source of the way of those different awa. Waho Neho was my great-grandmother's grandfather. And so she was taken along to a lot of the different hapuni, they used to call them, the different communities out there that put forward a tono for a healer. Waho Neho was well known for his white horse. He used to get on his white horse and he used to have all of his rongoa. He used to have his pakiaka pēnei ana. And he was known as, his real name wasn't ever given out, it was more so the name he was known by was Te Rata Pakiaka. And he'd take my great-grandmother, Mary Reihana Ni Poa, with him. And it was the tamariki or the mokopuna, he used to say, would keep the Māori in check. And so when he was called out to heal someone, he would actually ignore the person to start with and go to their puna take or to the origins of the water source of their wai. And he could spend up to a month there, healing the wai. Usually it could require cleaning, it could require karakia, it could require many things, but one of the main reasons I thought I'd come and talk, I'm not really attending hui. Our main mahi is working with rangatahi and holding Wānanga putanoi te motu, but I thought this was an awesome chance to get this kōrero started, as I've been doing some of this mahi for the past 5 years, but in a different space with SIFTI, so Science for Future Technological Innovation. And one of the things our tupuna used to do when he went to these puna take was build or create what he called waikiri. A waikiri was, he'd start to weave a loosely made basket and attach hue, and then he used to carve little pou that he'd stick into the ground around the puna, and he'd tie this basket that would be floating in the middle of the puna, tie it so that the puna has this floating garden almost in the middle. The garden could have anything growing in it from kumara. Now we use bok choy because it grows the fastest. But it's not so much about the kai, it's about the whakanoa of those wāhi tapu, those puna. Because they don't have flowing water, they were very tapu and used for many things by our tupuna over time. And these water sources required that cleansing and required that whakanoa. There's a whole science aspect behind it too that my mates at SIFTI are behind. But what the gist of it is that the kai grows through the weaving of the baskets into the wai, and the roots sort of come through the bottom of that and let off this green film that Waho Neho referred to as waikiri. That green film breaks out into the water and starts to kill off all of that dark green moss or all of those different algae that are growing into the wai, and allows for the sun to come back in and make it a habitable place for life. And then we put in our tuna, our ni ore, all of those different species. I'm not sure if you or your tupuna grew up with a tuna in your water tank. They do that sort of mahi as well for our puna, but they can't survive if there's too much of it. They can't survive if there's too much of it. So the waikiri was the first step of whakanoa for those puna, and giving them a reset or a cleanse instead of, because of not having flowing wai through those puna. After that mara or waikiri has been floating, Waho Neho would pull in the waikiri, pull in the garden, have karakia, take whatever's growing from that, whatever kai has grown from that mara, take the water, and he'll take it back down to the person who was sick. My nanny Mary said that sometimes it was too late. It had been 2 months, 3 months even, before he had fully cleansed the wai and that person had passed away. But what he would then do, regardless of if they've passed away, is that he would cook that kai and give that water to his or hers uri, to their descendants, to the hapuri, and then he'll take them all back to the puna take and have karakia there so that they're able to maintain the purity of that wai. Another practice that he used to do, which is the tā utu utu, or the utu for that mahi, was he would take some of that para from that water source or that puna take and bring it back to Awarua, to Te Huruhi, to their whare Wānanga, where they had a puna. And he would put that para back into their own puna. And that was I suppose, the utu, or the exchange between the two iwi or the two hapū of that time. A consequence of that is that all of that hara has come back to our hapuri in Awarua. The puna is now pauri as well. And you go, oh, Shaq, why haven't you gone and helped out your own people? Well, they're the hardest to help. And so for the past 3 years, just until COVID hit, 3 years before that, we've actually just been taking it out to other marae, to other hapuri, puta noi te motu. Might as well test it on them instead of us, so that we can actually perfect that, bring it back, look at what are some modern ways that might work better for our whānau. There's pretty much no cost to it. We can grow everything we need for those in our backyards, our harakeke, our hue, to keep it afloat. Lots of rākau around now with all the flooding that can be put to good use in doing this. And it provides a source of kai, but not just any kai, a kai that helps reset us, a kai that has pure intent and karakia behind it. And so I just thought I'd come and share that. I'm not about taking up space, I'm all about creating it. So to keep us on time, I'll cut my kōrero just a little bit shorter, because, you know, we're going to be here all day, ka taia tātou te whakawhiti kōrero. So just me mihi ka tika kia tātou. I just wanted to come here and put that little wānanga on the table for us to chew on. But also that SIFTI is a science challenge that was put out about 10 years ago. Well, it ends next year in 2024. So this is a cool way for rangatahi with some funding behind it to get some new ideas flowing, but also for our kaumātua kui, our whānau hapū, to be involved. Since that's ticking over next year, it's looking at, what can we do for the next 10 years ahead of us. Nō reira e tātou mā, me mihi kātika kia tātou, me ngā mahi maha, kei mua i tō tātou, nei aroaro, me mihi kātika ki ngā kaimahi, ki ngā tohunga, koutou katoa, e aro atu ana ki tō tātou nei taiao. I'll just make one more reference to the kōrero I heard earlier in terms of the seaweed. And a lot of these wānanga that we've been having are really awesome for bringing forward the kurahuna. He talked about the seaweed and likened it to the gorse. And if we have been paying attention to the worldly things that have been happening, a lot of that is spreading due to things that are happening far away. One example is of Tonga and all the volcanic eruptions, and how that's actually putting salt water into our rain and into our air. And so those who might notice their gorse will be starting to fade away. It's because of that salt water that will be in the rain, and that won't be over until the next 3 years. But the tautuutu, or the balance of that, is things like the seaweed. So it's all about looking to the tohu of the taiao and being able to connect those links to help guide us in our mahi for the future. Nō reire e tātou mā, me mihi ka tika kia koutou i tēnei wā hurirau, tēnā koutou katoa. The way is what connects us all. Doesn't matter which where we're from. Ko ia rā te tahi o ngā waiata tuku iho tō tātou nei tupu nei hono tahi. Tātou ia tātou. Ha tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe, Shaquille. Where's that woman's schedule? Can I borrow that? Okay. Koe nano, tēnā koe, Shaquille. Mihi kawana ki a koe e ngā kōrero hohonu, me toku tūmanako. Karongo ki a koutou rereata mo te Wānanga katoa. O Wānanga o nā karakia, a ka hono tātou ki te tāo Māori. Nā te roto i te ao Māori, te Mātauranga Māori, a māramataka, a kaupeka, te utu, te māramatanga mo tātou. Koe nano kia mai a tātou tēnā koe. Ka pai tērā, me hoki tātou ki te kaupapa, hohonu tērā kōrero. Oh, yeah. I said I go easy on my mate. I'm related to everybody here. I say that heat, but I am. And our next one's coming up onto the stage now is our whanaungas from Te Aupōuri. Oh, ka pai. Now, yeah, let's go. Okay. It's all right, it's all right, brother. It's all right. We're nice. Haramai, haramai. We had a pep talk in the wharepaku, me and my bro. Remember, we have a seat, cuzzy. He's ready to roll. He's going to bring it. Oh, he's hakas. Oh, it's only you. Wee, wee. All right, brother, it's me and you in the heart of Ngāpuhi. I got you. I got you. Okay, ka pai tērā. So, yeah, well, we've got Dean Nathan, another whanaunga of ours, Te Aupōuri whanaunga. By the way, just a pānui on our media, we have Taitoko FM, Homai Te Paki Paki, our tino whanaungas, our maunga taniwha, kei konei, and we have Dean also running the cameras and going to get all of this on for data. This is about us sharing our knowledge, it's about us sharing our kōrero. So e ara he mataku. We're not shy because this is something close to our hearts. And this is something we're all familiar about. I look at it around the room, and everybody I see in this room, Milan and them, we're here for the kaupapa, for our wai. So this is not about our egos or funding or getting a job or anything like that. Kore take. Now this is about our kaupapa, protecting our wai, because if we mea ko te wai, ko au te wai, because the wai connects us to everything. So hoi nano tērā, my whanaunga here, my tuakana, my bro from the way back in the day when we were naughty. We're not naughty anymore. All right, sorry, all right, here we go. Now, Nikki Conrad, his mother is Bonnie, is a good friend of ours in the day. And I'd just like to say to my mates over here, it's wonderful, just like to say, really, it's hard case that me and him are up here on the stage. I just think it's hilarious. I really think it's hilarious that we're taking this place and we're stepping up. Got fellas like Rick Nakuti and them in the room, Wuramu and them, and it's like, the new generation, we're here to support the new generation and their leadership. And so we're here to tautoko the new generation and connect them to our kaupapa of tino rangatiratanga. That's why we're here, bro. So nō reira tērā e te whānau mā, e ngā tēpu katoa, homai te paki paki mo taku whanaunga Nikki Conrad. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora tātou. Tāwhitirahi te maunga, ko te awa puka te awa, ko potahi te marae, ko waimirirangi haere ki te rā te whare nui, ko mamari ko pārengarenga te moana, ko mamari te waka, ko runui te tangata, ko te aupōuri te iwi. Tēnā ko koutou. Mi atu kia koutou, hei hera mai I runga I tēnei kaupapa I te rā nei, e kaupapa nunui o ngā wai o Taitokerau. Ko wai ahau, ko Nikki Conrad ahau, as you heard from my mate, Ruben over here. So I'm just, my kōrero might go off track and then come back again. I have notes, they're at home on my kitchen table. I left them there. 6 o'clock this morning I left the coal to come down here, but I'm here anyway. So
Kia ora koutou. Okay, let's get this bloody show on the road. Okay, so I'm about to take you back in time to the 1960s, okay? So this is Waka Te Haua out here. This is Te Onerewa Tohe, the bluff as people call it. And this is our lake over here, Wahakari. So this is the subject I'm talking about today. But before we go there, I sort of need to tell you what happened in all this area here, okay? So, okay, right, here we go. In all this area here, there was sand. Okay, so in the 60s, the government, the Crown of the day, did a program on how to stabilize the sand. In Te Kao alone, from this coast, the west coast, over to the east coast, 11K, very short span. Sand was on our back doorsteps. So our houses were going to be taken out by the sand, and Te Kao was going to be a big sand spit. So they came up with the idea of turning all that sand into forestry, right? So next slide, please. So the establishment of the Opodi Forest. 3K south of the bluff is a place called Te Arai. And if you go north to Matapia, that stretch of beach is owned by the Pārengarenga people of Te Opodi. It was outside the Opodi forestry. So our kaumātua of the day went and met with the Crown and said, look, we love this concept you're doing. We really want to save our community and we want to do it. So they struck a deal. It was a 90-year lease, 3 forest harvest rotations, and we would get the land back after that time. So they signed up, all good, and they went to work. So this is what they were dealing with. Okay, sand, Te Kao's way in here somewhere. We used to get to the beach by horseback, or if you owned a Massey Ferguson tractor, a Nutfield, or any tractor of that, you were fortunate enough to make a trek through out to the beach. Slide, please. Okay, you can see the dune lakes. There was no plan in those days. They planted as close to the lakes as they could. All the pines sucked up all the water, and we know all about that. But the forestry gave our parents jobs, winter programs for our mothers who never worked during the summer but could have the jobs to work in the winter. Okay, marram grass. This is how they started the forestry. Our fathers dug the marram grass. It was trucked over to the 6-man planter. Don't know why they called it the 6-man planter, because all the people in there were 6 of them, they were all women. So they're actually the ones who started the forestry. So all you mana waihi in there. Yeah. So, they spent all the winter sitting in these things, day in, day out, planting the marram grass to stabilize the sand. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, see all this stuff here? It's called lupin. Lupin was a nitrogen fixer. Okay, so they planted the lupin, they spread it by helicopter, they did it by hand, and our jobs in the summertime was picking lupin when we were kids. Not the best job in the world. We used to, make up these machines that would dry them out, put it through a mower, there'd be lupin seeds flying everywhere, and we used to sell it back to the forestry. But that's what we did in the days, So, yeah. After the lupin went through, they planted the pine straight on top, and they grew in bare sand. Next slide, please. Sorry for my back here. Okay, let's come forward 20 years. And there's all the Waka Te Haua's here, the bluff is here, and here's the lake. And you can see the development of the forestry there. So no more sand. Good thing, bad thing, I'm not too sure, but well, it is what it is, and we couldn't control it. The thing that we could control is that our kaumātuas went back to the government and said, we want our land back. We were into a 90-year lease. So we struck a deal, and the land came back after the first 30 to 25 years in 2015 fully planted, so now we control all that forestry. 6,000 hectares. Right? Which means we don't have to argue with the government in trying to remove these trees from our lake, because we're the owners, we can do what we want. So please. Here is Wahakari Lake. This was 2022. There is a harvest now. We were very fortunate that last year they harvested around the lake. I'm a trustee on the Mātauranga Corporation and stuck my foot down and said, we're not planting pines right close to this lake anymore. And we haven't. Next one, please. Here are the waterways associated with the lake. If anyone can't read, I'll read it for you. The size is 90.19 hectares. That's a huge lake. The depth is 12.7 metres. The lake hosts 25 native aquatic plants, the second highest diversity of the lakes on the Opori Peninsula, apart from Mōrehurehu. Mōrehurehu is probably about 4 km away on the east coast, the neighbouring lake to Wahakari. So that's what we have in our area. There are 3 rare submerged native plants. Gambusia are present as a pest fish species, and there are pest water birds, as in Canadian geese. There's thousands of them. And those of you who farm or do gardens, they can take a pasture out in one night. Yeah. Okay, so follow my red line. So our fence line runs through here, taking up all that waterway, right up here, right through there, to the farm there, 6 kilometres long. So that's all fenced off on the eastern side, and we did this to fence out the horses, because there's thousands of horses in the Opori forestry, and they're pests. If you want horses, come and see me, I'll sell you them. Next, please. Okay, so here's our fencing crew. I can assure you there's a thumper there, but the thumper was only used to slam the strainers in. There was 6,240 posts hand dug by our Taiao team. It took us 3 months, but we got there. Here's the fence line. Here's the boys working. The harvest has been taken out. This is the inside of the lake. We ripped out all the pines. We did heaps of work, but yeah, that's where we got to. So our boys did pretty well doing that fence line. Please. Okay, so the fencing was stage 1 of what our plan was for the lake, and we're very much people like, if you haven't got your feet on the ground, you don't know what it feels like. Okay, so that's us. So we worked on the horses. We got the horses out. We've set up a trap line. We're not completely done the whole lake, but we're getting there. But like, these are some of the main pests, like these stoats there. We got Dock 200s, SA traps around the lake. We're not quite to the end of it, but at least we've made a start. Next, please. Oh, skip that video. Okay, pest plants. There's our kaimahi there. We've got wattle, plenty of wattle. Pine trees, wilding pines. We've had some help from the NRC with the Wilding Pines project. They're wilding pines, so come in, Hara might do some mahi for us, that's good. Our boys are all ticketed, all the health and safety gear. They're knocking down wattle and pine trees in there. There's our trap line. There's some of our numbers. We've only just started trapping. Eventually, when I get this thing going, we will go right up through this fence line. Trap right through there. Now that's the plan. Last year in 2022, we stood up a nursery. We don't know nothing about nurseries. Hey, but we had a go. We put this big building up. We grew 60,000 plants, manuka, kānuka. We had, korari, titi. And here's our crew here, first time nursery growers, and we managed to get all this stuff out. The name of our nursery comes from, I heard it mentioned earlier with the whakatauki, our tupuna whai of Merengaroto who lived in this area. Kei hea te kōmako nursery. We're bringing the bird song back. So that's how we, that's why we named it like that. Next, please. Okay, some more photos of trees. Lots of them, right? Kānuka, mānuka, karaka. We engaged with our ngatire here, and they were sort of approached us about pingao. There's no pingao left down on their beach. On the Taitokerau beach, Great Exhibition Bay, pingao for Africa. Said, haere mai, come up. So they got some seed, and we traded some tōtara trees with them. And, you know, we don't have the big podcast trees up there, but we have all the other little stuff. So I think working together is really good. Yep. Kapai. Okay, here we are. Here's our team. All these trees, they whakapapa back to Wākari. They were eco-sourced from around this area, so they're only going back into the area. To date, I think we've put about 40,000 trees back into this area. And there's more to go. The season hasn't finished. Here's some of our ngai takato whānau that have come to tautoko us through the Jobs for Nature thing. So, yeah, we work with anybody who wants to come and help, and we'll go and help them too. We don't get everything right, but we learn from it. Right. Okay, here's our kura. This is one of our other lakes. There's our Te Kura Iwi. Everything we do, we don't want to stop it at our level. We want to take it back down to our tamariki. And our tamariki at the kura are currently doing taiao learnings and all that. So, hey, that's what you do, you know. Right. How do we measure our success? Do you want to play this little video, please? Any sound? Okay, we all know what that is. To everybody out there, that might be not a lot, but to us, to hear tui in our background is big. And tātou mā, this is the end of my presentation. I hope you've liked it. And here's our crew. Kia ora.
Okay, just to hello, my cousin, sorry. I just want to express love, actually, and without crying, because it is something else. I think I was listening to Nikki, and when I joined Nikki's team, really, he was the boss, and then I arrived. But Nikki and Rangi and Chloe and all of the team up in Takao, they are haukainga people that, though have left, some time ago and then come home, they are the living, breathing, representation of what works, and it is haukainga at home. Nikki, I just think that your presentation, because I know you always moan to me about throwing you under the bus, you are now the bus driver, and thank you for showing off today. Kia ora tātou.
Tēnā koutou, Te Au Pauri. Oh, I don't sing a song for Te Au Pauri much. They still haven't given my kumara back. Hoki mai. Okay, ka pai, our whaia mena henare. Ai, kei a koe te taonga. Kia ora tātou. Ka pai tērā, nā tēnā koe, Niki. Awesome kōrero, bro. Awesome kōrero. Ka pai, kia mai a tātou nā tāne. Kia ora tonu. Our next rōpū, mea tirai raka Ngāti Hene. Me ngā kaitiaki o ngā Waiora, tēnei te wā, ki te haere mai, nō reira. Mea ko koutou, ko wai, haere mai, kōrero mai. Mea, tirai raka o Ngāti Hene. Haere mai. E weremu, he ha tērā. Ko wai anō? Well, this is the first time Ngāti Hene don't want to have a kōrero. Huh? Nā Kaitiaki o Waimāori. Oh, okay then. Oh, well, ko wai rātou, haere mai. Okay, ka pai. Nā Kaitiaki o nā Waimāori e, ko koutou tērā rōpū, nau mā hara mai mātou mā, koutou mā. Kia ora mā. Kia ora, homai te paki. Tēnā koe, tēnā no. E hone, tēnā koe. Okay, ka pai mea. Bring the thunder. I'm going to tuku ki a koe te kōrero ne. Okay, ka pai. Kia ora tātou, without any further ado, tuku ki a rātou. Homai te paki.
Kia ora no tātou, e mihi atu tēnei ki ngā hapū tini, e haka rōpū che e rungi te karanga o te tai au. A koutou hoki ngā kui, ngā koro e mihi atu ki a koutou. E haka manangi e koutou, e te tainga mai, i wānginui i o koutou, mokopuna e tu atu mui a koutou, mo te take ko te tai au. Hoa no koutou anō, ngā kaumātu e ngā kui ia, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. A koutou ngā tuakana ngā teina, e mihi atu ki a koutou. A koutou hoki e kawe mai ngā tikanga o rātou hoki ngā tupuna. I te wā he mahi ana rātou tēnei mahi. I nā e nei, ko mātou hoki e kawe e ako ngi e tō mātou tamariki mokapuna kei ngā wā ke te haere mai. O anō e mihi atu ki a koutou. Ko wai tēnei rōpū ko ngā kaitiaki ngā wai Māori. Ani pē e huri au I rote te reo tuarua. We have 5 hapū currently sitting in the wako of ngā kaitiaki ngā wai Māori, Ngāti Kahu o Torongare, Ngāti Hau, Te ore wai, te parawhau and tiuri te roi. We'll follow the slide, otherwise I might go too long. The karanga came out to us from Ngati Hau to all the hapū that live around Hikurangi Repo. The karanga came because of this fellow here, a pump station. There's 7 of these spread around the Hikurangi pump station installed by our Whangarei District Council team, and that was to mitigate the Waipuke, the floodwaters, to exit the floodwaters as quickly as possible. And the pure reason for that was to protect the land, the farmers' land and their grass that they used to feed their cows. There was very little consideration given to our tuna. Next. Now, as the floodwaters rose, it automatically set off this ngangara here, and that's the auger that exits the water through the dam. Our next photo. This is the result on the other side of that dam. And so back in the 80s, in the late 80s, we ended up with about 200 tonne of chopped up eel at the bottom of the Waiora Hikurangi catchment in Taitokerau. And so Ngati Hau karanga to all the hapū which are present here today to deal with the slaughter of our tupuna, of our tuna. And that continues today. That continues today. So ngā Kaitiaki ngā Wai Māori in 2012 formed this waka, and we went through the same process as everybody else in becoming an incorporated society, because you need money to fight the fight, unfortunately. And today we're getting sick of going cap in hand, looking for money to fix up our taiao that we had no part in bringing to where it is now. But our tupuna had to do the same thing. Our next slide, please. Some of the results of climate change, and these are very recent photos. This is part of our norm. This is part of our norm going forward. How many generations is it going to take before we see the taiao as our tupuna did? We probably never see it again because of the greed of tangata, the greed for pūtea, the greed for wealth. And tangata whenua, not only Māori, tangata whenua Māori, but tangata whenua o te ao. They all are going through the same things as we are. So the yellow markers are the marae that live around the Hikurangi Repo. And right up the top there, we've got our maunga Huruiki, which is right out on the coast. We have Whakapara marae, we have Ngarara Tunua marae, we have Korokota marae, Maungaronga marae, Tauhenare, and Akerama, who korowai the Hikurangi Repo, which is about 45,000 hectares big. Back in the day, before the council started draining it to turn it into farms, that was the lungs of all the awa up here in the Taitokerau. And that was the lungs to clean, the kidneys to clean out all the paru before it got to the kaipara. And today, the Crown has generously given millions of dollars to mitigate the impact of sediment flow into the Kaipara Harbour. But they gave it at the harbour, they didn't give it up our end. And today we still fight for that pūtea. And so, I don't know. Something doesn't make any sense here. Engari, mahi te mahi. Partnerships, well, we all have to build, we have to get on with each other, and we've heard this. We've heard our tupuna say kaue whakaiti, te tahi ki te tahi. Mahi te mahi rungi te pono te tika me te humari etanga. And so sometimes that gets hard to achieve because every day we go out into our taiao and we operate in the taiao every day. And unfortunately, our mahi also includes this environment here. So it's not only the taiao environment, it's a political environment. And so we have to spread thin and far to achieve our mahi on an everyday basis out in the taiao. Our whanaunga over there, Mahi and his ropu from our whananga from Te Aroa and other ropu, Patu Harakeke, we were down at the Mano Te Wai inaugural hui. because of the same issues, you know, and we go to the Mano Te Wai conferences and all of that, and let me just say this. I think we need to have our own taumata ngapuhi for all of these issues, for our own Mano Te Wai conference led by ngapuhi. And so, you know, this is a very important part for all Kaitiaki Ropu. And then I go over there to Ministry for Environment. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because you have to go to those fellows that are challenging our taiao to get the resources for us to be able to do our mahi. And we go there because what we are trying to do is create employment so that we can come home, so that we can bring our people home. We can't bring them home if there's no employment for them at this end. And so we're very lucky in our team where we have 6 full-time staff and 2 part-time staff. And so we thank Ministry for Environment for believing in our effort. We've been going for 11 years. And Ministry for Environment, the first crowd that have funded our efforts. And it's a hard journey for all of us. It's a hard journey for all of us. But, you know, we got up there, both of our councils. And so a lot of this mahi that's been done today have been not just started today, it's happened in successive governments and councils before them. But it's clear to understand that we must work together to be able to achieve the end result, the end goal, and that's a better taiao. And so, you know, for our councillors that are in the room, these aren't personal issues, these are structural issues, and you belong to a structure that we've had a hard time working with for years. A good thing that we've noticed, though, over the last half a dozen, 10 years, whatever, we're all starting to sit in the same room and talk to each other. That's what's happening. So there is a shift in mindset. We are getting there. We're getting there slowly, and hopefully, as Ropu Kaitiaki, we are building a better foundation for our mokopuna, our children and mokopuna coming after us. But Taihoro Nukurangi, through Dr. Erica Williams, supported us for the first 10 years. It became clear that we had to learn new skills. We had to learn the skills of Western scientists because it was quite clear that Crown agencies wouldn't listen to you unless you had data. And so we can go in there and moan and throw our tuna on their table and everything every day. But unless you got data, they won't listen to you. And so, ngā Kaitiaki ngā Wai Māori, we've just started doing water quality monitoring data collection for over a year now. We started back in 2014, fish passage surveys, eel transfers, alba transfers, and then going back in and monitoring those waterways where we transferred them into to see what their population was like, to see their habitat and did that, and just to keep an eye on them. When Niue approached us to do that initial survey, they were hoping to get 16 sites done with the budget that they had for us at that time. And we managed to do 52 survey sites, the biggest mass of that sort of data ever built anywhere in the country, in the world. But those were piecemeal contracts. We do a contract a couple of weeks and then we have to go and look for a job because we all still got to pay our bills and buy the bread and butter. And I go back to MFE again. They came on board and allowed us to become, albeit for FTE, but it gave us 2 years of full employment. And there's some exciting things there. Papatawhai mountains to see. I haven't got them up there. I forgot to put them up there. White Bay Connection. You know, we've had a long connection with Kim Jones and all of her team. But there's a lot of beautiful people working in these Crown agent places. And so it's about people. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. Hari te mea i ngā nawe o i ngā wā o mua. But it's about working together. And people within in these agencies are our friends. Why? Because we're human. We all understand the value of our environment for our children. Every single tangata in this world understands the importance of a beautiful environment to share with our kids and our mokopuna. There's no doubt about that. And so if we start to, get through any obstacles we might have had in the past, get rid of those, leave all of that rugby behind, empty your pico and fill it up with some new history. And so to all the relationships we've had with all of these guys, and may it continue to go on. Thank you, guys. I'll show you this one of Hona here in my ngā Kaitiaki waka. At the end of it, we're talking about what we want to do in the future. We want to have a bigger boat. But what we've had to learn new skills and to be certified to do certain things. As I said before, nobody listens unless you've got verified evidence. So you go out there and you get trained, you learn how to do the YSI, you learn how to do eDNA, you learn how to do water clarity, all of those sorts of things. And you have to have those tohu to be able to mount a charge on those funders. And, you've got to prove your value. And unfortunately, or fortunately, it's not unfortunate, you go out and learn some new skills, and everybody likes to learn something new. As I was saying, this is part of our Taiao environment, our political environment. That was our Wānanga down with in Rotorua, the Mana o Te Wai. And if we look at the document of Te Mana o Te Wai, that's probably the document that is closest to of achieving our treaty ambitions. That document there helps us to march toward the partnership as it was meant to be, with equity, with equity. And so we don't need to do that with the musket anymore, hopefully. We can do that by sharing time with each other and sharing ideas. And so we have to be a part of this environment also. And there's a lot of these hui coming up in Antinora. We'll be up your way next week. We'll be over in Te Te as well. But networking is very, very important as it is today. Opportunities, and can we just play that? I wonder just before that, some of the future aspirations for ngā Kaitiaki ngā Māori is that we want the repo to be turned back into its natural state. So it's not only about bashing down the door and throwing bricks, but it's about also offering solutions. And one of the solutions that presented itself to ngā Kaitiaki was there was 2 farms coming up for sale on the repo, on the Hikurangi repo, and those 2 farms happened to be in the lowest part of the repo. So ngā Kaitiaki was saying, well, we better find some money, buy those 2 farms, and use that Otonga block because it's the lowest point to target the floodwater too. That would get rid of 2 of these ngangara, the pump stations, off the repo. And we'll just play this video for you. Thanks. Nobody's going anywhere until we see it. Don't panic him. Don't rush, Gus. You've got all day. Sote, you go and help him. While we're waiting for the techies to do their thing, you know how we like to go to the beach with our kids and take our lunch and have a picnic, and how good we feel. Remember that the beach feels the same way. All right.
It's the land that governs the man.
Once one of the Southern Hemisphere's largest wetlands, the 55,000 hectare Kaipara Harbour catchment is one of Aotearoa's most unique landscapes and of immense cultural significance to the people of the land. Traditionally home to thousands of varieties of flora, fauna and taonga species, the swamplands were drained in the early 1900s by the Northland Catchment Commission. The aim of the scheme was to increase production from the Hikurangi swamp. It was proposed to do this by reducing and controlling flooding in the swamp and the lower river flats of the Waiora and the Whakapara rivers. Improving drainage conditions in these areas to a standard acceptable for good present-day grassland farm management was also one of the initial goals. Unfortunately, this good management has led to poor water quality in the Wairua and Waiora rivers. Migrating tuna being killed in drainage pumps, the degradation of peatlands, mass sediment flow into the Kaipara Harbour, loss of natural habitat, and difficulties raising capital to effectively manage the scheme. Thankfully, we now have a chance to make things right. Recent conversations with two major landowners have led to an opportunity for the purchase of the Otonga Pocket, one of 7 subcatchments included in the Hikurangi drainage scheme. The Otonga Pocket is bounded by the Whakapara River to the north, Waiora River to the west, and the stop bank near Wilsonville Quarry to the south. The area is made up of approximately 1,300 hectares. Prior to being drained, the lands were a mix of marshland, swamp and bog, playing a vital role in the retention of sediment and nutrients during a flooding event and acting as a vital source of kai for tangata whenua. Conversion of the Otonga Pocket into a water retention basin will potentially improve the performance of the flood loss scheme by reducing flooding in the other 6 pockets, decreasing sediment flow into the Waiora River and Kaipara Moana, reducing the reliance on flood pumps, allowing the opportunity for some pumps to be replaced by floodgates, and re-establishing vital habitat and biodiversity within the area. With willing sellers and a number of interested buyers, now is the time to return Otonga Pocket to its original glory, serving as a vital wetland in the Hikurangi repo. Ko tawhiti ke tō haerenga mai, kia kore e haere tonu. He nui rawa o mahi, kia kore e mahi tonu. You have come too far not to go further. You have done too much not to do more. Just one more slide, I think, Cuz. As I was saying about the taiao, our relationship with the beach and our awa, when we take our tamariki mokopuna and have a picnic, it makes us feel good. Remember, it also makes them feel good. It makes our Waimaori feel good. It makes our ngahere feel good because they're just like tangata, they get moke, they get hari. And so if we look at our rako and our taiao, as we look at each other, then we understand they have feelings and they get hurt and they get sad and they get happy. Our rako, our taiao. And so, and we're obligated to look at them like that because they are our tupuna. They were our tupuna. They put this world together for us, our atua. And so I just want to say to Northern Regional Council with your kōrero this morning that you want to hand over power. I'd just like to face Whangarei District Council and hope you're going to do the same. Future growth, we're just continuing on from what our tupuna taught us to do. And so our responsibility today is to teach our children and mokopuna to do the same thing and to continue the mahi. We just seen our ambition to turn the repo back to its natural state. And we heard the saying, what's good for Māori is good for everybody. I think that's a positive, and it shouldn't be received as a negative. But we do have knowledge that has been passed down from our tupuna, and we are here saying today that we are prepared to share with anybody who has the same mindset as we do, and that's to return the taiao back to its mana, give its mana back, give its wairua back, and give its aroha back. Even though it's mamai, it's still trying to look after us, tangata. Nā leira, kauta hole kauke he roa roa i tēnei tū. Engari mihi atu kia koutou, e mihi atu ki ngā rangatire e noho noho nei, he maanga mo tō rātu nei hapū, ngāti hau, ngāti kahu o torongare, te ore wai, te parapau, te uririroi. E karanga nei atu i a koutou ngā hapū kato, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou. Somebody's going to sing a song, so I'll give the mic over.
Mā waira e taurema, te marae wa hone. Mā te tika, mā te pono, me te aroha e.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, tino pai, we are going on a time. Awesome, awesome. We're here to schedule. Put a couple more waiata in before lunch. We have Ngāti Kahu. Huh? Pānui, kōrero mea. No, the Pānui says Ngāti Kahu. The other half. Now. All right, okay. Kapai, whatever. All right, Ngāti hene tirai raka. Haramai, haramai. But then from that, we're going to go to lunch. He tika tēnā, nice? Because it's 12:30 now, 12:20. That means that... Phew, okay, girl. All right, then, kapai. Right, crack the whip. We're getting good too, me wepua. Okay, Ngāti hene tirai raka. Haramai, haramai. Kia horo. Koa. Tēnā koutou. Where are they? Yeah. Aroha mai, no, I'm just going to stick to the pānu. Others me huri haere tātou waka. Me whakau tātou tō tika tō waka. Ngāti Kahu i reira, kei konei te whānui o Ngāti Kahu oku whanaunga, trūri mā. Me haere mai, kia u kia mai. Ho mai te paki paki. Haere mai taiga mā. Pai ana. Hang on. What's that one? Who's that for? Whānau walk in, and yeah, they got me on the edge, make sure I'm doing a good job. But Shirley Brown is over there. If you want to talk to her about matters, any kōrero, haere ki reira ki tērā tēpu. Yeah, kōrero tahi. Okay, ka pai tērā. Hoi nana, ko tai mai oku whanaunga, o mea rangaunu, me pue ke te maunga, me o nā mokopuna huki, taku hareko, te tuakana taiga huki. Nā reira mea tuku ki a koe wā kōrero tuatahi e hoa. E tāga? Kia ora hone. Hoi nā no tērā, mea ki u tātou, kia maia, tuku tēnei wā ki a Ngāti Kahu, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Tēnā tātou.
Mauri ora kia tātou i tō tātou piringa tahi i tēnei wā haora. Kanui te hari, ko pātere pai te whare. Pātere pai tō tātou mahi whakaritenga mo ngā awa. Maronga i te whenua e taka mai nei ngā awa. Te Māori, te mana, te wairo o tō tātou awa, pēra hoki a tātou. Nā reira, me kātu ki te taumata, te kaikarakia e tuku nei tā tātou whakamoimiti tēnei ata, ka timata ai tō tātou hui. Nā reira tēnā koutou ngā kaumātua, ngā kukuia, e piri mai tātou i raro i te mahi rangatira nei kia tātou. Nā reira tēnā koutou. Ko mātou ene o ngā whānau roto Ngāti Kahu. I wasn't coming up here to stand up here, but our wahine here, as you can see, our wahine over there on the phones, bossing Ruben around. The pera hoki te ahua nei o te wahine o Ngāti Kahu. Me ngā kukuia ki reira, e whakarite mātou ngā tānei mā ki te noho mahi tahi ana e nei mahi. Pēra hoki tēnei te reo māngai mō tō mātou ropu, tō mātou ope. Te paingoa wēnei mahi o mātou, ngā hapū o Ngāti Kahu, e hara mātou anake, ko wetai atu ki reira, ko whangaroa no hoki tēnā, ko me Ngāti Kahu ki Torongare, tēnā koutou, anō hoki rongo nei au tērā ko koutou Ngāti Kahu anō, hei kōrero anō mō mātou he rapu nei tēnā whanaungatanga pātata tonu kia koutou kia tātou Ngāti Wai, Ngāti Hau. Tāna te wahine nei, tāna ka taia koe te tū mai, te kōrero mai, whakarite mai tō tātou tūtanga i te atamira nei. And she's telling me what to say, and I said, I'll just wing it. Pēra hoki te āhua te Māori nei, kia wing it. Mai tēnei āhua tanga o mātou ngā hapū o Ngāti Kahu e mahi tahi ana ki ene wā mahi whakarite. Te whakaritenga mai te whakaro a Kraunihera a te kāwana wera atu ngā kaupapa tauiwi. E utaina mai, e ken mai ki runga i tō tātou whenua te waka a Māui, tika a Māui, te rakiura. Te nuinga o mātou mahi, and I know all of us that are here, we didn't create the problem, but I know a lot of us in our own rohe are actually having to fix the problem. And āhua hoha tonu au, engari, we still got to do it. We can't complain, and although there's no money, me mahi tonu ana. We still got to continue in doing what we can. And I heard that whakatauki unu hea te rito o te hara keke, keihia rā te ko mā koe ki mai koe ki au, e aha te mea nui o te ao, mā koe ki atu, he tangata. I've never really heard a translation or given a whakaro about that whakatauki, but I've taken it on myself and thinking about when man sees a problem, man needs to sort it out. And it's not just for man, people. So wahine mā, tāne mā, tamariki mā, kaumātua, kuia mā, tātou katoa wēnei mahi. Anō hoki, hei hoa ngā nō kia tātou mō ngā tauiwi. Mahi tahi ana, and sometimes the tauiwi a little bit better doing the paperwork, and get some funding, and ena mea. So wetai atu ngā mahi mātou tēnā, pēra hoki tēnei rōpū nei, hei hākua tāna kōrero hei kaitiaki, ingari nui raua tēnā kupu, te kaitiaki tanga. E hara no te awa anake, no te marae, no te hapū, no te iwi ke tēnā mahi o tātou. So me anō tēnei kia koutou ngā rauranga tirama. Is that away? Ka pai? Okay, ka pai. Nā tūri tēnei. Ko koe te tūtei? Koe? You starting? Nā, ko tūri Alan tēnei. Kia ora tātou.
ora everybody. Ko au te awa, ko te awa, ko au. We all know this. We were born into this. It's part of who we are. Can everyone hear me? I'm really scared of this mic. Hate karaoke. I have big notes, but I can talk real fast. My Kaitiaki mahi is doing all I can do to mitigate any and all variables that pollute into my hapū awa. The ka tere tere is our awa. I'm going to take you on a time lapse sort of a thing to bring you to where we are today, our hapū here, and of Ngā Te Kahu. In my 20s, I was told by my uncle to look after the whānau. It wasn't until my late 30s I understood his riddle. We all know they gave us riddles, hey? They didn't say at a point, go pick that up. They said, go round the bush and find your surprise. Those were riddles that we grew up with, and that's what I grew up with. Looking after the whānau meant looking after our ancestral resources, te whenua, me te awa. From our teachings of our tūpuna, we know everything is connected. As Kaitiaki in our mahi today, what has been my light bulb moment is the realisation of what I'm looking at today is the effects from our past. Yes, the effects we are dealing with today have come from years of ongoing colonialism to date, imposed laws, imposed infrastructure. But the biggest crime for me that I looked at, just in my journey as within my Kaitiaki role, was imposed social intolerance. We were ashamed to live our culture, to live our ways, to not talk te reo. That's what I mean by the biggest crime for us that we got was social intolerance. And I'm going to park that because I know everyone wants to go there, but that's not why I'm here. But I have to say it. I have to bring that past because that's what we're experiencing today in our te ao space, is imposed of other people's cultures, beliefs, wants, needs. To give the connection to my kōrero today, of the type of transformation project to our wai kōrero, I must first give insight of other mahi up in our rohe, such as the Mountains of the Sea projects, which a lot of us are connected to, soil investigations, through to what is leaching from, which I'm just connected to now, our type of waste transfer station, which is sitting on our awa. My presentation today is a journey of our Ngātikau hapū and the struggles, the wins, the realisations of how we have needed to bring to the negotiation table with all subsidiary agencies, our mana, our tikanga, our values and principles, to establish kohotahitanga, one mind, one body, to do the right thing, taking the paru out of our wai. Can I go to the next one? I'll just give you a bit of background knowledge on the type of waste transfers, how the wastewater plant ended up there. In 1970, our ancestors protested to having a wastewater plant in Taipa and the discharge going into our Parapara stream. On this map, oh, is that me? Oh. how do you do the... So just of location. And look how old I'm going back, look how old that, but no. So we've got, that's a beautiful place in whenua up in there in Taipa. Our wastewater plant is there. My marae is about there. We're like meters, yards from this place. Well, it got, yes. So our ancestors back, like I said, they protested. They didn't want, especially the discharge going into the Parapara streams. And then in 1990, the Taipa wastewater plant was commissioned. It treats wastewater from Manganui, Cooper's Beach, Cable Bay into Taipa. Just keep that because I'm coming back to that after that little point there of what's going in there. The treated wastewater from the treatment plant is pumped. So, So it's pumped from there, goes into constructed wetlands, and then travels all the way into this farm little river, and then ends up in there, the Parapara stream. Can we see, like eventually, it goes into the Orere stream, but there is a moana out there. And I'm making mention of that journey of the why, or the discharge, and where it goes to. Oh, that's what I'm just reading, but I can go over that. This is what, I don't know if you've seen a waste treatment plant, but this is what ours looks like. In 2008, the resource consent expired for a treatment plant. The Hapū and community objected through submissions not to renew the RC resource consent until conditions were met. This set in motion Ngā Hapū between Hapū, community and FNDC, the talks, the huis. In 2017, a joint venture between three Hapū of Ngāti Kahu, Ngāti Tara, Ngāti Whata and Matakairere, as well as Clean Waters to the Sea. So this is a community group that joined us at the table, and many other local citizens. We set out in our conversations with council to create a desktop model of our cleaning solution. Before I go any further on that, big look. This is, I've just given 3 pictures here of the 3 ponds, of how, raw sewage will come into pond 1. Oh, I've got a pointer. And then it goes into the second pond, and it's all an oxidation process to a new nitrification process, and they're not supposed to be that colour. That's high nutrient levels in there, algae, and that's what was being discharged. I've picked the worst pictures I could find for you today, but that's what discharge can look like when you're not on top of it, when you're allowing a process to happen and not marshalling it, not being the watchdogs on it. That's what could happen, and that's what had happened to us. This is what the wetland looked like. Now, those who work within wetlands, that's not good, that green stuff. So we went ahead with our joint ventures. We created our Hapū mission statement. And it was necessary to create this because it's that partnership, that engagement that tells those subsidiary government officials, agencies, This is who we are. This is our aspirations. This is through whakapapa, for our tūpuna, what they gave us. This is our law. We're bringing you here. And we knew to engage in a document that supported it. For our three hapū, the health of our awa and moana has for mai rāno been an intricate part of our tikanga. We know all our waterways and our rohe are the life force and has allowed the whānau to remain on our tribal lands for generations. Historically, the parapara awa flourished with a variety of tuna. Orere was plentiful, providing a wide variety of kai. The legacy of our tūpuna handed down through tikanga practices from collection and spiritual respect to rejuvenation, to the rejuvenation methodologies that we kept our waterways healthy. We had huis after huis. It's a big time frame, from 2008. Well, if I was to say, no, let's go back to 1970 up to 2017. I came to the table at 2015, where I saw this happening. And we had we had NRC, FNDC, they brought their experts to the table. We had our kaumatuas and our queers bringing our Mātauranga to the table. And that was a struggle back then, to say our Mātauranga was our measure, whatever we gave them was our measurements. I remember in a hui where we took them to Liliana Clark, sort of challenged their numbers. I think one of the water technicians said, oh, but the levels are right for if you have 10 pippies. And she got up and she said to me, Trudy, on your table, would you only eat 10 pippies to feel safe? And I went, no, we eat pots of pippies each, And it was that sort of understanding that we had to bring to them, that their numbers, their data was not right for our people. And that was learning for both, in both camps. And we had huis on our marais, we brought them in, we did site visits, investigations. But what we learnt was that we had to educate ourselves too, to get the knowledge around what that collecting data, why we were collecting the data, what it looked like, and what we wanted that data to have that outcome, to meet our measurements, our Mātauranga measurements. We integrated, so we educated our whānau, we educated our tamariki. And that, all through that time, and we got to the stage where we thought, you know what? We're stepping into another world here. We need to educate public. Because at the end of the day, we sit at a table that says, we're dealing with ratepayers' money. So Hapū said, well, let's get the ratepayers on our table and share our aspirations, if that's the case. So we went out and we shared information that we'd learned, that community didn't understand. And we brought it to them. And in the end, we ended up going to the court. But from that, no one wants to go to court. But we took it to court because we needed to do these things. We needed to show what that cultural impact looked like. We needed the Crown to agree with us on who we were, so that we could give them you know, some cultural understanding, education, whoever came with us. And then we put in more legislational changes that we wanted as Hapū. These are just a few slides of, you know, we had a cultural induction with FNDC and their technicians and everyone who we thought should come in and learn who we were as tangata whenua. We actually took them, this is Orere, a shot of Orere. That was a beach like that. It now looks like that. Sediment. And then it was a 2-day thing. We took them out where they could smell the stench of the discharge and had kōrero. Our queer, she told them how they used to go down there and as a child would go camping down there, but they couldn't do that anymore because of what that discharge had done to that area. Check that out. That's not climate change. That's discharge. Paru. This hiki. This is a Parapara stream, and our whānau hiki from Parapara shared her kōrero of what, and I'd love her to share it with you today. I cried when she shared it. Do you want to come up and share your kōrero?
Kia ora whānau. Ko hiki te hata taku ingoa no Ngāti Tara te Hapū. The only thing I brought with me was my cultural impact assessment, which says a lot in the Pākehā world. The awa is just the awa, but the parapara awa is me, and vice versa. So for the government agencies to listen, I had to do one of these to make them stop and realise that the awa is something, a living force. So that was just part of the kaupapa that we went on. We had to do a cultural induction with the government agencies to show them that, yeah, we're not nobodies, we're somebodies. And those awas are somebodies too. So, yeah, it's just powerful what you have to do to make yourself known. Yeah, so that was just part of the kaupapa. Myself and Trudy work on a wastewater working group to solve the problem, because there is a big problem in our awa, my awa, which I had no say in it. The council of the day had all the say. The Māoris in the background who still fight today, I want to acknowledge the people that I represent, that represented me. Victor Holloway, Robert Gable, Mike Wilson, Calvin Phillips, John Bassett, Tina Lee Yates, all who I walked behind prior to today, and still do that today. So in saying the mahi that I do for the ones behind me to come. And it's not just this, it's also restoring the awa, and that's the process I'm in at the moment as of today. I'm not only on the working group, I'm in the restoration area as well, restoring our awa. Even though it wasn't our problem, it feels like we need to be part of the solution. And that's not only from the freshwater, it's right to Ta Moana, doing the spinifex and the pingao. So, yeah, just touch base. Kia ora whānau.
Kia ora, Hiki. Thank you. Ka pai. I won't be able to finish my presentation, but just to pull it all together, we've come 2020, 22, 21, 23. We now are working collectively with council, building that bridge. We've found our common ground, respect for the kōrero that we bring to the table, the whakaaro that comes to the table. And I want to just say, we're going to land discharge. So we're looking at that come as of next year. I've got some printouts at each end of the door that you can pick up if you're interested in the system, electrocoagulation, and my business cards. If anyone in the whare needs any advice on where to start to, or networking, or how we got to where we are, I've got my business card down there for you. But I've only right out of time. I've taken more time, but yeah, had to do it. I'm going to hand it over to my other whānau now to give their kōrero.
Kia ora, Trudy. Ai, kia ora whānau. Ka tāpiri ai tētai mea kōrero i mō ki aia. Tōku wahine draws. Nō reira, a whakaki, a whakaka, a pūmana, a whakaha, he whakaaro nui me wihi ki te atua. He tonga he wai, he tonga he wai. Haki roto, haki waho. Haki roto, haki waho. Nō reira, tēnei te mi kia koutou. Koutou ngā ringa raupo, nice. Me tō tīma, tō rōpū, ki te whakarite, whakahono, whakapiri kia tātou anō. Nō reira, tēnei te mi kia koutou. Ario, Dean, kawai atu. Bruce, Joseph, koutou mā. Nō reira, kanui taku aroha kia koutou. Ki te awhina kia mātou, ake poi poi. Kei a tātou te tikanga, kei a tātou te manu motu hake, ki te whakaora i te wai, whakaora i te whānau, era mea katoa. Nō reira, ngā kaitiaki tanga, ngā kaitiaki o te motu, o te Taitokerau, tēnei te mi kia koutou. Ngā kuikuia, ngā mārei kura, o Ngāti Kahu, tēnei te mi kia koutou. Pīria, kauhanga, nō reira tēnā koutou noki. I ki mai tana kōrero, keep it sweet and keep it short. We only got 5 minutes. But just say to you, Nice, you probably make a better MC than our bro Ruben here. But tika, nō reira, kei konei mātou, ngā maunga hakehi o pue te wheke, maunga tani wha, tetei atu, o taipa hikurangi, tētai atu mai Waiora, Waitituki, Whakaangi, Karewa, wete atu mai Parapara, Pēria, whenua rangatira ai, o tō tātenei mahi. Nō reira, kanui tēnā, ka tukai te rākau, ki toku whai ai po Jaros. Nō reira, kia ora whai, kia ora whānau.
Kia ora tātou, he uri ahau o Waikato, Moraitai, Moraitai ki Tama ki te iwi, peke atou ki Tangitu, mihi atu ki ngā uri o Taratara, hoki mai ki te Waioranga Unuma. Ko Waiahau, ko Jaraz Pupata. Ana he whakahua enei o Taitokerau, I kite koe etahi o koutou whakahua, tēnā koutou. Whai muri o tō tātou kōrero o ngā kai kōrero, ka hono au ki etahi o ngā kōrero e puta mai ana. Ko te capacity me te hononga ki tō tātou whakapopa. He whakahua noi ho tēnei o tō tātou haeringa ki te rapito, ki te rāti pito o Taitokerau. Hoki mai ki tō tātou marae, ko Oturu te marae. Ko nai tohianga te Hapū, ko te Pātunoki. He pautira e tuana te pau ki taipa. He kaihoi a hau. Ana he hononga nā tērā o mā tō tātou tamariki ki te wai, nōku te whiri. Whiringa hei hoi I runga I ngā wai. Kei hea tērā. Ai. Kia ora te au pauri. Kia ora ngā tikuri. Ana. He hononga tēnei kia tāta katoa. Ko ia te whakaaro I roto I nei whakahua. Kei kaitaia tira. I korau ki te capacity. Many of us are learning or going on the haeringa about measuring kia ora rā, measuring taiao, learning new pūkenga. He nui o tātou mahi, te iwi Māori, hei ako tātou te reo te Pākehā, te reo te Western science. Anō hoki ki te ara I runga te reo Māori, te ringa toi, me wera Mātauranga. He rongoa Māori tērā. E ako nā tātou, he Mātauranga. But also, he hononga anō ki a tātou a ngā whānau, e noho ana I tō rātou hapori. So if we're measuring taiao, how are we measuring our journey, our feelings? I mea mai te kai kōrero. He feelings tā te rākau. He feelings tā te wai. I runga I te aroha, I runga I te Waiora. How do we measure that? Nā, he pātai noi ho tēnei ki au. How do we measure those Waiora? Ki au nei. How are we measuring our taiao? How do we speak to our wai? I roto I te oro. Because when we're saying things like, he rāhui, he wāhi rāhui tira, ai nei, how do we go back there? How are our tamariki going to go back there, knowing that now is not the generation that we're going to go and pick kuhi kai? But he moki ana te wai kia tātai te iwi Māori. So why aren't we going back there? I runga I wera atu Mātauranga, rungi I ngā momo waka, ko te waiata tērā, hoki atu ki ngā wai, waiata tātou ki ngā wai, he pūrea anō tā tātou, looking at other ways that we're measuring waiora, not just the ones that are given in front of us. And normalising that kōrero I runga I ngā tēpu. Kei hia o tātou Mātauranga. We're not having to normalise ourselves and indoctrinate ourselves to science tools. Reo Māori is going to be our normal. It is our normal. So is our Mātauranga I runga I ngā tēpu, I te taho ni kaunihira. That's the normal that I want to see. That we can talk about, our kai, our kāhui, ngā kaihui tārai waka. They can talk about, we know where our plants in Ākarau. We've got a puna of that. We're not forgetting our ringa toi at all. And along the journey, obviously our patamariki are with us, wherever they are. Wherever they are, with our waka ama, in our kura, in our hapuri, they are still with us, in our whānau. So I'm interested in that conversation where I don't have to translate Mātauranga to those that don't know that language. I don't want to translate. I've given up. Actually, that's their job. Go learn that. Our job is I see our job as connecting ourselves, our tamariki, to our whakapapa, in all sorts of ways. I runga i te aroha tuatahi. I runga i te aroha. So many of us have our own whakahoi pērana. And our collaborators. Who are our collaborators? Our whānau. Anybody that wants to join us on our journey has the same values. You don't have to look the same. You just have to be on our kaupapa. I think that's... ka kōrero ki te Kaitiaki. Oh yes, kei kona FNDC, kia ora. I speak to that because Deloraine took to 15 years resource consenting. Mihi atu kia te rarawa, who alongside us and our Hapū reduced the amount of years on the resource consent for the wastewater treatment plant in Kaitaia. Again, pushing as much as we can to hear our language. Things aren't good enough. We're going to keep pushing. What else? And probably normalising the amount of reo. Me te Mātauranga. I runga i ngā tēpu. That's probably the really... Oh, and the last note. Yes, transfer those powers. Transfer those powers to our Hapū. That's what we all say together in harmony. And even though, most of us are trying to build capacity wherever we are, don't worry about that. That's not your job. Those that are here listening, that's our job. Your job is just to recognise that we're here. Nō reira. And we're ready. Not just here, we're ready. Hey, it's what we were saying. Jan was going to have whakaahoi pāne ki te waka. I runga i ngā kaupapa, o tō tātou aroha ki o tātou kaupapa, kia u ngā rangatahi ki o rātou huarahi, o kia u rātou ki tō rātou kaupapa, i runga i te mātanga reo, ringa toi, tārau ana, he nui te puna, Mātauranga. We're not just talking about our measuring our tools, using the tools that we're using to measure our tai pai ana tira, but remembering, going back to our tables. It's like, well, if you don't know this language, then you need to learn it. You learn it. We've learned heaps. And I'm only, kia ora he rangatahi tonu, He rangatahi tonu, And we got heaps of capacity. Koiara, ko te taku kōrero. Ai, ka wari, tira pia, ria kia. Ai, he wākai.
Kia ora. I'll make it real quick. We're running out of time. And I'm going to have a real quick talk about kaurepa, the seaweed. It's taking over the East Coast. It's a tarp. It grows. It's a mon. We want to turn our phones off. Hey, real quickly, I'm a marine scientist in the field of aquaculture bioengineering, and been educated through Nelson and stuff. Anyway, real quick, this thing is genetically, or what do you call it? Genetically modified organism. It came out of Europe, and it's ending up in our oceans. It's a noxious weed. It produces a toxic chemical, and our amphipods are feeding on it. which means getting introduced into our food chain. If you consume this, you end up with hallucinogenic symptoms, which reduces your blood molecules in your bloodstream for 36 hours. This is huge. There's over 300 scientists addressing this in commercial industry and governments and Kaitiaki. This is the reason why I'm here, to explain the biodiversity of our ecosystem is not looking too great for the next decade. And I thought I'd just share that with you. And now everyone's jumping on board, across the board. But it took a tragedy to do that. I mean, we should be focusing as an ecosystem, like, from day one. And no later, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa.
Well, like Ruben said, hurry up, bro. I'm not going to talk. We're supposed to do a waiata. I said, oh, what's our waiata? And they come back with nothing. I said, oh, we'll go back to the national anthem. Ones we learned, not Pakari a mai, but the other one. Kia ora tātou. Nā tīkahu, karanga e te iwi e. Kua e ke mai ne, ki runga te marae e. Mauri a maira, e ngā mate o te motu e. Me ngā tiniro e mata, me ngā tiniro e mata, e ngā uwi whānui e. Ora titiro, au e, titiro e ngā iwi, ngā mahi o te motu, hei ora ake nei e. Rua na te whenua, rua na te whenua, poti te moana. Au e te aroha, te mama i au e. Au e te aroha, te mama i au. Rua na te whenua, poti. Kanekene, kanekene, titiro ki ngā tai o tokarau, e korau, he pipi korau, takoto te pai. Kia ora tātou. Now have a cracky bouquet.
Okay, ka pai, kia ora. I'm just going to ask Sakil to do our ka karakia mo te kai. Just a couple of pānuis before we mount hakiri. If you want to know more about how to create employment around this mahi, talk to Sam over at Waitangi Te Awa Trust. They've got some. They'd love to share their kōrero. Milan, from our awesome Poroti puna that provides sustenance to the biggest city in the Taitokerau. Kia ora Milan, for your manakitanga to Whangarei City. There's a book there. He's only got a few versions, so take them back to your whānui and you have to share the pukapuku. We don't have one for each. It's the last day to change Māori elections is on the 13th of July. What's the date today? Apopo. That's tomorrow. So if you're on the general roll, the Pākehā roll, you can change over. Māori, can Pākehās change to the Māori roll? Oh, we're going to have to change that around. That's no bloody good. Monday, the roadshow for Te Taitokerau starts in Kaikohe. Motu whenua te marama, engari kia mara. All right, taipa mā. Here's the Ngāti Kahu Water Quality pamphlet. Please ask Trudy for some of those from our Ngāti Kahu whanaungas. Ana, that's the pānuis. 1 o'clock we start. Don't go away because we've got rereata coming up next after the lunch. But yeah, pai, don't rush either. Mea, kia pai o koutou haere, kau e horo kai. Oh yes, okay. All right. Okay, ka pai. So, tepu e rua. There's one on that side of the whare over there for the ngāpuhi ki te tonga. And there's one over on that side over there for muri whenua. Me ngāpuhi ki te raki. A mea mo tātou kei wainga ne pohara tonu tātou. Hoina no tērā, me mihi kauana, me tuku kia ku.
Nau mai e ngā hua o papa hurewa ranginui ke te kai. Whitiki kia ora haumi e hui e tāki e.
Kia ora whānau. Hawhi haora. Oh, yeah. No, they can't because they're too famous for us. Tēnā tātou rōpū whakaritia ka haere tēnei kaupapa. Tēnā koe e te whanaunga. Kia ora tātou. Mea, tātou te waka hoki tātou ki te kaupapa. Mea kia ūtonu ki te taima Pākehā. E ko tahi haora anake. Nō reira. Mea, taiho mo tātou ki te timata tō tātou kaupapa ko Dallas. Koutou rere ata, ko rere. Ata haere kaurua. Dallas, taiho. Mena rere, ko ti tō kai tuatahi. Engari, I'm just going to get our whānau to get back on track with our hui. And once we're all back onto our kaupapa, then I'll call our esteemed rōpū from Hokianga to come up. Rere ata me Dallas. Nō reira. Just got some shout-outs to our sponsors. Ministry of Environment. Thank you to them. And thank you to us for their tautoko today. Also the Northern Regional Council. We have a lot of Northern Regional Councillors and their workers here today. So ka pai Northern Regional Council. Bit low on the ground for Far North District Council. Not like our whanaungas from Waihapa. Our mayor from Waihapa to not be here. So he must have a very... We should always have a presence at these kaupapa from all of our councils. So we'll have to just pātai ki aia, see if he's all right, see if he needs any awhi. Who's our other sponsors here? To our rōpū here who are doing all the mahi. Kia ora, you've been watching all of them doing the walk around. Aureo Roka, Mihi Kia Koe, a nice Manuel, Koutou Katoa, Jordan, Moon. Aha koe e ra kona, she's not here. She's done heaps of work to set this up for everybody. So to all of our rōpū over here, to our Ngā Tanahira whānau running the microphones and everything. Aroha nui kia koutou. Hapai. Who else have we got here? We've got the electoral rollover in the corner there on the table. Kia ora to them. Coming here to spread their kaupapa about election year. Very important for us to consider our electoral positions. We've got a few of our standing candidates here. We had Huhana, standing for the Green Party. She was here. Maria Mena for the Māori Party. Woohoo! So ka pai, me kia kaha. It's not an easy position to take. So just to our wahine, respect to our wahine who are stepping up. And to our tāne who are 100% behind them, beside them, under them, me mihi nui kia koutou hoki. All right, ka pai whānau. Heaps of pānuis. Again, we've got some literature, beautiful readings here. Quality control from Andreas Kuhlmann from the Far North Environmental Lab. That's our research that we've been doing. Far North District Council have been working with Taipa, Wastewater Transformation Project. Again, pānui about Waipuna Ārangi Entity A Roadshow through Te Taitokerau. Starts Monday in Kaikohe at 10 a.m. And also in Whangaroa at 5 p.m. on the Monday. And they've got a full schedule, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, going everywhere, even down into Auckland to Manurewa. Oh, hoi nana, he pūki mahi tērā, mihi kawana kia rātou. Waitangi Te Ahu Trust, they've set up over there. Go over there and get some of their amazing knowledge and experience that they have acquired over the many years that they have been working. And they're happy to help you in any of your kaupapa, at your marae, in your hapū and in your communities with any work. The Wānanga Waiora hui that we're at today is next up. We've been through everywhere, and now we're coming down into Hokianga Wastewater, Lake o Māpere Trust. This is the next on. So there's only 3 more presentations before we get to the agencies and closing comments. So only 3 more presentations to go, whānau. Not too far to go from now. Wonderful participation by everybody. Patience to be here. Kia kaha, kia mai, ki manu. Okay, ka pai whānau. Mihi to all of our whānau who've come from far and wide. Our Waikato whānau, our kia ora, Waikato. Kia ora whanaungas. Mea ko koutou rere ana ki runga ta waka rere rangi o reitu rei pai. Haere mai tahi tātou. Piri mai ngā wahine a tāhua o tainui waka. Miaro. Tūri o hau. Mea ta parawhau. Ante roi mata. Haere mai rātou. Mai ne kaipara. Nau mai te marae re rātou mā. O ngā whanaungas. Ko ai anō he rat. O ki whanaungas kei muri rā. O kei ia. Kei reira. Tāwhiti ana. Mihi kau ana ki o koutou. Hau. Hara mai te tangata o te whānau tau, e hirini, tēnā koe. Hara mai tō tohungatanga mo te mārakai. Kia ora hoa, kia ora. Kia ora tātou. Okay, couple more minutes, and then we're going to get started. So, okay, whānau, going to quieten down in a minute. All right, he's still eating, but we're going to quiet the kōrero down. All right? Okay, ka pai. I know this is a hard one. Okay, ka pai. Dallas, when you're ready, hara mai kōrero. Hara mai. Hey. While they're making their way up here, just like to say hey to Dallas. There's Dallas, we've got Hinerangi, Himiona, Dallas King. There's some amazing Ngāpuhi leaders coming through. And mea mātou no, hara mai ki mo, hara mai ki runga rā. Yeah, come on, uncle. Yeah, we've got knives, we've got so many, huhana tētahi anō. Mea Oriel, there's some amazing wahine coming through in the generations. And just to our whānau, I know our kaumātua are sitting on the peripheral and allowing our young people are sitting in the centre here, getting the full attention of these presentations. And to our kaumātua and our queer who are here in support of wrongs. And still in this world, te ao huri nei, we're still trying to keep up and trying to support our kaupapa. Just to say that, I believe that we are in good hands, the future is in good hands. We've got some amazing young people. Te reanga hau, te kaha o nā wahine, ana tāne nā rātou katoa. Mea kei wanga nui a tātou, mihi nui rau atu. So hoi nā no whānau, just want to have your attention now. We're going to start the next presentation. Mea hoki anga whakapau karakia he tēnei te wā. Mā rātou mā, nā reira tērā. E mihi nui kia koutou, turi hoki. Hoki mai o koutou mea taringa pisai. Ho mai o koutou kānohi e atahoa. E ngāpuhi nui tōnu, tēnā koutou. Huri noa, e te whare. Kānui tērā kōrero. I've been nice for 5 minutes. Kapia nā kōrero. Tēnā koutou katoa. We've had our lunch. And thank you everybody. Wonderful kai hakari. But we're not here to eat. We're just here to have a kai, that's all right. But I'm not here to stay here all day having mea hui-huis and hakaris. We're here for our kaupapa, so mea mahi ata mahi. Back to work we're going. This is our mokopuna, our dependence on us not only participating or being in presence, but actually going back with something to say, ai, e hara mau wā. We went there, we heard things, we created connections, and we've got something out of our time together. So hoi nā no tērā, without further ado, me hoki tātou ki ngā kai kōrero o tēnei wā, o hoki anga whakapau karakia. Oh, he tino tōhunga. No need to introduce our next speaker. Our tana oranga nui, mō nā kōrero mo te rangi. Engari mea hona whakapapa mea ana kōrero mō ngāpuhi nui tōnu. Ia korere ata mākeha, tō tātou a tōhunga, ta whānau kātoa tērā, ko te whānau mākeha kātoa. So everybody, thank you everybody for returning back to our hui and to our kaupapa. Just like to pay respects to Rere Ata, and his dedication to his Mātauranga, his dedication to his Wānanga, and that he's about to share it with us today. So, koina no tērā, it's been a great day so far. We haven't got far, we've only got 3 more presentations, and then we can open up and have a kōrero into the whare, but it's still look after our kaupapa, our waka. Ore re pā, reri koe? Ai, reri, ka pai wa. Okay, huri no e te whare, kia kaha, kia maia, kia manuanui, mauri oro kia tātou, anei ko rere ata mākia.
Kāti tapu wai mana te kai karangati e te tai o hokianga, e kui mai karama patu e te tere I uta, te tere I tai kei ketu e te kore kore. Tēnā hoki rātou hakatīnā he kore peo no te ngongo, kino tane, kino kui, kino korimu haere kaua, e ko tōtora haere kaua, e ko pukatea haere kaua, e ko koroi haere kaua e titi e tata e kare kaua te kare aroto nei e. Kare kauana te kare aroto I te hari koa I tēnei tono e nais, kaurua. Kaurua ke hare mai ki te pahu, te tuku rāne ngā kōrero, waihotanga iho. Nō reira, mihi kau ake nā rā kia koutou. Koutou ko hakaputa nei wa koutou nei kōrero I te ahiahi nei, ngā mei hakaronga ke nei au. Tēnā hoki rā koutou e Ngāti Hine, ngā iwi o whangaroa, koutou katoa, kua roa nei e mahi ana I roto tēnei mahi te haka tika mai te tai au. Reira, tēnā koutou. Yeah, the good thing about having a kōrero after lunch is everyone wants to go to sleep, so. Te mea pai o tēnā, e mena koe hi ana ki te moe e moe. Hoino I can only talk about some of the kōrero that was left behind to us, and I have to say that it was in February 1970 when I first had to drive our dad around because his sight was failing, and so I ended up the muggin, so we had to drive him around every Monday night for 8 years. So in those travels, I ended up sitting with all these kaumatu and kuia, and our grandmother was in there too, Karangi Moitu, and all our other kuia sitting down and listening to this, kōrero, I waihohia mai ne ngā mātua. And it was really, really mean. Ngari, te mate ngā tōku pāpā, tō mātou pāpā 1978, ka pura au o pukapuka, I put them in a bag and put them under the bed where they sat for over 20 years. And till one night, evening, I had a few beers. I won't tell you which brand, but never mind. Ka ahua haurangi, ka tohe māua ko te koroke nei. I won't tell you where he's from, he might be one of your whananga. Tahi ka tohe mo te tahi kaupapa I akona mai nei roto te whare Wānanga. Ka hoki au ki te kāinga, I runga rai te oati, taku pauri I whati te oati ki tōku pāpā. Mea mai tōku pāpā I nā kai rama koe, wai o ngā kōrero te whare Wānanga nei ki te taha. Ka haere au te rīpene tāka I ka kumea mai au ngā puka Wānanga nei, ka tau mai roto I au I nā kore akona oi nei mea ka ngaro. So koe rata tāku nei ki hea nei kōrero hakaputei wa tātou nei kōrero I te rānei. So what you're going to see and hear came out of those kōrero te whare Wānanga. And this kōrero up here, I noho a io I te aha o te ao, he wai katoa he pauri. That was their kōrero na whare Wānanga. Everything was water. So io came out of that tōna kāinga ko te wai nui ātea o te rangi. And so our talk about wai, I keep reminding our whānau and our mokopuna, kia hoki ki aua kōrero, hei pau arataki o tātou mahi rungi te mata o te whenua. And that's all I'm going to, mo tēnei wā. And then we got to teaching about no hea mai te wai. And you get a whakapapa o te wai. One of the whakapapa, e rua nei ngā whakapapa, but tēnei, heke mai a tangotango. Ka moi a wainui, a tōna kāinga I te ātea o te rangi, a ko tōna inga te paina, tōna ingo ko wainui ātea. Ka puta mai wana tamariki moana nui, moana roa, moana hakere, moana pōtango, moana tū I te repo, and moana tū I te wao. And you have to remember that this was before Ranginui and Papa Tuanuku in our kōrero tuku iho, ne? Hard to imagine, ne? But I mea mai rātou, te mea tuatahi ki te ao nei he wai in our creation stories, ne? Before it got colonized by other thinking and other education systems. Our tūpuna said the first thing, puta mai I te ao nei he wai. He wai katoa te ao he pauri. And so this is a whakapapa that was given to us in our whare Wānanga. And what we got, there's another whakapapa that we'll have a look maybe quickly later on. But tēnei te mea ako ngi ana hoki ki wa tātou nei whānau. The interesting one here is we heard about it this morning, Ngāti Hine, Moana tū I te repo. Moana tū I te repo. Me hoki ki ngā te pakanga, te kōrero mo ngā pakanga ngā atua. And there was a particular pakanga I te Pairangi from between Tangaroa and Tāne. Because Tāne ate some of Tangaroa's children who had oysters. No. But ka mea Tangaroa mo ake tunu atu. Ko te tuku I wana wai, ka ngaki haere te whenua, and going to drag Tāne's children and drown them in the sea. And we've seen a lot of that lately, ne? Te oti. He oti te rā Tangaroa. And it's an everlasting battle, and that's our story of erosion. When we talk about erosion, we're talking about the battle between those atua. Ka mea mai o tātou mātua, if you step into that space, kia mahara kou te pakangana koutou ki ngā atua. There's only one winner in any one of those battles. They didn't say, go away mahia. No, they said, kia tūpato. That's all they said, eh? And so a lot of the restoration of our of all this moana and all our awa comes back to the restoration of moana tū I te repo. Because tana mahi, she was given the job to sit between those battling brothers. It's a good thing about whānau, always have some sisters in there, not have all brothers. Pakanga I ngā wā katoa. But this battle here between Tāne and Tangaroa, when Tāne ate some of Tangaroa's children, so he sends up all this water to gouge out the whenua, and that's our story on our erosion and about how we expect to fix it up. Because Moana tū I te repo was given the job of being the peacemaker between those battling brothers. Yeah. And her job was here, hopū I ngā wai, to hold that excess water in the swamplands. Keep all the silt in there so it doesn't go out into the moana. E hakaparu I te moana. But tana mahi ana hoki, when the droughts came, she was like a sponge. E ka pē hia, pēnei me te sponge, and then she filters the water out into the rivers and our waterways. That's why when we were growing up, you never see any of our rivers and our waterways dry. Tā te mea, ki ka tōna ka wāhira I a moana tū I te repo. So our whānau, just one of many whānau now, who are going back to putting back some of those repo. And you'll see some of them fixing up a lot of these old diggers in the farmlands and bringing them down, and the job starts as soon as it's dry enough that some of these swamplands will be going back in Hokianga. Ui, koi tēnā. And so, te rata mātu nei mahi. So, pai nā māmanohu te kōrero, ne? But in the end, you have to get out and start doing something. And we don't know what we're doing. So, Ngāti Hine, we're going to be coming down there for a visit. Hei whakawhiti whakaaro, whiti kōrero. Kia haere tahi ai tēnei kaupapa. So this was mo koutou hiana ki te tuhi kōrero. We are always concerned kia mautunu e nei kōrero, because te whakapapa ngā kōrero e kite ake ana tātou I konei came out of nuku tawhitis and Ruanoisanum's whare Wānanga. And we can date those back to mid-September 1054. Pera ke te tawhito. And so what we want to do is, how do you pass that on, wera kōrero, ki ngā mokopuna mo ngā rā e tū mai nei. Because, if you went and taught them the way we were taught, ka hoha, ka moe, ka pukuriri, because it was totally different way of teaching mai taua wā, because hore kau he tuhinga, ne? And so this is one of the ways of passing on kōrero, me tuhi ngā whakaoro, ngā kōrero pēnei, ne? Tuia ki te rangi, tuia ki te whenua, tuia ki te moana, tuia te here tangata e rongo te pō, e rongo te ao. E whē kite ana, e whē karo ana i ngau hita i a wainui ātea, tūpuna o ngā moana kiri waiwai mo papatua nuku. Ngaki mai ana taitua rai o taiaro, e hai tonu ana i te uma o nuku. Pipi tonu mai ana ngā waioroi, ngā kamo tangi ana mo moana tū i te repo, pōtiki a wainui ātea rāua ko tangotango. I ke keria kia rere tōna Waiora kia tangaroa whakamautai, ngaro atu ka hore he hoki ngā mai. Kei hea rā he kāenga mō matuku, manu o te repo, ka ngaro i te tirohanga kanohi. Kua koro ki tōna wairua ki ngā rākau teitei o te waunui, waiho ake a poroka te tangi moke moke. Ngao ki tonu mai ana te oatia tangaroa kia tāne, ngaki ana ki uta, tā pahutu mai ana ngā uri a tāne ki te whakatūtuki te oati te pairangi. Waiho ake ngā uhitai hei roimata whakamā kūkū i ngā pāpāringa, te hua motanga o te waipuke o te mate. Whawhati mai ana ngā tūātea ki waho, tū te tau ihu, tū te taurapa, tū ake ana ki te whare huka huka tangaroa ki te pātatai e tau ai, kua tau. So te haka mārama te otinga o tērā, mahana koutou runga i ngā waka ama e mōhi ana ki te, ia kou te haere mai ana ki te, kia tau mai ki uta, ne, ka tū mai te tau ihu o te waka, ka tū te taurapa, nā tau a rere ngātu ki te one, tērā te pātatai o te moana, te taunga mutunga mai o ngā kōrero nei. So, e hoki ana mā te ki wera momo kōrero hei aka. Nā mea nei te matuku, he manu ko wahangu i aia nei, roto i a mātou. I a mātou e tupu ake ana i te awa o te tāheke me waima turi pai ngā taringa, te rongo i te haruru o te tangi o te manu nei. I aia nei ko wahangu, o kore e rongohia. Ta mātou mahi, he rapu i te wahi haka hoki mai, ko tērā te mahi a moana tū i te repo. Nōna tōna te kāinga he whakaora mai te matuku nei. A me ngā tuna hoki ne. Hare mā te koia pita mā te tiki ngā tuna roto roto ngāti hine. E ronga ana ki ana i ngā repo reira. Nā, ko te hā mui rāua ko ue papatangaroa, heke mai tērā i te whakapapa o te wai o te punawai. Nā, ko pipi o wai, taitua taiaro, hā mui me ue papatangaroa. Nā, ko hā mui rau ko ue papatangaroa ko ngā wai Māori e pū ake ana i roto e te waitote, roto e te moana. Nā, ko te kurutai te rau te moana. He wāhi mō etahi, he wāhi, he pēnei me te tapu, ngari he wāhi i āta chiakina i ngā mātua, te kurutai ra, ne? Te pahutanga mai o te wai Māori ki roto te waitote. Me taku rongo he nui te rā puna ke i roto i a koutou te aupauri o te Taitokerau na. Ko tōna te putanga mai kei waho atu o ahipara. I only hear from people who have done that survey that there's a big punawai up there, underground punawai, outlets about 4 k's out from ahipara, te kurutai o te moana. So, tā mātou e ware nei. So how we use our tūpuna science to lead us into what we should be doing. I mea te au ki ngā hunga o te kāingara, because one of my nephews is the chair up there. Kia tirohia. Te tirohia ngā mahi ngote for those orchards. Ngote mai i ngā wai Māori for all the orchards and all those other things. Tirohia. Hea te mai. Because if we think about Tangaroa's promise to tāne, If we think about that, and we think that if we start taking, this is my Māori science talking now, not Pākehā science, but my Māori thinking, that if we take all that away Māori out of there, was puna, what's going to stop Tangaroa from coming in into that other side? Then what's going to happen to all that whenua and everything out there? Hakaroa nau ka mate te whenua. And so, mehemea, for those of you who got influence in that area, can you send some engineers out or whatever you need to send out to go and test and check the impacts of what will happen if you extract all that wai Māori without a thought of protecting some of that kia kaua a Tangaroa e hau mai, ne? Ka pai? Cool, we can go on to something else now, eh? Okay, so that, we talked about that kurutai te wahi te mona punawai. Punawai, for us, he te oranga te ro ngā whānau ngā hapū. And as we get more and more of this ua, pātere tere mai ana i te rangi, man, you drive along, you see all the punawai, that's starting to come up through from all the ones that have been destroyed. Ko pare kurahia, but kei kona tunu te wairua ua puna. And what we are teaching our whānau anyway, te haere hoki ki te tia ki ua punawai, hakatoi ngā whiki, ngā taro, roto i ngā puna. Put those tuna back in there, hei tia ki ngā waira, and ngari ko tērā te mea ke hihi ana mātou kia hakaorangia. Mohina koutou te kura takaipuni, it's a battle formation, eh? No one been to battle lately? E ahua pene me te manu, ne? So I'm told, hara au te hoia. I couldn't even pass the medicals, and I was happy too because all my mates went to Vietnam, and yes, I stay home because failed the medical twice, karawe. But it's a battle formation apparently, where you got a main body, and then you got these wings sweeping out like a manu, and they sweep them into the main body. Tērā te whakaora that we're using for te kura takai puna, and how we take those puna away. Ne pene me te kāhui, so the planting and the restoration goes right around the puna, not just at the puna source. Ne? So whakaaro ana, and also he kohi mai ngā whānau, and some of you are already doing it, eh? Tērā te kura, ta mātou hia, te haka hokia mai te puna wai, e raro ngā haere o te kura takai puna. Awa. Ooh. I think this must be the Waima one, eh? It looks so good. But te tahi o ngā mea nei te hakarau ora, to bring back some of those, when was the last time, anyone had any pātangatanga last year? Oh, hey! Yeah, those tautoro fellas here. But one of the, rawe, tini kei waipaua. But that, the restoration of that kia, our young ones are going out this year, kia mawa mai ngā pātangatangara, because I mea mai ngā Mātauranga, we've been trying to grow them in soil. Ka mea mai rāta no roto I ngā rāka pirau on the rotting logs side of the waterway, that's where they grow. So yes, so that's where we're going this year, finding all the rotten logs along our river banks and putting all our kia back in there. So we're learning as we go, ne? And this is, hea hake tēnei. Oh, this is, I started with this one, ne? Te tapu ai manea te ika I karanga hia te tai o hoki anga I kui mai karama patu e te tere I uta, te tere I tai, kei ketu e te kore. It's actually a krakia to say, hey, they're having a look at the tohu o te tai o the red berries on the tōtara, and the kahikatea, and the pukatea, and the koroi are ripening. So get down to that kurutai. Hey, go and get your nets and all your fishing gear. Get down there, e tere ana te ika. And if you don't hurry, ka mau koe te ngongo kino. All kupu enei. Ngongo kino is when you go without food for such a long time. You see them in the Corso pictures, eh? You know, the ngongo ana. That's ngongo kino. The tane kino is when you go without kai for so long, and it never happens these days, eh? Because we've got McDonald's and K-fried, and you know, Yamato Tupuakana, there were no supermarkets. Kore kai mohi o te haere te tiki kai, te rama tuna, we rā momo mahi, ka hia kai koe. Nā ka mau koe te ngongo kino, i te tane kino. So tane kino i a koe e kaha hia kai ana, ka apo koe i te kai, ka rapa te kai, roto te korokoro, ka tane. Neat kupu e, should bring those back again, eh? Te rā te tane kino. Te kui kino, e ahua pērana me te tane. Ko rōko e haere hore kau nei he kai, ka kui, roto i a koe nei, te hiakai, te kaho te hiakai. So, rawe, I not only put that up because of all those old kupu, reminding us that, hey, get those gardens growing. So when you see puanga rising, hey, you get rid of all the rubbish from the last year that you never got done. Government departments still do that? No. A good practice for councils too, yeah, but... Yeah, whakakorea, and then when rehua sets and puanga and takurua rises in the east, all at the same time. I think some of you were up at Huruwiki, but our tuahineo there, Huhana reckons, Matua, you were 2 seconds late. Because they were so in balance, eh, wera whetu. And te rā te wā me ka tīmata koe te hou I ngā mahi ko hakarite koe mo te neitau. So we all went out, that wasn't in last week, eh? When rehua set and takurua rose, about a couple of weeks away. 25th of June. Of June? So, and then the next day, where were we? In the gardens. Hakatoa kaiana. And hoinano te mate o te haere mai ki ngā hui pēnei. I enjoyed because you can leave the gardens alone for a whole day, eh? But ia pōpō, a different story. So tēnei ta mātou nei mahi, mahi a ngā whetu, tū mai ngā whetu, haere mahi ngā kai, hakatoa kai, hauake ngā kai, te wā ngā whetu rote te mai he, ka tuku nātu ngā kai ki ngā whānau. So we grow kai and just give them away. We shouldn't, we should sell them, especially to Ngāti Hine. We used to trade them for tuna. Ia mātou tupuakena, we used to come down there and come back with lots and lots of tuna. And that's a neat practice. I think we should start again next year. We'll bring some kumara down and, no one to go, who's got the power up there? It's good there. Ruben, you got the power. I'll bring the kumara up. Ruben will be trading for some power. Ngari ko tāku hakaaro me hoki anō ki e rā momo tikanga o mua, ne? Tari atu ngā mea ki tēnā rohe, tēnā rohe. Okay. Ka pai, ka nui pe tēnā, ne? Oh, still going. Oh, tēnei te kōrero rā o te rimu haere kauai, puka te haere kauai, tōtara haere kauai, ko te koroi wera, e titi e tata e. And mātou e ako ana I te hakarauora mai ngā awa. We always talk about canopies, ne? Ngā kāuru o runga. And so those rākau that was in that tauparapara kōrero, ko ngā kāuru o runga. But you also have that ngā mea o wainga, and ngā mea o raro, and then ngā harore. So you got the fungus and all those ones on the ground. People ignore the important day in the restoration of all the ngahere. So go away, ware ki wera momo. So get some of our tamariki being experts on those fungus and those harore and all those right from the whenua and all the way up through the rongoa plants and all the way up ki te kauru o te ngahere. So the restoration has to be that. And te momo ka hakatongia ki te taho a tātu nei awa. Ne? Because we have to feed the ika, we have to feed the tuna, we have to feed everything, the kararehe that live in the water along those waterways. And can someone tell me what sort of kararehe you feed by growing manuka along our waterways. Or kahi kato, I think it's called in Waima. Hey? So hea te hua te hakato kahi kato ki te taho a tātou nei awa. Just think about it. What do they feed? Nothing. So kaua hakatongi ki te taho ngā awa. Shift them back, eh? They got a place away from the awa. Bring these rākau back. They got those little red berries. Ne rimu haere kauai, puka te haere kauai, tōtara haere kauai, e titi e tatai. We got kōrero in our kraki around that tells us what we should be planting along our awa. Ne, ka pai tēnā? Nāku noe heo, tēnā nā roto mai o te mā hure. But it just makes sense, eh? So tēnei te matiti, te ngā kaupeka o te tau, roto i a mātu. And I think tēnei from Kaipara up to Ahipara, I think. But mostly along the west coast there, because you see that te matiti kura, matiti hana, matiti mura, matiti kauai, matiti raurehu, matiti rau tapata, matiti rau angina, those kaupeka o te raumati. And then we go into those winter phases. We are in wero i te ninihi. At the moment, we're waiting for wero i te kōkota. I just got a message while I was sitting at the table over there. They said, Papa, we only got 2 weeks and te kōkota hasn't arrived. From one of our young tamariki te kāinga. So te kōkota, wero i te kōkota, is when you get up in the morning and you got to go and boil your jug. Because you've got to see through your windscreen. That's wero i te kōkota. And we need wero i te kōkota for at least 2 weeks if we can get it. But it's past where it should have been. So, ina kore tae mai te kōkota, ko te raru o tātou mahi ngakai o tātou taiao. Because we were hoping for a long kōkota phase to bash this fall army worm up. Doesn't like the cold, eh? But without it, in the mahana mai, we're going to get swamped by that kore take ngangara. I wonder if you can boil it. Anyone try to make some peanuts from it or something? Hey, tērā te taihonga mea huri hia hei kai. But ware ana mātou i tēnā, te kore kitea te kōkota i tēnei tau. And so all those other phases of those winter phases, 6 phases, but you know, in a heke koe ki te tonga, further south, you have to add more winter phases to cater for snow, sleet, ice, all those lovely things that we don't get in Hokianga. But you have to add them into your winter phases. Because kaua pō he that you can fit this around the whole country. Kore taia. In fact, it won't even work on this side. He rereke tēnei taha. Yeah? So koutou e mahi ana rote te taia o rapua mai wā koutou nei kōrero ngoe nei kaupeka. O tēnā rohe. So that we don't get them mixed up. Well, it's all right getting them mixed up as long as you can have a wānanga and sort it out, eh? Tērā te pai o ngā wānanga nei. Yeah, he katoana. Everything we were taught for the last 180 years, he katoana. Yeah. We were taught summer, autumn, winter and spring when our tūpuna had these kōrero about ngā matiti o te raumati. Me ngā wero o te hotoke, which made a lot of sense. If you track those tohu, so you see the matiti kura up there, you'll see some of those red puti, but the one we track too is the mura. The matiti hana, that's the clematis. Piki arero ki wetahi. We got some strange names in Hokianga for the Pua Wānanga, Pua Reinga, Piki arero, or all sorts of different names, but it's the clematis that marks the matiti hana phase of summer, Ne? That's the second phase. The matiti mura mura, that third phase of summer is an interesting one. Right. And those of you who got maka pahutukawa trees, this year it will flower on the 2nd of December, 5:30 in the morning. And those of you who got science degrees, yeah, no, it goes back to when rehua rises in the face of the sun. And if you get the date when rehua rises in the face of the sun, it triggers the flowering of the pahutukawa in the northern rata. And if you've got a maka tree that's set to that timetable, don't ever chop it down. But if you get seeds from that tree and you plant it anywhere else, it'll trigger to the same timing as the parent tree. Yeah? So if you get one of those trees, please don't destroy. I got one right outside my gate. And then last year, December last year, it usually flowers to the east first and then the north. But last year, when these fellows were up in Hawaii, the blimmin' thing flowered to the west and to the south. Never seen it before. So ka hoki anō ki ngā kōrero roto te whare Wānanga he haka mārama, trying to find some understanding of why it had changed its pattern after all these years. And then we came across this kōrero, whakarongo ki te uru, ko te whatitiri tuhi iho o nā ara ki te uira. And that's talking about storms, big storms, huge storms. Ka waiho mā ngā tamariki e tātari, and so we had some of the young ones had a look at it when they got back from Hawaii, and they picked the tamatea days in January. And so a week before, these are Dallas's young ones, a week before that date, the tamatea day, they got their four-wheel drive truck from their uncle and went down to Waikato to convince the family to stop that, they had an outdoor program on or something to cancel that outdoor program. And for young people to do that just out of high school takes a lot of trust, A lot of trust and a lot of faith in that kōrero tuku iho. Well, right on the first of those tamatea days, those rains came down. And rained for those 4 tamatea days and the days after that. Waipuke katoa te whena. I mean, you all know, you all lived through that. But we were all right. Because we knew way back in December. Well, we had an inkling that something was going to change in the taiao. And we knew from our kōrero tuku iho that those tamatea days were going to be crucial. And so, hakarite rite mātou I te wawa. So we're going to watch it again this year. The flowering of that pahutukawa tree on the 2nd of December, 5:30 in the morning. Cool, eh? Anyway, ko rope tēnei kōrero. But the kaiwai phase, you see that matiti kaiwai? We haven't had a kaiwai for the last 3 years. Mākurawa. Because we're always starting to get those rains in the early new year, January, February rains. Te kaiwai na maro ke te whenua, ka pakapaka te whenua, ka hia inu wai ne. So you see the ground cracking open e tera te kaiwai, te matiti kaiwai. And in Hokianga there, that time of the year for us in January is te warui kataina e rehua. So rehua is the star that triggers the drying out of that whenua, e katakata i te whenua. So te waru i kataina e rehua is our old name for January, for that time of te matiti kaiwai. Ka pai? The raurehu we haven't seen for years. He momo poihu tērā, just before the kids go back to school. Ara mai koe te ataka ki te koe momo poihu kei runga te papa. But we haven't seen that na te māku o ngā hānuere, te māku o ngā pēpuere. And te rau tapata, we ka ngā kākano roto te ngahere, me he mea noho ana koe te taho te ngahere, ka rongo koe tahi o ngā kākano e tāpatapata mai ana, ki te whenua. Tēnei tau, e haere atu wa mātou kai tiro e te ngahere, e pirau ke ana ngā kākano i runga i te rākau. And so a lot of our kūkupa they weren't feeding on this, the mea pirauana, ne ngā miro, a pūriri, ngā kākono katoa pirauana roto te ngahere. All the rain, eh? And so they were coming out and they were feeding on, what's that kore take weed that grows down in bushes down in, no, that it's got these little berries. It's a weed. No, not the tupeka. No, poroporo's all right. Anyway, it's an invasive weed, a tree. Tupu mai ana, and the pigeons were feeding on that. No, not the tobacco weed. Privet. They were feeding on the berries of the privet. Yeah, terrible, eh? So we rawa mātou mōhiona what the impact's going to be for our ngahere coming into the summer. But he nui ngā rākau roto te ngahere, pirau ana ngā kākano, rungo i te rākau. And so we've got a huge problem coming up. We don't know what we're going to do with it, but he mea koutou e mōhiona want to come and give us a hand and know something that we can do. E hakauro mai ngā ngahere, haere mai, me Wānanga pēr tātou mo tēnā, because it's going to be having a huge impact on all our manu. He atu ana. Te rauangina, tera te mea ka kani mai ngā kāko taka mai ngā rau runga te roto te ngahere. So anyway, from all that is where we get this, all our marama taka, ngā taka o te marama, that leads us into when we should be doing things. So on these tangaroa days, we should be doing our gardens, because they're beautiful days for gardens, beautiful tangaroa rains. I keep telling our mokopuna, all our whānau, if you want to grow kai or do anything, pick the tangaroa days. Pick the tangaroa days. You get anything done. Rao ngā tangaroa. The only thing is that about just before high tide, they usually send the rain in. So what's the time now? Oh no, we're all right. Yeah. But when ngā taka o te marama, and some of these are from Hokianga. This one here, has it got ohoata? If you got ohoata in there, if it's ohoata, it's from Kaipara or on the west coast, Hokianga. Yeah. So koutou kone i tēnei taha, your marama taka should look different. Ne. Should. Yeah, it should be different. So koe e haka pono, ko tahi noi te marama taka ma tātou katoa. Every hapū. In fact, we've got 11 in Hokianga. Well, that I know of. And they're all little different, subtle differences. And here's one of the things that we protect a lot of our mahi over here. The old people used to practice kurahuna. Kurahuna was a way of protecting special places. And I think it's a practice we should get back into. For each one of our rohe, so that only you from your rohe will know what you're talking about. And only if you let it out to other whānau that they'll know. And the reason why I say that is this chat GPT and all this AI stuff that's coming through worries me a bit more tāte nei Mātauranga Māori. And so one of the ways the old people used to do e hakamahi te kurahuna. And one of the famous ones that I use is a kupu that says, what is it? Ko ngā tohu e rua I maka kirungara hei tohu mo te rangi. Pretty neat way. So anyone, probably some of you been at my other Wānanga will be able to, but captured in that is a time and a date and what will be running in the water. So the date is this year is the 2nd of September. Oh, true. Oh, hands up. Oh, yeah, hands up, people from the council. government agencies, can you block your ears? But we're encouraging a lot of our young people to go back to these kurahuna. So those ngā tohu e rua I maka ki runga rā hei tohu mo te rangi. Simple sentence, but this year is the 2nd of September, 5:30 in the morning, Inanga. Pretty cool, eh? But me pēhea hoki atu ki wera momo mahi aua. But I think it's important for every one of our hapū to start thinking about how we protect a lot of our important kōrero roto watatu nei whānau. Kia kurahuna hia, ne? Kia kurahuna hia. Nice wānanga for someone to call soon, eh? Ka pai? Oh, ki te koutou I ngā mea māwhero nei. These pink, there should be 4, eh? Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. But ētahi o ngā wā o te maramataka, ko that ōwenuku, he rā tau utu. I think they use tau utu, nei ko te mohina ki te reo, give back to Papa Tuanuku. So Papa Tuanuku keeps serving you all these year after year. Once a day, every month, you go back and you do something for Papa Tuanuku. So that's that ōwenuku day. Every month, the old people go and do that. The next one is down at Otane. There's tangaro. There was 3. There turu ngā rā tangaro Kio Otane and Orongonui, where the old people would send teams up into the ngahere. He chiaki te ngahere every month. Ka tono rātou. Haere atu I te Waiora, ka hoki mai, 3 days in the ngahere, sorting out the ngahere every month, right through ngā kaupeka katoa te tau. And we've gone back to that practice, well, we're tutuing with it. Te mea tuatahi haere ki te tiro. So every ngahere is different. I think over in Waipaua will be totally different to our side. And ka haere koe ki te raki, it will be different up there too. So every hapū, every whānau, we're encouraged to go back and have a look at your own ngahere, haere te mahi roto ua ngahere. And then we come around, huri koaro kena tēne mene. O te ōwenuku, te aroha mai, that was the give back day to Ranginui. Oike, the oike, that's okie, or someone misspelled that. Te oike te rā mo te haka taututu mo Papa Tuanuku, te oike. And the tangaro Kio Day, Otane, and Orongonui mo te ngahere, mo Ranginui, te ōwenuku rā. And when we first introduced that, ka mea mai e tahi ngā whānau, how do you get back to Ranginui? Mea tau, well, you can stop smoking for a day, that'll be cool. Ranginui would love that, yeah. But, I mean, ma koutou no, ma tēnā no e titiro ne, what you should be doing and giving back to our tūpuna like Ranginui. And of course in those, down in those tangaro days, paitunu. Yeah. Ka pai? And so this is a kōrero from Matua Tūkaki Waititi. For those who, koutou roto ngāti hine, rangatira te rākau mātua. Spent a few hours, not as long as some of you spent with him, but all the hours are spent just sitting with him, iāna noi hana te mahi. Ko tāna I mea mai, when we're talking environments, ka hore heaha I hangātia I ahu noa mai rānei kia noho wehe I tēnei ao. Ahakoa matangaro ka mōhio tia te mauri. Nothing was ever created or emerged in this world to live in isolation. And even a hidden face can be detected by its impact on something. Brilliant, eh? And probably the best way to understand matangaro is to understand wind. You can't see wind, eh? And if you can, man, must be he tohunga koe. But what you see is the impact it has on things, eh? Te Waitahau. And that's what the old fellow was saying. Ahakoa matangaro ka mohio tia te Māori. So matangaro is a little different to matahuna. I talk a little bit about matahuna because matahuna, if you get it wrong, there are consequences, eh? And one of the easiest matahuna to learn is the electricity. Eh? Not that I'm going to encourage you to try it, but yeah. There are consequences if you get it wrong, they tell me. So I believe them. Eh? So Wānanga, and that talks about the au wairua ne, roto i ngā mahi tūpato. So ahakoa mahi roto te taiao, roto te moana, te ngahe e rā wāhi katoa, he wairua ko katoa kei reira, hei tia ki ane au a wāhi. Nō reira kia tūpato te haere, me āta haere, āta tiro krakia, e rā momo mea. Kanu i tēnā ne? Ai, ua ko tata te moe.
Ko moana tū i te repo, ko moana tū i te wao. Ka tupu te wai, ka ora te wai, ko te wai nā wai, ko te wai nā ia hei.
Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Check. I'd just like to say kia ora tātou to our mātua here, Rereata. He's been sharing this kōrero everywhere. And out there matapiko. So it's hard to do korohuna when your ngākau is aroa to the people. So I just want to say, everybody who gets access to this information, please respect it. Please respect the kōrero that comes from all of our tohunga. All of our tohunga, even our young ones who are still working on their journey to their kōrero, but it's so valuable, and that's the point. It's valuable, this kōrero, and Mātua has, what he's shared with us today, what he's given us today, you won't be able to take it all in. Pai ana tēnā. But what you do take home is very valuable, and we just want to respect it. So, koe nāna, I'd just like to say, Mātua, oh, you're a good dresser too, you're a sharp-looking fellow. To our whānau, before we get Dallas on and our mics go on, just like us to stand up. You can't do a paki for kōrero like that. So what you can do is you do this. Stand up and you turn around to your mate. You go find your mate at your chair, and you give them a good pat on the back. Okay? And big bitty bitty. All right? And then you turn around and he gives you a bitty bitty. Tōna puno. Koutou tēnei taha. Haere mai hoki rā. Pai. Lovely. Haere tonu. Ka pai. Mea te. Kia ora, kia ora. Thank you, Rereata, tēnā koe pā. A mea whakatīnana, tērā te kaupapa mea ka haere ia e mea rere atu. Tātou ki te rangi, me hoki tātou ki te whenua. Ke te ukuna e whakatīnana tō tātou paki. A hoina no tēnā. Oh, Dallas still isn't back yet. Here she comes. Here she comes. Ka pai, Dallas was so gracious in giving all of her time to Rereata to share with us that hohonu, that kōrero tuku ihoa. And we're going to give Dallas is the next part. One other pānui is I'm going to be going around the rooms very soon. I'm going to be tapping some of you on the shoulder. Ka pai tēnā, wakarongo. I'm going to be going around, I'm going to be tapping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. I'm going to be tapping 6 people on the shoulder, and I'm going to be asking them, I hope you're listening because it'll be you, that you're going to come up over here, you're going to sit on this chair, and you're going to give a review of the hui today and what you thought was valuable and what was important. And even be a bit critical. Mea te kaha o ngā puhi, no e hare e mataku. Be a bit critical in this whare. We're all whānau. It's okay. It's okay. It's all about aroha. And we're going to do that kōrero, and we're going to do a wrap-up. We've got 2 more speakers. Dallas, me tētahi atu. We've got our manuhiri tuarangi are going to come up and do a kōrero, and then we're going to do that review. So ka pai tērā whānau. Haere tōne te kaupapa ki u tātou. A kia maia. Haere mai Dallas. Anei tētahi anō. He tino wahine toa o hokianga whakapau karakia. Ka pai.
Kia ora. Oh, ka pai, it works. Ooh, let me just switch hands. I'm driving left-handed, guys. Kia te whātō. Everybody watch out. Engari, kia ora tātou. Ko Dallas King tōku ingoe huri tēnei no hokianga ki te taho o tōku māma, no hokianga ki te taho o tōku pāpa, no hokianga. And so, as you can probably tell from earlier today, if you were here, I always get very excited when anything connected to hokianga comes up. Why? Because I tipu ake au I roto te kurutai o hokianga. That's why. So every part of us becomes connected to that. All of my earliest learnings around everything started here, in this place, surrounded by cool as nans, hearty as fierce ones, you know, the growly ones, the ones that protect you, the ones whose skirt you can run into. And so today, there's a bit of a mixture. There's always a sense of pride, but there's also a sense of anticipation. That's how I'll choose to talk about it today. I'm anticipating that the council and other territorial authorities will very soon honour a commitment to deliver equitable outcomes in Hokianga with relation to wastewater. So I just want to paint a quick picture here. 86% of the wastewater treatment plants operated by Whānau District Council, monitored by Northland Regional Council, are pond-based systems or have ponds included in the equation. What's less acknowledged until recently is that 20% of that discharges into a single harbour. You can see it over there. I had to steady my hand because it's a bit witty-witty. Over there. 20% of that discharges into the Hokianga Harbour. If we fast forward, these 4 systems in the beautiful red box down the bottom, Rawane, Kaikohe, Kohu, Opanoni, all of those wastewater systems discharge into the Waiora, which goes into the Punaki Tere, which flows on into the Hokianga, from Kohu directly into the Hokianga Harbour, from Rawane into the Omanai Awa into the Hokianga Harbour, and from Opanoni into Waiarohia and also directly into Hokianga Harbour. So this one harbour, and I'm going to go back, unlike other coastal communities that can take advantage of all of these ocean tides and currents, Hokianga, all the way up in here, is the receiving environment of wastewater, treated, sometimes not treated, sometimes barely treated. And my opinion around what is treated, what is no longer going to defile our wai, and what isn't treated varies greatly from what the industry believes is treated and untreated. When I think of the word treated, I don't think of wai. I think of patients and hospitals. I think of all sorts of things, but I certainly don't think about wai. And if you want to get a picture in your head, that amount of sewage, which has been treated, sometimes barely, sometimes not at all, sometimes quite well, but still the word treated, that translates into 240 trucks. If you get your septic tank cleaned out, an 8.5 tonne truck will come to your whare. And if it's filled right up, and we had 240 of those, that would be the amount that they anticipate, according to the information on the Whānau District Council's website, is processed every day. So it translates to 240 trucks if they're 8.5 tonne trucks or 8,500 litre trucks every day. So I want you to imagine again how proud you are of where you come from. When you stand up in a group, I don't have the ability of others to say, kia ora, I'm Dallas and I work for this, blah, 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 blah. Say, kia ora, ko Dallas King tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no hokianga. And I want you to imagine what it's like to, every time you introduce yourself, know that that same day, the thing that you identify as your place of belonging is receiving 240 trucks of treated, sometimes untreated, wastewater. This is the impact that it has on my perspective. So when I go to meetings and I sometimes, when people say, kia ora, I met you at this council meeting, like a lovely wahine that I met today, I always think, oh, sorry, was I really hard out? But you know what? You have to be, right? So you might be asking, why me? There are other people in this room who do a lot more work than me. I mean, I'm a farm girl, man. I like to be out there. But you know what else I saw? I saw in 2010 how sick and tired and weary my aunties and uncles and my mother was from fighting that fight. And there was a point where they looked around the room and they said, we need you guys to step into this place to do it, because e mauiwi ana hau, I am getting sick. Literally, physically fatigued, plagued in their mind by the weight of having to create, change and get an outcome, because every day their moana is receiving that much. When they go to hui, they hear words like compliance. It's compliant. I want to show you these images here. At the time that this photo was taken during one of our many site visits, the Rawene wastewater treatment plant, which is one of the 4 plants discharging into Hokianga, was compliant. This is what compliant looked like on that day. Here we see a tuna, here we see all of this toxic algal bloom just blowing up, and also this is the last maturation pond. Helpfully, Trudy earlier showed taipars, which is almost identical in terms of the system to ours. And Rawene, they also say things to us like, oh, that can't be true, when we send photos saying there is toilet paper and feminine hygiene products in our awa. They say, no, 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 that can't possibly happen. Well, I just want to point out here, you can see them. No, people have tried to insinuate that we ran in to sort of plant them. We're not at sort of James Bond status yet, people. We still believe in some sincerity in Hokianga. Why? Because we don't have to. That's the point. I don't have to plant anything. It's there already. And no one who cares about their awa would plant stuff like that in a maturation pond before it goes into the awa. Why? Because we are in the awa every day. Today, my son will go down to try and shoot a parore, because that's what he does every tide during the tangaroa phases. He's gone past spearing. It's too baby. He's 13 now, Mum. I'm 13. I'm at bow and arrow stage. He will be in these waters. All of my children, me, my parents, both of my parents grew up in these waters. Ko omanaya taku awa. And this is coming out into it. I want to say again, at the time this photo was taken, on the website and everywhere else, it was compliant. So if you are seeing reports, elected representatives, Hapū representatives, if you are seeing reports that say your system is good, it's compliant, understand what compliance means before you feel good about it. Understand what it means. We need to expand the definition of what acceptable and not acceptable is. So we went through this process just like every other community in here that I have heard from today, where we started to teach and share. I got to say, this might be an unpopular opinion. Hold on to your seats, industry guys. But I wasn't interested in learning the other side of the stuff. What we committed to do was to teach our community why our kōrero tuku iho, why our tupuna Mātauranga is important, how it relates, so that they too started to understand that for 1,000 years plus, these people have been undertaking through their tiro longitudinal scientific study of epic proportion. And to save us all the hassle of going through a library of condensed data, they've done this extra sassy thing called put it into kōrero tuku iho and waiata and karakia, taku haka. All of these other cool things. How good is that? Some people have the Dewey Decimal System. We have a kuia at the front of the marae that teaches us waiata. And at the beginning, we think they're just waiata. We think they're just a tautoko. And then you get older and you sit alongside your aunties and uncles, and one by one, they turn those early seeds that were sown into you when you were a mokopuna into gold. And you suddenly start avidly going back through everything that you've learnt to unpack the stunning science that's inside. And that begets a fever. I tell you what, it's like, and you start to understand, oh, that's why they call it ahika, because now we're on fire. We're connected to the kōrero tuku iho that is going to help us to effectively, efficiently, and considerately restore our ancestral landscapes again. So for us, ako looked like sharing, low-key kurahuna, but still starting to share and excite people about tupuna kōrero tuku iho, tupuna Mātauranga kōrero tuku iho, going and looking, and then starting to collect together the different types of technology that might bring us solutions, which has been awesome. I just want to start wrapping up on this point. When we meet as Hapū kai kōrero with the council, over here in the blue bubble, Cambridge Blue, Hawaii, great memories with Cambridge Blue on a netball uniform. Kia ora tans. That's my girl over there, she's on. And Maya, where are you at, Maya? Over there, go find another Cambridge Blue wearer. These are the words, right? Consent, discharge, CIA, expert, prioritize, Section 105, mixing zones, compliance, conditions, expert. This is the pantry of words that come on that kai table. So in a hui or in a hearing with the karauna, that's what we talk about. Have you ever been to a wānanga on a marae about why? I tell you what, they're stunning. Sometimes you think you're going to wānanga for something else, and ta-da, it's about why. Anyway, these are the words, right? I thought, what gets talked about when we wānanga about why? These are the words, whakapapa, mokopuna, repo, parore, because my son's there, parore is always in the mix. He loves that blimmin' ika. Wainoiatea, waka, kaumātua, maunga, ngāhere, kuia, punawai. See the difference? This is the difference between the approaches. You see it in the language. A wise person who's sitting quite close once said to me, if you ever want to trade or have relationships with another nation, it starts by learning their language. Now, I want to ask you, and this is my challenge, not to the crown, although there are a few sacrificial lambs in the building that I'd love to have a good crack at, but to us, which language do you want to learn? If you want to foster a relationship with the taiao, do you want to learn that language or do you want to learn this language? Now, I'm not saying that's not a necessary part of our landscape at the moment, but if we're imagining futures for ourselves, Ngāpuhi didn't cede sovereignty, this is the language. This is the language of our science. This is the language of our taiao. This is the language of us, te iwi Māori. So this is my main thing today. That is the comparative. If you want to trade, if you want to meet people and grow relationship, you must first learn how to talk to each other and communicate in their language. That is the comparative. Make a decision. These are the things that I've noticed just in finishing. In the short time that I have been in this mahi, and there have been many others far greater than me, far more sincere than me, these are some of the things that I have seen. Prejudice, before we even get our kōrero on the table, they've decided that because we're not qualified, because we're not engineers, because we're not scientists, that our decisions are not valid. Sometimes they've assumed that. They don't realise that even though we are qualified scientists and engineers and doctors in all sorts of fields in the room, we choose not to tell them that because that's not the basis on which we're there. Prejudice. Industry bias. Amazing when you work within an industry and there are these 4 big companies that sell all of the equipment that helps you have your why. This is how I do the run. This is the Italian Alcathene pipe run. They are in control of it all. And what happens when little old Andreas Kerman starts working with Hapū and Hokianga and start to say, we want to look another way? All of a sudden, all the market share that they've built up in the Alcathene pipe industry, in the fittings industry, all of that's at risk. What do you think happens? Oh, there's a lot of risk associated with that technology. It's been used in Singapore for a long time and it services a city of 18 million people, also in Mississippi, for more than 100 years. Oh, no, too much risk. No, not suitable for our climate. Well, it's clear the pond system really is quite shit. A little bit, but somehow that got through the risk assessment process. Good God. Industry bias. Kia matara. Understand that it's not just the people in the meeting with you that are influencing the decisions that are being made. Engineers, scientists, they have to make expert professional opinions, provide professional opinions and expert opinions based on what they believe they can back. And what they can back is what has been put into practice. And if it hasn't been put into practice here, it is without precedent, which makes it high risk. Well, guess what? Kupenuku came all the way over here after he saw a bird fly, so we're used to it. Let's start taking some risks, whānau. We've got navigators in our midst. Trust. Let's not go on about that. I think it's pretty clear after today. Historic wrongdoings. Again, pretty clear today. Foreign people, foreign processes, and foreign solutions. Pretty clear what that looks like. This is the last thing that I want to say. What is monitoring? And what is ngā mahi tiro? One of the key things, apart from learning the language and making that decision, is I wanted to identify there's a big difference in expectation and standard in terms of delivery of outcomes between monitoring and ngā mahi tiro. When you are doing tiro, you know the maramataka, you know the tides, and you go down and you observe all of the different hono, the same tide, same phases of the maramataka. That's important. Why? Because if you go to Onoke on a huna day, which was this day over here, instead of seeing crabs crawling everywhere, birds flying everywhere, fish literally fighting for space, you will see awesome people having to really search to find, oh, I found one. There's a crab, guys. There's a bird. And my daughter says it's probably a kaumatu or something why it got left behind. You know, my daughter Ayla, she's there all the time doing tiro. And so this awesome person was excited. Oh, we've seen a bird. And she's frustrated. She's like, it's a huna day. They wanted to go and look to see where they're doing this tiro. And the rangatahi was saying, it's a dumb day today, go today, it's huna, like there's going to be nuck. It's going to be nothing. Those are literally their words. And so here's me trying to be the intermediary. I felt like a little bit like moana tui te repo. There's Tangaroa on one side, Tani on the others, and, you know, they're sort of, we want to go, the other groups, we don't want to go. The point is, in the end, they said, fine, we'll take you. And rangatahi are not very polite. They were quite grumpy all the way down. The point is, if we took a group of external experts to Onoke on a huna day, they'd come back saying that their awa was not well. They'd come back saying that there were concerns about the lack of biodiversity. They wouldn't see much, and that would be their assessment. Fast forward to the tangaroa phase, and they'll be like, this is a pristine environment, one that's an exemplar and should be translated out to the rest of Te Taitokerau. That is the difference between having a local person who knows that taiao and having someone from outside come in with their magnanimous purview. That's the difference. Tiro tiro, carried out by people who are local and know the kōrero tuku iho of that place, cannot be surpassed from a scientific point of view. Cannot be surpassed. Engari whānau, I just want to come back to the final thing. That's my wero today. So I'm just going to wrap it up there and say thank you all so very much for having me. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Kia ora. Ooh, 3:10, we're doing good. Awesome whānau. Mea kore take maua rere ata, mea te taima pākea. Pai te marama taka. Check. Huh? O konei, o Mapere Trust. Oh, rawe, chair. Awesome, brother. Okay, ka pai. Mea, on to the next one. This is our last kōrero from our rohe. And then we'll be moving into that space of interaction, per se. Ka pai. So we were still putting that together. Pai ana tēnā me haere tōnu, o Māpere chat. Oh, mea tai mai te tino kuia. Okay, that's better behave now. Ka pai, hara mai whā. Tēnā koe pai. Hara mai koutou. Ko e tō mea kōrero, kai kōrero, who's your main speaker? Let's follow here, honde. Ka pai. Ready, bro? Yep. Here you go, I'll give it to you. How do I? Oh, you're going to work that? I'm going to talk to it and work to it for me. So who am I giving this to? Marianne. Okay, kia ora koutou. Homai te piki paki mo te tarehete o te tino roto o Taitokerau o Māpere. Mea ko Marianne tēnei, homai te paki.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Marianne Parker, taku ingoa. Ko Pukakiwi, te maunga. O Māpere, te roto. Waitangi, te awa. Nā te kurahui, Turi Taniwha. Ko te Hapū. And Ngāpui, te iwi. Parawhenua is my marae. Aroha mai, my reo is at beginner level. I'm starting, I'm trying. I come from the Mātauranga Tapsel whānau on Hariru Road in Taimai. And these are, I'm a new trustee, just put on in December. There's myself, Marianne, Sunny, Maurice, Hone, Auntie Annie, and Kay. Hone will be speaking for us today, but I'd just like to have a little talk about koha for our trust. We are open for everyone to come and help our whānau restore our lake, not to swimming levels, but to drinking levels. That's our goal. Once we have restoration, we will go for constant monitoring, so it never goes back to what it is now. There's a whole lot of animals there, birds. They didn't choose to be there, they've just turned up. They're not supposed to be there. There's farming that's wrecked our lake, the lowering of our lake, the blockage of Waitangi awa. This needs to be restored before the treaty was signed. That's our aim. So, hone?
Kia ora, Maurice. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. I know my presentation is, I've got quite a lot of information because I know MFE's here, I know the Northern Regional Council here is here, and I also know all of the Kaitiaki are here. So I just wanted to, again, this is the LiDAR map of Lake Māpere. The yellow is the original boundary. So as you can see, the original boundary, this top part here is Okaiho, the Okaiho end. This is Te Pua Road. This is the outlet heading down into Hokianga, and Putahi's over this side, and Te Auahu Maunga's over this side. So this is the LiDAR map just to show the true area of Lake Māpere. So when the Crown came, there was a whole lot of Kauri trees all up in this valley here, all up in Okaiho. And just over this hill, you would see where the train track stops. So they built the train track to go around and to get to that place so they could dig out all the kauri up in here. And it's called the Okaiho Kauri Gum Reserve. And so what it was a resource. So they didn't care about the lake. They didn't care about lowering it. Their main thing was lower that lake so we can get to that resource, we can dig it all up, and we can get the resources out of it. So while that was going on, our rangatira went to the court and they fought it. They fought for that it was customary title. There was no treaty transaction. It was tongotuku iho, and it was customary land. What happened is that the activity happened, they lowered it, and then we got the court case to say in 1929, Judge Atchison, he acknowledged that the lake bed and the water is native title. So that's what we have with the Crown. That is, that we're still there, still talking to them about there was no transaction, there is no, so going back to Article 2 of Te Tiriti, or going back to the preamble of the Wakaputanga in regards to whenua rangatira. So I just want to acknowledge the connections of Taiamai, the connections of Hokianga, and the connections of Hauuru and the Hapū that are connected to Lake Māpere. What I've got today is that I've got the brief history, but really where I want to go is I want to talk to the Regional Council and the Ministry of Environment while we have you here in the room. So the status of Lake Māpere and the issues that we're having is the activities that are happening around our lake, just like every other river, just like every other stream. But the thing is, the streams and rivers flush themselves out. So you go down there after a big rain, you don't see the damage. With Lake Māpere, for 96 years since that decision, they've been farming it, and it's just intensified, and the nutrients and everything flows into the lake, and it don't go nowhere. It just stays there. So you just think, 96 years of the farming activities around there. The lake bed, just getting layers and layers of mud that is actually nutrients. Then we get to summer, around January, and then the algae starts taking off in the little ponds around the lake. Then what happens, all that it needs is the temperature to go up to 30, and then bang, it takes off. And we have been dealing with this year after year after year. And us as the trust, we are trying, but the thing is, the activities are still taking place. There is no, this is the thing that we have with our government and our regional council. Not getting personal, just getting the status, is that you get the resource consents in this hand, and then you're monitoring it in this hand. And we went to the National Water Claim for where Te Mana o Te Wai, we gave the issues to the Waitangi Tribunal, and we stated that's the conflict of interest that our government has that connects onto its regional council, is that you're giving out resource consents for activities, but those activities are having an effect on the environment. And then what you're doing is that you're trying to put a plaster
on something that's festering. And you can see why the RMA failed. It's not sustainable. So just in regards to the lake, why I'm talking about the lake, because the lake is just like all your waterways, all your streams, all your harbours. The same effect is happening nationwide. So if we could, I'll just flick to this other. This is our catchment. And as you can see, the only outlet is here. And that outlet is a customary outlet. For you that know that history, your principal Kaitiaki Hapū of Lake o Māpere, if you know that history. Everything else flows in. So we have, as you can see, I like this photo. Sorry, awarangi hama ma whānau. Some forestry going on over here. That sort of flows into Lake o Māpere. But it's this top part up here, or kaiho pastoral. You can see those fields are white. That is nutrients. That is maize. Fields and fields of it. When it rains, it flows down through that tributary into Lake o Māpere, and it's absolutely just anything green, boom, it's like a cocktail, it takes off. So the problem that we have is that inside the lake, the birds, they fly, they bring one little piece of greenery to Lake o Māpere, they drop it in there, that plant just takes off because it's just like a cocktail. It's like got all this nutrients, and then oxygen weed, alligator weed, all it just takes off because of the nutrients that's in the water. And that's what we're dealing with, is that the nutrients are so high. This area over here, there's a resource consent over here that was effluent discharge. And so we got some Te Manawai funding, and what we did for a whole year, just to get a baseline, is that we went out there for the whole seasons and we monitored exactly what the activities were happening at the certain times of the year, and we found that the effluent discharge was getting dumped on the big rains, and then we had our test tubes, and they were just covered in black. That's how much effluent, because when it rains, the farmers can hide it in the rain, so they don't have to pay the Northern Regional Council. You know, they say, oh, it's flooding. Flush the toilet. And that's what they do. And then when you go down to check your stream, nothing's there because it's all been washed away. But the thing with the lake, it just stays there. So this is our catchment. But where I'm wanting to take this all, so that's pretty much what we're dealing with as trustees for Lake o Māpere. My other role, so I'm going to put my other portai on, is this one right here. So I was consulted to give this to Ngāpui and to everybody. So I was contracted by MFE to give the kōrero about Te Mano o Te Wai. So this is the National Policy Statement for Freshwater 2020. I do have the updated version of February 23, so for your Northern Regional Council. But this has power. We've never, for Māori, we've never been in the policy space, decision-making space. So all the stuff that we're talking about in regards to Mātauranga Māori, we need to take that and put that into policy and lock it in with the Northern Regional Council, especially with the long-term plan, put a budget to it, you know, because we normally put our plans together, but then we go to you and you've got no budget. But they have to do it. So I just want to go through the essentials really quickly. So here, this is what comes first. First comes the water, then comes human consumption, and then the commercial activities. So that is the kaupapa. First comes the water, then people's access to that water, and last of all, commercial activities. What's been happening is the commercial activities are first, then they worry about human, and then, you know, it's all about, everything's back to front. So here it is here. First priority, second priority, third priority, just like I said. All fresh water. Receiving environments, so just what our whanaunga said from Hokianga. Exactly, everything that flows into the Hokianga as well. Skip through that one. Must give effect to. Okay? Actively involve tangata whenua in freshwater management. Actively. So for us as tangata whenua, what is actively? Let's think about actively. What's actively? Resource consents, 35-year ones. You know, nutrient discharge, all of that. Whānau. We need to be discussing that. Long-term visions. Okay? Identifying long-term visions. Long-term vision for me is a long-term plan. Put a budget aside for all of this work because it's not going to just pop out of nowhere. It's actually going to have to be paid for and resourced for the whole of Te Taitokerau. So we need to look at that, you know, because that's the first thing. Before we start doing any of this work, we make sure that there's budget put there for this mahi. The protection of the mauri. There we go. So the fundamental importance is the water comes first. You know, so the activities do not take precedence over the water. Every regional council must enable the application of systems and values and knowledge. Values, systems, and knowledge. Just what we've been talking about today. Putting that, and then putting that into Mātauranga Māori and the management of fresh water. So Ben Lee, you here today? He should be. We're coming. Sorry, Ben Lee's the policy manager for Northern Region Council. Oh, sorry, I've been out of the game. Ki uta ki tai. So again, from the top of the catchment all the way down. So like with Omapere, all the way to Hokianga, and all the way to Waimate, all the way to Waitangi, all the way to here. You know, that's the thing about Lake Omapere. It sits right on the threshold. Oh, well, it's actually the face of the aquifer. It's the face of the All-Kaiho aquifer. So I'll just put it out there. I've got a slide just to back it up. So, yeah. That's a different story, eh? When we talk aquifer, it's like all the water in the ground. So these are the milestones. Again, long-term visioning, values, outcomes, action plans, monitoring. Again, our Kaitiaki on the ground, getting some pūtea for them to do their mahi on the ground, and then decision making. And then the 6 principles of Te Mana o Te Wai. There we go. So that's just now taking it to... So from here, I'd like to take it into give everybody an update. So this is the National Policy Statement 2020, but it's the updated version of February 2023. Come through here. I won't go too far into it, but I'll just stick with these, the implementation of Te Mana o Te Wai. There they are there, whānau, under sub-part 1, the approaches to implementing the National Policy Statement. There it is. So I'm going to move on to this part here called sub-part 2, the National Objectives Framework, the NOF, they call it, because that's where we are right now, whānau, is that we need to get in there with our Mātauranga, turning this thing into policy. So as you go down from sub-part 2, setting targets, identifying the values, setting limits on resource use. You know, so this is big stuff. And for all the iwi in here, this is the NOF. We need to get our values and our knowledge, just what I said in regards to Mātauranga Māori, we need to put that in there. So this is that document, whānau. If you don't, so take a photo. Here we go. The next one is the NOF. So here's the NOF. This is pretty good, eh? It's leading right into MFE to talk straight after me. So it's their own documents. So this is the guidance on the National Objectives Frameworks for that Te Mana o Te Wai, you might as well say, the NPS-FM. You come down. This is the contents page. There you go, whānau, look. Policy intent, best practice, policy intent, all the way through. You know, the RMA, freshwater visioning, it's all there.
So then you move on to the next step of that. So you're creating the policy there, all right? We're creating the policy there. This is the one the farmers aren't going to like. This is tangata whenua and freshwater farm plan systems. Okay, so these are all the farmers, they've got to do this. Okay? But at the front of the line is that there. Te Mana o Te Wai and their NPS FM, number 6. So that stuff that I was just telling you about, all of that policy stuff, all that Mātauranga Māori, all that we have to do in regards to turning it into policy and all that, it becomes a part of this. It becomes of this farm management plans. So every farmer's got to have a farm management plan. On top of that, for your rohe and for your area, you have your monitoring team, you have your Te Mana o Te Wai. They've got to engage with you with their plan. Okay? But I'll just step back before I finish, just on my closing point, was, so just with these parts here about the, here, under subpart 2, National Objectives Framework, 3.8, identifying FMUs and the special sites and features. One of those special features is Lake o Māpere. So I'll just put that out there. This is it here. So this is why I wanted Ben here. Ben would know this map. These are the catchments. These are the FMU units. And there's all the names of the groups. Okay? So when you were talking about that Te Mana o Te Wai policy and all of that, it's going to relate back to these catchments. So there we go. Here's the, I'll give you the front page of that one. There it is there. Okay. And then this is the, so this is the mahi that's the Northern Regional Council through MFE are going to help fund and get this mahi done. But for us as tangata whenua, we need to do our mahi in regards to what does that look like. Okay? So, just to finish off, I've got a nice little, here we go. It's a nice little slide. Hopefully MFE will talk to this when they get up. There it is up there, whānau, Te Mana o Te Wai, the first, second and third. And then it's all of those things, baseline, target states, attributes, it's all in that monitoring progress. But this time, we're at the table. You know? And then our rangatahi that are on the ground doing the mahi are out there. What I see is I see two things becoming one. Is that I see the jobs that Northern Regional Council have, and then I see tangata whenua partnering in regards to Te Mana o Te Wai, in regards to the activities that take place, and having tangata whenua at the table. Not just in monitoring on the ground, but also in governance and also in policy. So I'm just raising this, is that Northern Regional Council and MFE, if you can hear me, is that we need a policy team for tangata whenua to interpret the actions of kaitiaki-tanga into policy so we can sit down at the table with the Northern Regional Council in regards to these activities and then fund it as well. Okay, so just to finish off, there it is. This one up here, I'll start with this one up here. So this is our rohe here, all those dots. Those are groundwater takes. All those dots, they all got a resource consent to take water out of the ground. And look at them all. And then we come over here to this one. So this is Lake o Māpere here. I'll click on, oh, sorry. Sorry, yep, just about to finish. Is it up? Okay. Yep, okay. So this is a picture of some bores and the aquifers. Okay? So if we're going to talk with the Northern Regional Council about water takes, first thing I reckon we start with is with the aquifer. And just making sure that when we give a 35-year consent for somebody to take water out of the ground, that it's sustainable. Because I want to know the modelling. How can you give a resource consent for 35 years? What's the modelling to show that in 35 years that aquifer is still going to be the same? So this is also, so this one here is the Okaiho Aquifer, which is a part of Lake Omapere. Lake Omapere is the face of that aquifer. So when the aquifer dropped, Lake Omapere dropped. This happened about 3 years ago. Lake Omapere, we could walk around the edge of Lake Omapere. It was weird. The whole water just went, and it was probably about 10 meters. And we could walk around the lake edge where before you couldn't walk. And then that's when we found out that the council, the Far North District Council, their bore in Okaiho was short, and what they had to do was get another resource consent to go even deeper. So it just validated that the lake it has underground water flow, as we know, Tākuere. And then these are this is the Waimate one, moving into Pukitotara for our whānau from Kirikiri, Nora, our Pungaire, Kirikiri. But see, this is some of the data and the information that we need to really upskill ourselves in knowing, is that because there's a resource attached to it. That's the thing that we need to understand, is that the activities, people that are not in this room, they are getting resource consents for either their kiwi fruit, their farms, and they're sort of like land banking the water. You know, they're buying it for their property. So they get a resource consent for their water. Next minute, their property with their kiwi fruit just turns to $3 million because they got water allocation. At the moment, what's happening in Waimate North is that there's a whole lot of, and Kaikoe, is that there's a whole lot of reservoirs going up. And they're building these reservoirs, they're using our water, and then next minute we're going to pay for it. And then our land value goes up because the land is so high, but the rates are going to come back and hit our whānau in regards to their multi-land, freehold land box. So I just want to leave it there, whānau. Ka pai, team? Ka pai. Yeah, sorry. Took a lot of work, guys. But ka pai. Kia ora, everybody.
Aroha mai. I don't know how to use this. Pūtahi te maunga. O māpere te roto. Haere mai ki te awa. Ka tū te riu o te toka. Puare te kuwaha o te awa. Haere tonu, tere tonu ki hokianga. But me mahara tātou, ngā awa o kaihau me te roto, e kore kitea, kei e mana i te ngahere. But ka hono atu ki Waihoanga, ka haere tika, ka tai atu ki te awa o Utakura. I reira ka tāki. Tai atu ki hokianga. The only thing that I really want to say is remember, everybody, that Omapere Lake and the whangare, and the springs, the ngā whakwaikaukau, are the only two things that the Māoris own. Nobody else owns it, it's just us. So kia mahara koutou. Kia ora mai unu tātou.
Tēnā. Kia ora. Aloha.
Me te rangi mari e tātou e.
Kia ora, man.
Kia ora koutou te whānau, te moana o Māpere. Pai ana tēnā, me haere tōne te kaupapa, tāta ki te motunga. We're nearly there to the end, so just thank you to everybody for staying around. Pai ana, it's he Wānanga tēnei. te pai o Matariki Puanga. We're just going to call out to our government, me kaimahi kei konei, me our ropu from Taumata Aromai, Arowai, me haere mai Troy, koutou mā, haere mai mo te wā puto, kōrero puto. Thank you for your time. And Tui, want to come up? Na Paiana? Okay, ka pai tērā. I'm just going to hand the mic over to you. Introduce yourselves. Ko wai koe nohia koe me marama tātou te hui. Oh, Paiana, te au.
Ka he mua ki te kākoa, ke here mai ki te kāua ākoro ki. E te taki mai ana i tana pūkoro, whaikoro, he kua ka mārangaranga. Ko tahi manu i tau atu ki te tahuna. Tau atu. Tēnā rā tātou katoa rauranga tira mā, ko tau mai i rungi te kaupapa o tēnei rangi, ngā kaupapa rangatira. Kia koutou Ngāti Rāhiri, Ngāti Kawa, tēnei te miho te mokopuna nei ki a koutou. E pōhiri tia nei ki a mātou ngā manihiri kua tau mai i rungi te kaupapa o tēnei rangi. Nō reira, karanga mai. Me mihi kā tika āwau ki a rātou mākua ngaro ki te ao kōhatu. Hei wai whetū, i takato ai, te rangatira, e kara. Haere, oki ai. A ki a rātou mā hoki ngā tini mate o ngā maraimaha o te motu. Ngā tātou katoa ngā kākahu tare i tēnei wā. Nō reira, haere, oki ai. Ko ai tēnei nana kia, tēnei mokopuna i rei waingini o koutou, i tēnei ata, i tēnei rangi, tēnei ahi, ko Troy Para tōku ingoa. I te taha o tōku pāpa no kaikohe. Ko pūtahi te maunga, ko Waiora te awa. Ko te kotes taku marae, ko ngāpuhi tōku iwa. I te taha o tōku māma, kia tau whānau, kia tau no Ngāti Porai. Ko hikurangi te maunga, ko te matā te awa, ko poraurangi te tangata, ko Ngāti Porau hoki, te toto i rote e ore nei roti ai. Engari ka tau mai au, kei waingini o koutou i tēnei ahi, he mōkai. Ko tā mātou nei, tēno tūmanako o taumata Arowai, kia mōhio ai koutou i a mātou. Ko te nui ngō ngā tāngata kāre rongo, kāre mōhio ana ki a mātou. Engari, kei konei mātou i tēnei rangi. E tūpakairi ai, kia mōhio ai koutou. Anei rā mātou, ko e tau mai ki te awhi, ki te hāpai, ki te whakarongo i ngā kōrero katoa e pāna, ki tēnei kaupapa. Ara, te mano o te wai. O te mano o te wai, te mano o te tangata. Koe rā ngā kōrero kua rongo hia e au i tēnei rā. Ko te mano o te wai, te mano o te tangata. Ka ora ngā tāngata katoa. Kia ora whānau. I apologize if you couldn't understand the word I had to say, but the tikanga of tēnei hui demanded that that's how I start. My name is Troy Para. I'm a miracle baby. As I mentioned, my father is from the north, my mother is from the Tairāwhiti, and if you know the history of those two iwi, it is a miracle kei konei au I tēnei rangi. Inspired by all the whakaaro and all the kōrero that have gone on today, and my notebook is full, but it's full of names. And it's full of names of people that I would love to touch base with I te motingo o tēnei wāhanga. We are, I'm going to quote someone, Hona. I te tuakana, at 12:08 hours today, he said, all our agencies here are our friends. Kia ora, Hona. Kia mautonu tātaka. friend. Korongo ai hoki ngā kōrero a matua rereata. He talked about te kura tākai puna, a battle formation. I don't know if you can do a battle formation with only 4 of us here, whānau. But we haven't come to battle. We haven't come to battle. One of my mahi is to accept people's wanga, raru, ngā raru katoa. And that is part of why we're here today. To hear what you have to say and to take it on board. Lake o Māpere, kanu aku mihi ki te rā rōpū. My father and his tuakana used to eel in that lake. So what you had to say resonated with me in accordance with the text that I got from my father telling me that that's how he used to live. Ka re te mahi nei, he mahi pati I a koutou, no te mea kai te mohi au ko ngā kaupapa, he kaupapa rangatira. There's some serious kaupapa here. My team and I are here today to answer questions. We won't take them from the floor, but we are set up over at that table where matua rereata is. So mea kai a koutou ngā pātai, raru ana, kia tūpato. Ko taku tūru I te taho o te rangatirara. But if you have any pātai, please come and see us. We'd love to meet you. We'd love to listen to what you have to say. And more importantly, how we can help. We are, someone said today, an elephant in the room. Well, we're not quite an elephant yet. But if you shoot for the stars, be happy to hit the moon. So that's where we'd like to grow. But we're not going to grow unless we have the support and the whakaaro from rōpū like yourselves, hapū like yourselves, iwi like yourselves, who are doing the amazing work that has been mentioned on the ground. Just want to mihi, not often that I mihi to my own rōpū, but I want to mihi to our Māori advisory group, Te Puna. We've got 3 members here. I'm not going to point them out. But we have 3 members here who have come to tautoko this kaupapa, which tells me just how important this kaupapa is. So koe rā ku mihi ki a koutou rauranga tira mau. Tēnei te mihi o te mōkai nei, te mokopuna nei, ki a koutou katoa. Mehe mea, kei a koutou he pātai, pātai tia mai. I was going to bore you to death with 2 PowerPoints, but I can see some people already starting to yawn. And that's not my mahi to come here today and put people to sleep. Okay, nō reira, I raro I te maru o ngā kaupapa toko rua, ko te tiriti o Waitangi, ko te mano o te wai, tēnei te mihi, tēnei te mihi, tēnei te mihi ki a tātou katoa.
Tēnā koutou katoa. He uri ahau no te ore wai ngā te hene te mahurihuri hoki, ko Lorena Stephen tōku ingoa, e mahi ana kei manatū mo te taiao. Kia ora. So I'm from here, but I actually was born and bred in Wellington. Really important I came up today, particularly given, you know, my whānau are here. It's important to me, particularly with everything that's happening with the wai. And for me, personally, seeing the sedimentation from the slips that Delaraine talked about going into the awa impacting on my whānau, it is an important kaupapa for me. But before I carry on, I just want to introduce you to a couple of kaimahi that are working in Te Taitokerau and working within the team. And there's probably a couple that are sitting out there in the audience that I also want you to be familiar with. So I'll just pass it on.
Tēnā tātou katoa, nei rā te mihi, mai oha, I te nuinga o te rā,
Ko Jovan tōku ingoa, he ure no te awanui o Hokianga, ko ngai tūpoto, te mahurehure, te tau Māui, oku Hapū, ka rere mai, ka tau mai ki te taitama wāhine, he ure no Patukeha me Ngāti Rehua, tēnā koutou katoa. Ai, kia ora, I'm just a kaimahi at Te Mano Tua Te Taiao, and I was just reflecting on e te rangatira Peter's kōrero about, the two different rocks. I was like, oh man, where do I sit in the rock? I'm one of those rocks that just goes with the flow of the tides. But I guess it's just a thing of, I just get told what to do. Lorena just told me to get up and have a kōrero. I just done what I got to do. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora koutou, ko Annalie Hill taku ingoa no Te Rārua Te Iwi. So I come from Pangaru, but I'm here today as the Te Manawa Te Wai Taitokerau advisor. So that's me.
Kia ora. And I just want to introduce you to two more people that some of you may know. One of them's Rachel Woropiha. Rachel, stand up, please. Rachel's joined our implementations partnerships team and really is here to help do the networking within the Taitokerau. And another important person that's part of our team is Ian Ruru, who you may know. Ian has joined in terms of data and information, and particularly knowing what he does with Māori Compass and trying to connect in with how do we capture those data insights based on Mātauranga Māori, Western science, to be able to inform, how we're improving our values. Ka pai, aroha mai. So I don't want to go, and I'm not going to go into that big explanation that Hone said I was going to go into, because I think you're probably more familiar with that than what I am. But what I did want to pick up on is, the reforms that we've got at the moment really do provide an opportunity for participation, fresh water in terms of te manawa te wai, and the ability to understand what are the values within your catchment areas. What does that mean in terms of informing what the Te Taitokerau Water Advisory Group have done in terms of a draft freshwater plan, really is an opportunity to capture that. So it is really important that within your mahi, within your areas, that you connect in and actually get that policy incorporated into that document, because that actually then informs what are those bottom lines around values in terms of what the Regional Council can take into consideration. But not only that, there's also the RM reforms that are happening at the moment, and the ability to participate at different levels, whether it's at a governance level, whether it's in terms of taking on roles, thinking about what spatial planning might look like for yourselves. There's also the biodiversity element that's happening. I think that was launched by Minister Shaw last week. What does it mean for Māori, and the opportunity of potentially of what biodiversity carbon credits could mean. So what's my point? My point is that capability, that capacity pipeline is really important. Rangatahi and how we bring them through the pipeline is going to have to be enduring. The new reforms are going to take 10 years, and so the investment that we put in our rangatahi, the knowledge that gets passed on to create opportunities, such as we've got with Jovan and Annalie, for us here at MFE, is what we're trying to do. But how can we help you do that? I mean, we're fortunate we've got Tui, who plays a role in that chair role. And I just think, we've got to look beyond the now. I heard a lot of people talk about Crown funding, and I'm just going to answer that now. Crown funding comes from the politicians that you have in the room at the time. As you know, we're going through elections at the moment. And so it's not, we don't have a sustainable pool of funding. We have to create opportunities of how we actually secure funding or partnerships in collaboration with others. So today I heard a lot of kōrero about partnerships and collaboration. and it has to go beyond Crown funding. Within the reforms, there are opportunities to partner with others to pick up paid roles in terms of cultural monitoring. That's one that we're going to have to look at. Freshwater farm plans are going to require auditors or certifiers, so they're going to require a pipeline of people. And probably one of the most important things I heard today was how do we translate our Mātauranga into policy speak so that it gets included in the planning. And that's what I think is a pipeline. I know we might say that's a regional council job. Well, no, that's our job to build the capability of our rangatahi to get into those roles to be able to do that for us. So I'm not going to add much more apart from if there are any further questions that you have and you want to have a further kōrero, we'll pass our details through to Oriol. But I do think it's a great time in terms of supporting, enabling, what we can do from a central government perspective, recognising actually a lot of what happens on the ground happens through the region and locally amongst yourselves. So I just want to acknowledge all the great work that's happened. Thank you for sharing your stories, your Mātauranga, and we look forward to actually seeing what we can do to navigate through that machinery.
Statement, yes, but there's a ropu for that. Te koro ki tēnā. Yeah, there.
Working in Crown and beautiful Asawa, ngā mihi kia korua. Trying to develop things on the ground when our whānau are unemployed and benefit dependent, and we're having to ask government to fund us to give our whānau jobs that their tūpuna did to look after their resources. Mai rāmo. Everybody's already articulated this so clearly. So can you please, when you're doing your operational work in government and under the ministers, because you have such a key role under the ministers to inform policy, to fund Māori on the ground in Kaitiaki jobs, Kaitiaki tanga. And we don't want to have to keep coming back, and we don't want to have to keep playing politicians, because that is what happens when the funding isn't there. We want everybody doing the Kaitiaki jobs, but they shouldn't have to do it for free anymore. Yeah, I totally agree. I do.
Yeah. E statement tērā ne. Hey, okay, ka pai tērā. Mea tērā te mutunga o tātou ropu katoa. We have the review ropu I'm going to call up next, but that's the last of our presentations for today. So just a big homai te paki mō te whānau katoa whānau. Tēnā koutou ne. Tēnā pia. Okay, ka pai tērā. We're at the end of the mea te heringa. And I'm going to ask some of our kaumātua and our kuia to come up here on the table, up here on the atamira, and whakaaro mutunga mō tātou hui, just giving their reviews and their opinions or perhaps their perspectives on what they've heard today. To wrap up our kōrero, I'm going to ask Pita, if you don't mind coming up. Yep, haere mai kaurua. Milan, Auntie Rahira, Auntie Nora, haere mai koa, Auntie Nora, Auntie Roimata, Auntie Grace, me Hanarangi, sorry, Hane Whare. Come up here. I'm getting a diverse group of people who haven't had a chance to speak. Te Uri Ohau hasn't presented today. Ngāti Hau, Ngāti Hine, kind of. Our Poroti, our whānau, our Hapū from Poroti never got this big. Ngāti Hine Mutu, Tai Mai. And just our koutou kōrero, no, you're our kōrero mutunga, kapia te kaupapa. Mea karakia mutunga mo tātou. Ka pai tēnā? Okay, ka pai. And I'll think, mea haere mai koe. So ka pai, we got all our kaumātua and koe. I know I tapped some others of our wahine to come up, but we got such a great attendance and have been here through the whole kaupapa. It's awesome to give them all a perspective. And mea, a hama, e tiwi kāinga. Nō reira tēnā, he open kōrero tēnei, mā koutou, e hara tēnei, mea kōrero, he kōrero, mea prompt koutou. Engari, just to tuku tēnei wā, poto, ki au koutou, ōku rangatira, o tātou, nā kaumātua kuia, e kōrero mutinga mō tātou hui whakamana, hakahonore tō tātou huinga, hui tahi tātou, e mea tuku ki au koutou te wā ki te kōrero. So, pai ana tēnā, if, all of our rōpū mutinga, just have a kōrero about what they've heard today, and me he whakaaro tēnā, whakaaro pai, rere ki anō hoki, mea pai ki ahau ko te reo. Nō reira tērā. Mea Milan, kei au koe tuatahi. Yeah.
Tēnā koe. Ruben, kia ora koutou katoa, ka Milanuka ahau, tūri reroi, te parawhau te mahiri ki whatetiri. Very inspiring to be here today, and you know, from some 10, 12 years ago, we had very little in the way of Kaitiaki groups, but no, Kaitiaki, I think we established that in 2011. You know? But now, and they were the only ones, and now, well, there must be 21 here now, I'd say. And we heard today lots of kōrero about monitoring. But it is time for us to participate in enforcement. And there's already a framework. I picked this book up here, Compliance, Monitoring and Enforcement under the Resource Management Act. The framework's already done here by MFE. Hope Lorna can help us here. And we have Te Mana o Te Wai, endorsed by MFE, all the principles of that. Within that, manaakitanga, kaitiakitanga, there's a place in there for us to participate in the enforcement part. We didn't, I don't think I heard today, I'm doing the critique part, Hapū management plans. You know, there's only about 3 or 4 in Taitokerau. Hapū management plans is hugely important for us, and at this time of moving towards treaty settlement, we need, you know, to at least agree on what our boundaries are for overlapping and all of that. So I would say that for those, if we don't have time or the capacity to develop a Hapū management plan, and NRC has plenty of money there, PTA, A2, and they do fund them, but perhaps we should be looking at least a generic one, develop a generic one for the interim periods, and that helps us along for treaty settlement. Te Mana o Te Wai, already covered that. We've got 16 regional councils and approximately 60 local councils, and huge government funding into there for the monitoring, compliance and enforcement. You know, it's our time to do that. If you're in Whanganui, there's 4 traffic wardens there. You know, go to Whakatane, there's 3 or 4 there. In Wellington, they told me last week, there's about 24 for the day. And yet there's not one kaitiaki being paid to paddle our awa on the river. So it's time for that. Kia ora. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Tipa, mihi atu ana kia koe ko haereke, ko tūreiti kahake wene mihi. Ngari ki I taku kāpō ki hai au I ki te tipa. I wanted to reflect. I thoroughly enjoyed today. I really enjoyed every single presentation. It's a little bit like housing. About 12 months ago, we looked into the housing situation in the Taitokerau, and all of the projects didn't know what else was happening in the Taitokerau. We quickly found out that there was at least 75 other projects. Kaupapa, I shouldn't call them projects. So it just gives you an idea of the scope and the amount of work that everybody's doing, and the passion that is going into the mahi. I really appreciated it in the first instance. But I don't know if you noticed, but I was looking out the window, and when we started at about 9:10, which was very late, we were at dead low tide. And high tide was about 40 minutes ago. So I watched the tide come in and out, and I was thinking that when I was going to Motatau school, I was taught about King Canute, who put his throne on the beach and was told everybody the tide wouldn't come in and drown him. Well, it still came in, and the tide is turning on this kaupapa and a number of other kaupapa, but it also reflects on what I was taught at Motatau school, and it reflects on the kaupapa that Rereata talked to us about our own Mātauranga that I learned when I went home. I didn't learn it in the class. It reflects on the number of speakers who spoke about the language and the vocabulary that we use. That tide is certainly turning. That is probably my key point amongst a whole lot of others. That the one about all agencies are our friends. I've done a lot of work with Hona. One of his other key phrases was, keep your enemies closer. Just joking on that one. But there are other points about, you name it, science and innovation, along with Mātauranga Māori, data, the use of data, the security, all of those things. And one of the, we are all building at different rates on our kaupapa, and the words were, we are now very active, but we are also very assertive. So I'll leave that for my contribution to the whakarapopoto. Ruben, while I've still got the mic, tēnā koe, hei MC mo tēnei kaupapa, e hara mai koe, hara mai rawatu. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Ngā mihi nā maunga nā awa me nā wāhi tapu o tēnei rohi, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko nā roi Mātauranga a hau no Te Uri o hau, Ngāti Whātua, and I must say Ngāti Kahu, because they're all staring at me, and Te Raroa. So, no reira a tēnā koutou. My nephew Ruben came over and said, oh, Whai, can you do a brief overview? Well, I'm in awe of all Kaitiaki in Te Taitokerau, the work that they do, the unseen work they do, and, you know, and the teaching of their mokopuna. So I just want to say that. So my overview of the day, we talked about freshwater management, planning, and what I'm going to take back to our Kaitiaki back in Te Uri o hau is go back to your marae. Get your marae to do their own freshwater management plan, because they're the ones that are going to go down to the awa, go down to the roto and look at it. So we need to make sure that what they're looking at is not so as clean as o mapere, o mamere, but to make sure that they start looking after what's right beside them. Environmental outcomes today, resource consents. Now, I've been doing some resource consents and some desktop analysis for environs, Te Uri o hau. And my view on that is that we need to make sure that our Mātauranga Māori is put in all those resource consents so that whoever is getting them complies with our Mātauranga Māori. And that's something that the district councils and the regional councils should acknowledge. Climate change impact on us as a people, and this is really close to my heart, because after Cyclone Gabrielle, the flats of my homeland were flooded. That's the Ruawai in the gardens of Nomai. So if you've ever been down that coastline, the Northern Waiora River, you come to our great maunga Tukatuka, and as you go around Tukatuka now, the whole cliffside has collapsed. And as soon as I saw that, I went to tūrio hau and said, my tupuna is at the top of that cliff. We need to do something about it. And they had some traffic management there that had no regard to what was on top of that cliff. So climate change is impacting us right throughout Taitokerau. We also heard today about data platform and the protection of that platform. So that's data sovereignty that will hold all our Mātauranga Māori in each of our iwi in prospective areas. And Matua Rereata talked about it's more than what to plant, it's also why we plant. And for me, that's about my mokopuna, tuarua, and what they're going to be eating in the future. And you know, when we talk about seed bank, and I heard Te Apauri talk about that before, it's about sharing what resources we have. Like I share with Ngāti Kahu, our kumara plants from the kaipara. And I just want to say, I'm going to share my kumara tipu with everyone, because now our land over there will not be restored for at least 3 to 5 years to grow the kumara. So I want to share that. And the last thing I've got to say is look for the signs. What is Papa Tuanuku saying to us? We need to know those signs, and we've got experts out there in Mātauranga Māori that can show us what to look for. I think each and every one of us should look for the signs. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora mai rā tātou. Ki te taha o taku pāpā, ko Ngaita Wake te Hapū. Ki te taha o taku māmā, ko Ngāti Hao te Hapū. Ko Rāhera Shortland tēnei atu atu nei ki mua i a koutou. I haere mai au i runga i te pōwhiri o te rūnanga o Ngāpuhi. I haere mai au ki te whakarongo, ki te kohi, i etahi kōrero, e a he aipea hau, ki te āwhina i te hunga e kaha nei. Ki te whakarauora, ki te whakaora, i te wai. Rereata e mihi kaha atuna ki a koe. Ngā Mātauranga e maunei i a koe. Me taku rongo ki tō kaha ki te hora i enei Mātauranga. Wai mari ana ngā puhi. Ko koe tēnā, ko kohi ngā Mātauranga o mua, ko koe tēnā e rui haere ana i wenei Mātauranga. E hara ki te pakeke anake, engari ki ngā rangatahi. I want to pay homage to our youth, to our rangatahi who made presentations today. I am so proud of all of you. You are taking on the heavy burdens that we, as your kaumātua and kuia, have fought for many, many years ago. My forte is te reo Māori. That's my passion. That is my life. And I also want to pay respect to some of my students who are here today. Ngāti kawa ki a koe. Ko Ngāti kawa tētahi o aku pēpi i tīmata mai ki au, ka hore rawa nei he reo. Ai tēnei rā i rongo koutou i ngā kōrero e putana iaia. O reira, waku mihi mutunga kore ki a koe, e te mokopuna. Yes, I think our youth, I wish I was young again, you know, with all the opportunities that are before us. You know, I think back to the fights that we had years ago, but I won't go too much into that. Everybody knows the fight we had for te reo Māori. I'm one of those people. Anyway, I really am enthused and excited with the kōrero that our rangatahi have presented to us today. Yes, gave some words like the women are active and they're assertive. I love that word, assertive. Kia kaha wahine mā, kia kaha kōtiro mā. Hiki te ake wā tātou kaupapa, kia tae rawa ki te rangi. And with all these presentations today, I can't see our government turning their backs on us anymore. I think we've made some wonderful presentations. Who wouldn't listen to them? On that note, ngā mihi kaha kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa.
Te mea tuatahi e mihi tonu ana kia tātou katoa. E mihi mahana tēnei kia koutou e Ruben, me mihi atu au kia koe. Kia tatu koe hare me te kite iau, hare tanga mai ki te tū konei, engari e mihi atu ana kia koe. E mihi ana o kiau ki taku whaia. Taku whaia o māpere. Te Kaitiaki, te kaikaha, ki te pupuri i wa tātou taonga. Me mihi hau kia ia, pau taku ngākau mōna. E mihi atu ana hoki kia koe rere ata. Ko roa ke koe e kawena i ngā wene mahi a tātou. Te Mātauranga e kawena i koe, e tohu i a mātou. E mihi ana hoki au kia koutou katoa. Ngā mea i tū ki te kōrero. I koutou ki e toru ngā mea i hopu i hau. Ko te mea, ko te kaitiakitanga, ko te Mātauranga, ko te taiao. Ko wera mea e toru ngā mea i kōrero koutou katoa. Hore kau ke koutou i kōrero mo wetahi atu mea, pati roto ua koutou kōrero katoa, i koutou ki te Mātauranga, ki te kaitiakitanga, me wa tātou taonga o te taiao. Nō reira e mihi tonu ana kia koutou. Kore tae te kōrero mo koutou ngā mea i tūtū ki te kōrero, ki teu te whanaungatanga i kaha. O tera te mea nui. Nā te mea hoki taku māma no Ngāti Kuri no te Apauri. Taku pāpā no roto i a Ngāti Rehia, i a kai tangata me whānau pani o whangaroa. No reire mihi atu na kia koutou katoa ngā mea i tū, i hopu hau wera kōrero i a koutou tēnei rā. Ko ngā kōrero hopu hi hau, ko te kaitiakitanga, ko te whanaungatanga, ko te Mātauranga o tātou, e kawe haere nei tātou. E kōrero nei rere ata, kia tātou ki wera Mātauranga. No reira kia hopu tonu koutou. Ngā mea katoa e kaitiaki ana i wa tātou whenua. Pruti hia wera kōrero. Nā te mea hoki ko wera ngā mana o te Māori. Ko tātou ki te mana o te Māori, kia koutou ki wera kōrero. Te kaitiakitanga, te whanaungatanga me te Mātauranga o te taiao. No reira, kore e mutu te mihi kia koutou katoa. I hau ki wera kōrero i tēnei rā. No reira, ka huri nohe to tātou whare, tēnā koutou, kia ora no tātou katoa.
Kia ora whānau. I te taha o taku pāpa, ko te au pauri. Te kao tangoke. I te taha o taku māma, ko whakapara marae, Ngāti Hau. So, I'd like to start with my two whānau first. I'm an outcome girl when I go to these kaupapa, and I don't appreciate Troy enjoying his friendship. I expect outcomes because they would have known what was going on today. And I want to see my whānau of Ngāti Hau be given $2 million and working in with Ms. Tui, and so that they can buy themselves a Zodiac and do their mahi properly and buy those 2 farms to ensure their work is going to continue on properly. So when I go back to whakapara and twinkle my toes in that awa down the bottom of the marae that I used to swim in when I was young, I'll know who's responsible for it. The whānau over there, what's their name? Ngā Kaitiaki o ngā Wai Māori. With the assistance of MFE and NRC and I don't care who else. I just want them to be able to do the job. And when I have come to kaupapa like this, I expect these types of departments to come to offer something. So, and as for my whānau from Te Aupōuri, now I know why all those ugly-looking pine trees have been planted there. And I'll accept them. Because I'll accept them now. So, and to the rest, you know, I'm using that cap there of $2 million for Ngāti Ngā. See, I'm so I just want to go straight Ngāti Hau. Ngā Kaitiaki o ngā Wai Māori, to enable everybody else to have the same. You know, we've got our whānau at Omapere. They need a zodiac to get all the way around. They too need $2 million. I'm saying $2 million for all of those who presented today, so that they have the ability. They have the ability to sit down and say, "Holy shit! Right, the first things first." And we all know they need a boat. We know that much. And after that, you work it out, you fellas, because we're counting on you. We're counting on you. We listened to Ngāti Kahu this morning, talking about, you know, in 2019 they realised that they didn't have a consent since 2008. See how they're allowed to do all that? They can continue on with no consent. It's totally disgusting. And what are we supposed to do? And they talked about being at the table. Of course we're at the table. We're forced to be at the table because we've got to look after the tonga. And I worry about that, and that's what that $2 million is for. So you two can sit at the table too, knowing that you're getting paid to sit at the table. Because I do not like those departments making us jump to that table, knowing that they're getting paid, and we're trying to figure out how the heck we're going to even get there. So, you know, MFE, and I found out what MFE is now today, and NRC, big job. And while I'm on it, Tui, I want to say to you here today, I'm a Hapū rep for our Hapū here in Ngāti Rahiri in relation to the Far North District Council. Next week, we're meeting with the possibility of shifting the Paihia freshwater treatment plant from Haruru Falls to, sensitive information. We can't tell you, natives. Well, anyhow, we know. Because you got to have water. We're not dumb. You got to have water. Why aren't you at the table? Aren't you anything to do with water? Isn't that meant to be you? But you're not. Somebody should be. I don't know. I just sort of think NRC is water and FNDC is land. Is it different? Yeah, you'll get there. You need to be there. Because no doubt they'll have a little secret meeting to figure out what their strategy is, because they've found out the natives now know where they're going to have their sensitive sites that they don't want us to know about. So I just sort of thought I'd throw that in. And I'll follow that up with you, Tui. It's next Thursday at the Community Hall in Paihia, whānau. And I'd also like to mention Katie Murray's team over there, Te Raroa. Ruben talked today about, you know how you look around and you kind of know everybody, but there's one group that we really don't know, and we don't know. But I tell you what, you look damn good. Because you're all labelled up and you look good. So can you take that back to Katie and the rest of the team? So, yeah. Yes, so insofar as the rest of the kaupapa that I took down, I really, and our brother Shaquille, are brilliant. Because, you know, they have a different, he has a different, whole different, eh? He's a bit like Mātauranga. You just want to, okay. But it's quite a beautiful one. And to have that ruru on him with those eagle feathers, I took great notice of, because our kāhui kaumātua, rōpū ki Waitangi here, are interested in joining that grandmother's circle. And when I talked to him about it, he is going to be going to one in Canada in September. So, you know, to see the whanaungatanga kaupapa that we've been able to manage to have with each other here today has been quite amazing. So, you know, Whaia, thank you very much. I got a little bit hoha with our whānau from o Māpere, because, you know, when we've got fire amongst us, they should be it and only it. And we need to take note of how we do things sometimes, whānau. So that's me, and I've thoroughly enjoyed the day. Kia ora.
What can I say? I want to thank each and one of you for being here today. I certainly enjoy the kōrero. I want to thank our elders for having that opportunity to share what's important to us, to our people. You know, I'm sitting here trying to think of what I need to say. What popping out loud and clear in my head is, what has the global influence have on us? Plenty, and it's huge. Especially around the European Union and free trade agreements. Which the government says there's a lot of benefit to our economics around agriculture and horticulture. All day, our kōrero is about the why. That's a lot of pressure on our natural resources. So what that means to us, we're going to work a bit harder. Huge demand. So where are we with our global influences? I know that there's some people sitting in this hui today, because I know some of you got good ears, and a lot of you had some influence. And I know you're listening. I know you're picking up the kōrero. I know you have opportunities to do what you're hearing. And this is what it's all about when we come together to allow each one of us the kōrero, and let's hear what's going on and what's real. And it's through that we're able to hold on to what's important to our te ao Māori. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly grateful that we are all here today. And particularly you hearing me right now, because I see some empty chairs. How can I be so
grateful to you to be here throughout the whole day. So that alone is telling me about who we are and how important we are. So I dearly acknowledge you all. And I want to dearly thank you. You know, may our people of yesterday guide each and one of us through our journey for the rest of our lives. And God bless us. Ngā mihi ki a koutou. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Ooh, 4:30. Yeah. Okay. All right, ka pai tērā. I just thank you very much. Tino taumata mo tātou ko koutou mā. Ai, tino oronga nui koutou. Me o koutou mahi kato. Mo tātou o ngā moka puna nā uri. O ngā puhi ara Taitokerau katoa. Tēnā koutou. I'm going to hand it over to Hirini to close our kōrero with a kapia, just our team, to our team, our rōpū there, Kim and them at the door, and Ariel and Nice and them that have been organised and put this together for everybody. It's been a privilege to help you, and to everybody who's been here today. Ka pai tērā. I got one little kōrero. Take my glasses. I got one little thing since everybody's putting in their little bids. Hirini. Tino hea tātou te reanga hau, he whare Wānanga mo tātou ngā puhi. Mea ko tēnei kōrero rere ata mā te korahuna, mea mā tātou, enei Mātauranga, kōrero rāhera mā, mo te Mātauranga e tiaki tātou mokopuna uri, me tērā te kōrero nui mā tātou, he whare Wānanga mo ngā puhi nui tōna. Nō reira tērā, mea, he inoi tērā, he wero pea kia tātou katoa, taku kōrero horino, a mihi nui, mihi aroha ki a koutou oku whanaunga rawa, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa. Mea tū mai tātou ki te mea karakia mutunga, me kōrero mo whutuatai.
Nā maui ana te mate nānei tiki te whakatamata mai ko ia e aitūrā e tama e hine kāti. Ko tāia koutou ki runga ki tō koutou tupuna tamanui tarā, ko tāia koutou ki raro ki tō koutou tupuna, a mahuika ko tāia koutou ki ngā niho kōpua te tupuna tangaroa. Kāti rawa tigena rawa te ane e koe kia hine nui te pō, te wahine kūti ai, te tangata kahe, te mano te aue. Tēnā klakia, te klakia o te tātou tupuna Māui. I te wā i tana nanakia, i tāia turā e ia ki tamanui tarā, ki te patuatua tamanui tarā, ka tāia koe ki raro, kia mahuika, kia tiki nā tue ngā ahi, ka tāia e ia ki te niho kōpua te tupuna tangaroa, ko te hiika tēnā. He klakia tēnei ki te hakahoki atu rā o a tātou hunga, kua hura turi tuara ki a tātou i tēnei wā. Te hunga mate ki a rātou, haere hoki atu rā. Haere hoki rātu rā koutou ki paranenehi ki te wāhi tākai takatiai o a tātou mātua, o tātou tūpuna ko rātou tēnā. No reira, haere e moe maira. Ka hoki mai ngā kōrero ki a tātou e oku whanaunga tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou i te whare tapu o ngā puhi. Ko tātou tēnei ki roto o Waitangi e huhui nei te rāne. Pai ana i ta tātou hui i tēnei wā no te mea, te wā o Matariki. Te wā o Matariki e te rangatira e rereata. I roto o Matariki, koe e tēnā e tahi o ngā mahi o tātou mātua tupu o nehe no atu o tua whakarere. O rātou mahi ki te noho tahi a rātou, ki te kōrero, he hanga hua o te tau ko pahurea ke he hanga hua kore. He hawa tātou nei mahi a te tau ke te heke mai. Nā a tātou nei ko hari anau, ko Wānanga tātou ki raro te tāhu o tēnei whare, ki roto i te wāhi i tīmata mai, i te tiriti o Waitangi. Engari me kōrero hau, horo taku kōrero e ki te tuagana, ki te pāpā, tēnā ko te kōrero o tātou nei e pepa o te whakamininga e nā o ngā kole e puta mai i te tau 1835. Nā muri mai tēnā ka whānau mai e te pēpi rā ako te tiritia Waitangi tēnā. No reira haere mai rā. E Ngāti kaua, e Ngāti rau kaua, e Ngāti rahiri, ko koutou rā tēnei, te rā nei, nā koutou i tuku tēnei whare o tātou, kia whakarau i ka rā i raro te tāhuhu, kia korero i ngā take e pātu rā kia tātou ki roto o Ngāpuhi. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou i ngā whanaunga i takakai ma tātou i te rā nei, te roanga o tēnei ngā, ka ngā ngaungautanga o ngā hua rākau, o ngā miti, o ngā weranga mea ko te pākau atu rā ki te wai. Me he mea hore kau te wai, hore kau wena momo kai papai ma tātou i te rā nei. Tēnei mea i ki te ia hau, te mana o te wai. He aha te tino tikanga o tēnā. Te mana o te wai. He mana tangata, he mana whenua, he mana atua, ka rongo ko te mana wai. He aha tēnā, he aha tōna hohonutanga. Me he mea ka kite i te wai e patere ana, me he mea he kuaha ki reira, he kōhao ka taia te wai kia puta. Tēnā ko tōna mana. He whakaro Māori tēnā, ko te mana o taua wai, aha kua te mea e prakana ki te wai, ka taia ia ki te puta. Whakaro ana hau, ke taia tātou. Ke taia tātou ke putai i te kuaha, ke whakahoki mai i ngā taonga, ke whakahoki mai i ngā ture a Māori kia tuhia. Kia tuhia e ngai rongo ana hau, kia tuhia ka rapa atu rā ki te taha a tau iwi mā e ngai a oku whakaro mea tūpato tātou. Mena tuhia e tātou ki roto te reo, mā tātou te ui Māori e teaki taua pepa. Tōku whakaro, kaua tukua, iwi ke e kia tihai, tihore, iwa tātou nei ture, mā tātou nei tui. Tēnā taku tangi hia tātou i te rāne. I rongo ahau te tahi kupu, he whawhai, he pakangāna tātou, i tēnei wā, oku whakaro kahore, ko tēnei ko te tangi o ngā tupuna o tua whakarere. A rātou tangi kia tātou, ko tae ki tō koutou wā e mokopuna mā. Tū mai, tū kaha mai koutou. Whakahoki atu rā i tō koutou whenua kia koutou. Ko tātou nei hoa i roto o te tiritia Waitangi, kia maharara i taua kupu a tauiwi. Te kupu tauiwi kia au ko te settlers tēnā. Koea tēnā ko te kupu tauiwi. Haere mai rātou ki te whakatau, ki te whakalongo ki a tātou i ngai. Ko rātou i tēnei wā, ko riro a tātou motoka ki a rātou. Ko rātou i te kaitaraiwa ko tātou i muri mai i taua waka. Ka tai ki te wā e tātou mā whakarongo. Ma tātou a taihua ke nei ko te kaitaraiwa o tēnei motoka. Te kaitaraiwa o te manamotu hake, te kaitaraiwa o tēnei whenua o Aotearoa. E rongo ana hau te nuinga ko te Aotearoa. Hei, ki au nei ko te Aotearoa. He kōrero, he kaupapa no tēnā. E pātu rā ki te atua, e kōrero ana ki anduku tāwhiti. Mana nei pupuri rā i te rā mo ngā rā e toru, ki roto i te pautu o te rangi. Kia tai mai e anduku tāwhiti mā, i tēnei whenua i roto i ngā rā e toru. Koe nā ka puta te ingoa ko te Aotearoa, i roto te Pākehātanga, the long standing day. He kaupapa, he kōrero whakahirahira, he kōrero wena momo kōrero. Kia puta mai te whare wana. E te rangatira, e mihi ake au ki a koe tikanga. Me whakatū he whare Wānanga mō Ngāpuhi. Me whakatū te whare Wānanga mō Ngāpuhi, kia tāia a tātou ki te kōrero o a tātou nei take i roto o Ngāpuhi, i te kōrero o a tātou nei iwi ki ngā hapū e pātura ki a tātou. Me pēhea i te tirohanga ki tēnā, mā te atua i tiaki. Taku mutunga, taku kōrero mutunga, ngā te rangatira e kōrero ki au mā koe whakamutu ta tātou hui. Whakamutu rā ki te inui. Tēnā mea te inui e tātou mā. E tino mohiana tātou, e ū tātou ki tēnā mea te inui ki te atua, he pātai tēnei ki tātou. Me he mea, he take no te mea ki roto i te tikanga a Māori, he take tino ū tātou ki tēnā mea te karakia, mā tātou i whiriwhiri. Me he mea ka tautoko koutou waku kōrero, kia whakahokia a tātou katoa, tīmata ki roto o ngāpuhi, hoki ki te atua. Me waihotia e koutou i a tātou, i ngā mahi kikino i tēnei ao. Whakatahangia, whakahokia atu rā ki te atua, kei reira te tikanga, kei reira te ronga mo tātou katoa. Engari taku mōhio, taku whakaalo, wētahi o tātou, e auriti ana ki ngā taringa o ngā whakairo o ngā pui, te wheke horekau he taringa. Wētahi a tātou e pono ana ki tērā kōrero. Ani, kia kaha tātou, ki te whakainoi ki te atua, whakahoki atu rā ki te waka tikara wātu, hoki, tai atu rā ki te atua, taku kōrero ki a tātou mutunga, ka taia ki te whakahoki mai, i enei āhuatanga, i enei mea ki a tātou i roto o ngā Māoritanga. Ngā mutunga i ho waku mihi ki a koutou, e ngā tira taitama. Ngā tira taitama tēnā ko te tahi kupu kei roto o ngā puhi. I roto i te karakia i a Māori Māsen, kei reira tērā kupu, te tira taitama. Tamahine, tamatāne, youth. Ngā puhi, me rapu atu wena momo kōrero, me rapu atu wena kupu, ke whakahokia mai, ke haka alahia wena momo kupu, i roto wa tātou nei reo. Tira taitama, kei roto i tērā krakia, kōtuku rere ngā tahi kuaka mārangalanga ki te tāhuna, kori mako pai ki kō tātara piwai waka i kūtia i te mate, te ihi te wehi te mana te tapu, pai ana te pōkaitara ki Waitangi, ki te ata hāpara, ki te kōrehutanga o te tai awatea, ki te whakamanara o tātou mā katua. Ko te tira taitama, ko te puni wāhine, ko te kāhuitara. Wena ko ngā kupu e toru. Ko te puni wahine, tēnā ko te huihuitanga o ngā wahine. Ko te tira taitama, wea tēnā ko te hui o wa tātou nei tira tamariki. Ko te kāhuitara, ko ngā kaumātua, ko ngā tangata hihiana ki te kōrero. Nā rida, e tātou mā ka nui tēnei waku kōrero, e tēnei wāki a tātou. E hari ana ko tai mai au te rā nei ki te kitei, ki te rongo ki ngā kōrero e puta ki tēnā o tātou tāngata. Nā reira, tēnei ka mutu atu ki waku kōrero. Huri noa, he ke iho ana tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Me tutu tātou katoa waiatia, ta tātou waiata whakamutunga, whakaaria mai. Kei noi tātou e pātō mātou matua ora nui te rangi kia tapu tu ingoa. E pāti nei mātou au pono o tāne wahine koropiko atu nei mu i to aloalo. E tuku whakawhetai whakamoi miti ki a koe mau manakitanga e uwhi mai rā koe ki runga i a mātou. E tuku atura i tēne hakamoi miti ki a koe mau e hakakapi i tēne o mātou hui. Manaki tia e koe i a mātou katoa. Kia tai ola atura a mātou ki o mātou nei kāinga. Kia tu hono hono e a mātou ki ngā hoalanga tira, ki ngā tamariki mokopuna. Manaki tia e koe i tēnei o tātou nei, hapū, a Ngāti Kawa, a Ngāti Rāhiri. Kia mahia i a rātou mahi ki te teaki i tēnā o tātou taonga te tiriti o Waitangi. Kia kaua wale wale a tātou katoa mo te rātu o ngā pepa o te whakamininga. Manaki tia kaha koe e pā. Ki ngā langa tira o tēnā o ngā hapū, kia whai whakaalohia, kia piki atu rā ki te aloha, kia piki atu rā ki te Mātauranga. A tōna wā kia tū hono hono a tātou anō, kia patare mai i ngā kōrero, kia hono atu tēnā ki tēnā. E pā tēnei a mātou i nui atu rā ki a koe. Manaki tia koe e pā, o mātou nei kāwana, kia ngā wari ainga ngā kau o tēnā o rātou mā. Kia whakahuri atu rea a rātou ki te āwhina atu, ki te whakawhirinaki atu, ki a mātou a ngai Māori. E pā, whakatata mai anō i tō wairua ke noho tahi a mātou, tēnei a mātou ka tuku atu rā i tēnei hakamoi miti kia koe, māu e whakamana mai, ki runga i tāu tama, tō mātou kai whakora i hukaraiti. Āmene.